Thank you. May I request our dignitaries to kindly take their seat. The Revenue Bar Association was founded by the legal luminaries and tax lawyers of Madras in the year 1963. It was created with an objective to encourage study of law relating to revenue, economics, and planning. Over the last 5 decades, the association has been the fulcrum of tax advocates in Chennai. Revenue Bar Association, fondly known as the RBA, carries the credit of consistently hosting study circle meetings every month over the past many years. The association is also known for their annual tax conferences. May I now request the RBA President, Mr. S. Sridhar, to say a few words.
Good morning to everyone. It is my great opportunity and honor to be part of this two-day National Tax Conference, jointly hosted by All India Federation of Tax Practitioners, Southern Zone, Revenue Bar Association, and Young and Energetic Madras Tax Bar. The synergy across the associations who are hosting this tax conference is phenomenal, and success of the tax conference is inevitable. The overwhelming response from the tax professionals across India is heartening, worth mentioning at this juncture. We are extremely fortunate to have Honorable Justice R. Mahadevan, Judge, Madras High Court, as part of this inaugural session of this tax conference. The connect between RBA and AFDB is also worth mentioning here. And late V. Ramchandran, Senior Advocate, as well late Mr. K.J. Chandran are the two pillars of the success story and pursuit of continuing the education program over the period of years. The two illustrious seniors were active both in RBA and AFDB for long years, as well as part of several tax conferences conducted by both the associations. G. Bhaskar, Southern Zone Chairman, has worked very hard for the past several weeks to bring success and glory to the associations who are hosting this tax conference. I am very happy to be part of the National Tax Conference in the capacity of President of the RBA, whose 60 years celebration is slated for today evening. I, on behalf of RBA, welcome all the delegates to this two-day National Tax Conference, extend my invitation to be part of RBA 60 scheduled for today's evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The Madras Tax Bar is the result of the era of technology, where a WhatsApp group of tax advocates aimed at knowledge sharing became one of the most sought-after platforms to learn tax concepts during COVID. Through its marathon of webinars in 2020, about 145 webinars in 2 years, the Madras Tax Bar has aided the legal fraternity to grow and thrive. The Madras Tax Bar, in existence for the past 6 years, was officially registered in 2022 and is a true reflection of brotherhood in the tax fraternity. May I now request the MTB President, Mr. Mani Shankar, Senior Advocate, to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. His Lordship Justice Mahadevan, the President of this function, His Lordship Justice Saraman, other dignitaries on the dais. I take you from the Master of Ceremonies, but I'll speak only a few words because it's an unscheduled speech. But it is nice to see a gathering of tax lawyers from the All India Bar, and it is our endeavor to carry on with your motto, together towards tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Inspired by the ideology to have a common platform for all those who practice taxation law, irrespective of their individual affiliations, and to enable them to share the benefit of their learning and sharing of knowledge, Eminent professionals from the field of direct and indirect taxes conceived the idea of establishing an all-India body for the tax practitioners. Thus, in 1976 was founded the AIFTP, All India Federation of Tax Practitioners. With about 10,500 individuals as lifetime members, AIFTP has made a mark pan-India. May I now request Mr. Pankaj Ghia, National President, AIFTP, to say a few words.
Honorable Mr. Justice Madhavan sir, Honorable Mr. Justice Saravanan sir, my fellow professionals, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a pleasure for me to be at Chennai, and it's indeed a pleasure because Mr. V. Ramachandran, the senior advocate and the past president of AIFTP, was a legendary figure and who commanded the AIFTP. And we still remember the conferences and the seminars organized by that time. Friends, you may be knowing or may not be knowing, but AIFTP is the pan-India body of advocates, chartered accountants and tax practitioners. One and only unique body apart from the statutory bodies like Bar Council or the Institute of Chartered Accountants, which represents the tax professionals throughout India. We are conducting webinars, seminars, conferences, and I'm glad to inform that this is my 87th program of this year. We had started, my tenure had started from 1st January 2023, and with the blessings of the God and blessings of my seniors, ladies, my fellow colleagues, I am saying that we are having good knowledges program, entertainment program, family programs, residential refresher course, even outstation, out of India, educational tours, we had all done in the past 6 months. I would also be taking this opportunity to request my Lord to release the half-yearly report from 1st January to 30th June. And I would be, because it is an e-report on the website of the AIFTP, with my Lord's permission, I would be asking the operator to put it on the screen, and we will consider it deemed to be released by my Lords. So it contains from 1st January to 30th June, we had 84 programs, and after within 8 days, this is my 3rd program. Throughout the country, we are 5 zones. So from the first page, you can start, go on the top. First page, yeah, see, this is the half-yearly activity report, January to June 2023, and you can scroll down. So every program with the photos and everything is there. Continue to scroll down, please. These are all the forthcoming programs. We are at, just hold on at the last page. Go upstairs. So we are already at Chennai right now. And then we are continuing with the programs. Scroll down continuously because it's a long thing. I will not be taking much time. You want to hear a lot. So it will take time, but let me continue. So friends, we are 5 zones, east, west, north, south and central. And everywhere we are having programs. So every weekend till December we are booked. Every weekend from Friday to Sunday I am traveling till December only. And this is the first week of July. I am at Chennai. The second week would be at Amritsar. Third week would be at Siliguri. Last week, because of the returns month, we had left it. And then in the 4th or 5th, we are going to Bengaluru and continue after that. And I am glad to inform that the South Zone is the most vibrant zone of the AIFTP this year. And all credit goes to this, I would say, not old man, but a young man, Mr. G. Bhaskar. We had already almost 10 programs in the South Zone. And this year, after the Chennai, we have lined up at Bengaluru, a big national conference on 4th, 5th and 6th, and then a big residential refresher course at Rameshwaram from 12th to 14th of August. And we had some more programs because it would be only the 8th month and 4 months is still to go. Friends, I would also be saying that we push on the education, but we push on the education with the religion. So this year we had carved a new nick, that education with religion. We started with Lord Jagannath at Puri in the month of February, then we went to Ayodhya with Lucknow, then we went to Mahakal at Indore with Ujjain. We just went to Tirupati. We had a national conference and a NEC meeting at Tirupati just 15 days back on 23rd, 24th June. We are here and on 15th we are going to Amritsar with the Golden Temple. Next month we are going to Rameshwaram, and it would be Adhik Maas and Shravan Maas, so a triple gift for all of us. Then we are going to Vrindavan. In between we are going to Bodh Gaya. In November we are going to Dev Diwali at Banaras and also Khajuraho. In August we are also going to Shirdi, Trambakeshwar, Grisheshwar and Bhima Shankar. And then at December, definitely at Kolkata. So friends, we rely on the 3 E's, the ethics, education and excellence. And that are the mottos of AIFTP. I would not be taking much time, just to say that if you are not a member of AIFTP, please join the membership. And it is the only pan-India body where we do not make friends. We enter into the families of the professional and become family members. So become a family member, have a family throughout India, each and every state, each and every union territory. Big city, metro city, small city, town, everywhere you will find a family member. And wherever I go, I just get a grand welcome, stay in the homes and you will see what not. So it is time to remember our past president, Mr. M. Srinivasa Rao, the secretary of the zone, Mr. Kuber, all the seniors and persons coming from all over India. And I am grateful to my Lord for giving the consent and to be here. Thank you everyone for inviting me and thank you for attending this.
Thank you, sir. We are indeed proud to be associated with an organization as dynamic. Lordship, Honorable Mr. Justice R. Mahadevan is one of the finest judges of this esteemed chartered High Court, the High Court of Madras. His illustrious career has been marked by numerous groundbreaking decisions that have significantly influenced the realm of taxation. With an ardent dedication to both law and literature, he has garnered numerous accolades and recognitions for his exceptional contribution in these domains. My Lord, it is indeed my privilege to welcome you to address the gathering.
Brother Justice Saravanan, Brother Justice Ishwar, Shri Mani Shankar, Senior Advocate and President, Madras Tax Bar, Shri S. Sridhar, President, Revenue Bar Association, Shri Bhaskar, Chairman, AIFTB, Shri Pankaj Kya, National President, Narayan P. Jain, Deputy President, Senior Advocates, Standing Councils, Chartered Accountants, Advocate friends, a very good morning to you. It's my pleasure to be with you all on this inaugural day of National Tax Conference and also the 60th year celebrations of RBA. And I wish RBA in this momentous occasion. Now coming to the subject and issue today, taxation was not introduced just before some centuries, but imposed even in ancient times. Taxes are the only method for financing the government and designed in such an appropriate way which does not lead to failure in the economy. Tax policies play a vital role in the country's progress and have a direct impact on the economy in terms of efficiency and equity. A good taxation policy is that which takes care of the entire financial distribution and also generates tax revenues for central and state governments. The same can lead to overall benefit in the nation's infrastructure, defense, public amenities, people's security, and the country's exports. In a way, taxation in today's globalized world faces situations where shareholders are concerned only with their return on investment, measured in terms of profit generated and dividends returned. To satisfy this demand of the shareholders, it is not uncommon for the multinationals to make use of complex transactions and different holding structures to ensure that their profits are maximized in countries with the lowest effective tax structures. The modern and scientific adaptations of taxation laws established as direct and indirect taxes, which now in India are controlled, imposed and updated by central and state governments as provided by the Indian Constitution. Various taxes like central excise, service tax in the Indian taxation system led to misallocation of resources, I stress on this, and lower productivity in terms of economic growth, international trade and overall development of the Indian economy. Therefore, there was an emergent need to replace the existing tax system with the new taxation of goods and services. The object were the exports to be zero rated, protection of domestic industry, additional power to levy on services for the state, additional power to levy tax on value additions on goods for the center were the objects. In India, the entire framework to impose indirect taxes comes under the constitutional provisions. Article 246, 7th schedule, empowers the central and state governments to levy tax and collect taxes on the basis of goods and service transactions. Article 246 and 46A of the Constitution were introduced to enable the state and unions to simultaneously exercise the powers to tax on goods and services as demarcated, and there was no overlapping between the state and the union power to tax. All of you know Jindal Stainless case reported in 2017 in SEC made so clear in this aspect. In this seminar, you are going to deliberate on the topics, namely market access under FTAs, opportunities and hurdles, rigorous and impact of PMLA, virtual digital assets, information underreporting, misreporting on IT and GST, and so on. The subject also touches service tax, tax accounting standards, etc., GST audit, investigation, assessment, appeal issues related to corporate taxation, and will also explore the future vistas in taxation laws. It is known to us that free trade agreements, FTAs, can help to expand business by providing preferential access and reducing trade barriers in global markets. It includes risk management, non-tariff barriers, intellectual property, etc. FTAs are binding treaties between countries that open markets to businesses by addressing trade barriers such as tariffs and non-tariff barriers. They create more predictable and transparent conditions for business operating in foreign countries. I hope the speaker may expand this area furthermore. The Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002 and the rules issued thereunder provide the key legislative framework for the prosecution of money laundering. In addition to the above, regulators such as the Reserve Bank of India, SEBI, IRDAI are empowered to deal with the issues relating to money laundering activities and lay down guidelines on anti-money laundering standards. These guidelines, read with the PMLA and PML rules, form the core of the legal framework of AML laws and enforcement in India. Today's subject, I hope, may give you more avenues to discuss with. Similarly, the virtual digital asset is an important area. It shall be a cryptocurrency, NFT, or another virtual digital asset as notified by the central government. It will not cover subscriptions to any OTT platform, mobile applications, e-commerce platforms, etc. Clause 47A to Section 2 has been inserted in the section for exclusive meaning of virtual digital assets. The other topic, corporate tax, which helps regulate the flow of wealth within the economy, reducing income inequalities, and promoting a fair distribution of resources. The revenue generated through corporate tax aids in managing fiscal deficits, reducing public debt, and stabilizing the overall economy during periods of economic downturns or crisis. The Speaker will enlighten us furthermore. The best taxation regime is the one which is liberal in assessment and ruthless in collection. This will enable the government to stop pilferage and rationalize the overall taxation regime. While many areas are either undertaxed or non-taxed or overtaxed, this conference will analyze the issues to help and reduce overall tax burden so as to sustain the Indian economy. I once again thank everyone for this excellent opportunity and wish this conference a grand success. Thank you.
My Lord is known for his resourceful lectures, especially when it comes to the key resource of governance, namely taxation. I thank my Lord, our chief guest, for your words of wisdom. May I request our chief guest, Honorable Mr. Justice R. Mahadevan, to release the souvenir of this conference, Together Towards Tomorrow. A souvenir is the memoir of knowledge and holds intact the lasting impact of the conference. As we are moving towards the era of digital empowerment, we thought it fit to release an e-souvenir that unfurls knowledge in just a click of a button. Here, my Lord will release the physical copy. Thank you. May I request Mr. Pankaj Gia, National President AIFTP, to honor our chief guest with a bouquet of blessings from the Aurobindo Ashram, specially curated for today's event. May I now request Mr. Manishankar, Senior Advocate, President of Madras Tax Bar, to felicitate the chief guest. May I now request Mr. S. Sridhar, President RBA, to present the memento. I now request Mr. N.V. Jain, Deputy Vice President AIFTP, to say a few words.
Honorable Chief Guest, Justice R. Mahadevan, Honorable Justice R.V. Eswar Sahab, our National President Pankaj Gyaji, and Mr. Bhaskar, Mr. Sridhar, Mr. Manishankar, and friends on the other side. Friends, about AIFTP, whatever, and of course Mr. Srinivasa Rao, our past president. Our president has already spoken about what AIFTP is doing, so I will not repeat. I will skip that. My two-liner is that we are having
going to have the National Tax Convention in Kolkata on 22nd, 23rd, 24th of December. There is festive season, and on behalf of the Federation, I extend my heartfelt invitation to all of you to kindly join. Kolkata is a good city, and you will enjoy every moment there. We will try to make it this year airport, airfield by Marriott. So you are all welcome. We have left some brochures on the registration desk. They are distributing. So I once again thank not only AFTP but Revenue Bar Association and Madras Tax Bar, and RBA is also celebrating its 60th year. So my congratulations for that also to the President and all the office bearers. Thank you, Brent. Thanks a lot.
May I now request Mr. Bhaskar, Chairman South Zone of the AIFTP, to felicitate my Lord, Honorable Justice C. Saravanan. My Lord, we are indeed grateful for your presence here today. May I now request Mr. Bhaskar to introduce the theme of this conference.
My Lord, Honorable Justice R. Mahadevan, my Lord Justice Saravanan, Mr. R.V. Ishwar, Senior Advocate, my National President, Deputy President, my other office bearers of AIFTP, delegates throughout India who had assembled in Chennai, I extend a warm welcome on behalf of AIFTP, RBA as well as MTP. I should acknowledge and thank the 60-year-old Grandpa Revenue Bar Association and the crawling 2-year-old baby MTB in providing their support for conducting this National Tax Conference. I also thank my MC members, my national leaders in allowing me to have this NTC after a long gap of 9 years. The last time we had a AFTP NTC was when Dr. Anita Suman, now a judge of the High Court, was the chairperson, and I was the secretary at that time, and it is my turn to host the NTC at Chennai. Thank you all the delegates who have joined all across the country and those who virtually joined today. The theme of the session is Together Towards Tomorrow. Encapsulate the spirit of progress and collective effort as we strive to shape a better future. It signifies a shared commitment to move forward, leaving behind the constraints of the past and embracing the limitless possibilities that lie ahead. In this theme, we acknowledge that our journey is not solitary, but a rather collective endeavor. In essence, the theme, TTT, is a call to action, an invitation to come together, collaborate, and drive positive change. It reminds us that our actions today shape the world of tomorrow, and by embracing this theme, we can collectively pave the way towards a brighter and promising future. The first session, Market Access under FTAs, Opportunities and Hurdles, is in this direction. Our traditional sale of merchandise to other countries is enshrined in the Tamil words, Thirai Kadal Odiyum Thiraiyum Thedu. To enlarge this, our nation is entering into various FTAs with various countries. To speak on this, who else could be a fit person? Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran, Senior Advocate, joins us live from London today.
nation building, role of professionals is much wider. What does the recent developments in BMLA impact them? To speak about it, Mr. Ahmed Gillard, Advocate, Mumbai, is here. From the traditional gold coins and currency notes, we are moving towards gold bonds et al. To talk to us is our Vaidiswaran advocate on digital currency. What started as just a cross verification of TDS data with the Form 26AS, we have now various forms of data, AIS, DAS, Inside Portal, etc. How do they impact us? Earlier, the commercial tax officer will go for a survey, levy some compounding fee for shortfall in stock or non-maintenance of books of accounts, make an assessment after 3 years or 4 years. And that information will be passed on to the IT department after 7 or 8 years. He will reopen the assessment and proceed with the assessment. Days have changed now. Information is shared then and there. To discuss on that, panelists, Karan Talwar, advocate from Hyderabad, Bharat Rai Chandani, advocate from Mumbai, and Mrs. Richa Bakliwal, CA from Bengaluru, joined the panel discussion. All these for today's session. Tomorrow, we have a session on GST audits, investigation, assessment, and appeals by Mr. Sivarajan, Chartered Accountant, Chennai. To talk on the current issues in corporate taxation, CA PVSS Prasad from Hyderabad will join us. Hope we will have an enlightening, enriching, and enchanting sessions. I welcome you all. Thank you. And for a formal vote of thanks, Mr. Kuber Hundekar, my zone secretary. Mr. M. Srinivas Rao would like to honor the national president, Shri Pankaj Gia. Thank you.
As they rightly say, sharing of knowledge is a way to immortality. It is a blessing indeed to be amongst the various speakers who have agreed to share their knowledge and enrich this august gathering in this conference today. I now request Mr. Kuber Hundekar, Secretary AIFTP, South Zone, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning to everyone present over here. I should seek excuse first, but I thought let me start with this. I first welcome all the vibrant delegates for this conference, and we heartily welcome you. You will have enriching sessions, as Bhaskar sir mentioned. You will have a technical sessions lined up from various speakers. I seek excuse for this. Now I come to the dignitaries on the dais. I thank Lordship Honorable Justice R. Mahadevan, sir, your speech was very crisp, touching upon the Constitution and policy framework of the government. I also thank Honorable Justice Saravanan, sir. Thank you very much for being a part of this conference. National President Honorable sir, thank you for your vibrant inaugural speech again. Deputy President All India Federation of Tax Practitioners, Mr. Narayan Jain sir, Chairman Bhaskar sir, and President Revenue Bar Association, Mr. S. Sridhar sir, and President Madras Tax Bar Association, C. Mani Shankar sir. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. I hope all the members, all the delegates present over here will have an enriching session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I request the audience to rise for the national anthem? Thank you. The technical sessions will commence after the coffee break.
Revenue Bar Association has set its own standards. And my senior, Mr. V. Ramchandran and Mr. J. Chandran, have over the years has seen that the inaugural sessions start on time and end on time. And I am one step further, and I have ended the session earlier than scheduled. Thank you all. Thank you all. I request all the delegates to have a cup of tea or coffee, refreshments, and come back. We will start the session in 20 minutes. Thank you.
டிவியில் முடிஞ்சலாம் ஆரம்பிச்சிடலாம் சாப்பாடு லஞ்சு எடுத்துக்கலாம் சரி இந்த மாதிரி நான் டார்ச்சர் பண்ணிங்கன்னா வச்சா நான் வந்து 8 மணிலேருந்து உங்களுக்கு சொல்லுறேன் அதுக்கு சம்மந்தமே இல்லை தமிழ் சொல்லாதீங்க 8 மணி நீங்கள் வந்து நீங்கள் லவ் எடுத்துன்னா அழகாக எல்லாத்தையும் செட் பண்ணி அழகாக ஆடியோலாம் பக்கமாக இருக்குது அவனை கேட்டால் அவங்க எதுவும் சொல்லி விட்டு ஆடியோ வரும் அந்த ஆடியோ நாங்கள் ஸ்பீக்கர்லேயே போடு தெரியாத வேணும் உங்களுக்கு பற்றி எனக்கே தெரியாது அவர்கிட்ட கேட்டதுக்கு 9 தானே நான் சொன்னேன் என்னடா 9 ஆரம்பிச்சேன் எனக்கே தெரியாதுடா அவங்க சொல்லணும்னு நினச்சேன் நான் வேறு வேலை நான் பண்ணிட்டேன் மக்கள் ஏன்னா tira, ana, ana. Hey, boleh
national team.
இது சும்மா கொஞ்சம் நேரம் தான் போகலாம் டக்குன்னு எடுக்கிறாரு ஆடியோ கட் ஆகுது
Hello.
branches and offices in 14 cities across India. Mr. Lakshmi Kundan has successfully represented clients from many countries in several subsidy and trade investigations initiated by India. We thank him for joining us live from London today.
That I am not able to be with you physically. I wanted to be, in fact, I filtered everything properly. But the UK-India FTA negotiations are going on, and I am part of this negotiation, therefore I am forced to be here. And that is the distance is separating you and me, which I don't like. I would say this is the first hurdle. Leave alone this minor hurdle that I am not able to be with you physically, but at least I am able to share some of my thoughts on this subject. Whenever we are talking about the market access, we are talking about the access for goods and services of one particular country into other countries. And if you look at the GATT under the WTO, the whole thing is about market access. The goods and services produced in a particular country should be made available in other countries. All member countries should dismantle the so-called tariff and non-tariff barriers. The higher the rates of customs duty on the imported country obviously denies the market access to those goods. And similarly, many types of non-tariff barriers, like your licensing, quota, tariff quotas, that is technical barriers, etc. These things also inhibit and prohibit the movement of goods and services between the countries. The theme of the WTO is reduce these non-tariff and tariff barriers, allow the goods and services move from one country to another without much hurdles. It is very well said. Every country would like to export their goods and services freely to other countries. But when it comes to the import of goods and services, they always say, hey, this may affect my domestic industry here, these people will be affected, and how do I ensure that the goods do not flood the market here? So therefore, there is always a dichotomy or dilemma for the countries. If they want to open up the market for other countries, to other countries. But when opening up the market from other countries to India or to any other importing country, there is always question mark. You will now see the trend visibly in many countries, whether it is US or US 1, India, we talk about Make in India. So therefore, emphasis of various countries is to ensure that the domestic market is strengthened. The domestic market, employment grows up, GDP grows up, etc. In a scenario of this nature, we have studied and understood the voluminous documents, articles, chapters of WTO. We are now going to discuss about the free trade agreements. Why are we discussing the free trade agreements? And what is the necessity and what is it meant for our tax practitioners? The lawyers in general and the tax practitioners in particular. And that is the theme of today's discussion. We are not talking only about what fees which the lawyers will get in interpreting these FTAs. But I think they have a much greater role to play to assist and advise their clients how to export goods and services to other countries. And our job is to become a catalyst in the growth of the Indian economy. Incidentally, you also get some fees. Our main aim should be how do we ensure that our GDP of the country goes up tremendously. How do we ensure that the raw materials, critical raw material, critical minerals will come to India at cheaper rates or no custom duties? How do you manufacture the goods and then supply not only in India, world over, providing employment to our people? And that is the role, the bigger role which we need to play. Why I am saying this is, these FTAs or free trade agreement they are called are very complex, very complicated. I spent hours and hours, days and weeks in finalizing the FTAs. And I will share some of those experiences with you. Of course, the confidential portion I cannot share, but methodology, etc., I will try to share so that you can understand the complexity involved in the entire negotiations. I do not know how I got into this, but the Government of India requested me to become the legal advisor for negotiating these agreements, which I have accepted. I am really enjoying it, and the satisfaction is that if you are able to contribute to the better language, better understanding, better negotiations, and whereby if our farmers, our fishermen, our software engineers, students, and small and medium sector, and the export of goods and services, it can go up, I think that's the good contribution we make. As lawyers, these type of opportunities come rarely in your field. I think it is our duty to do this. Apart from this, how these trade agreements can be used to increase the investments in India, both domestic as also from foreign. There is also another role. And I want the lawyers to play a role like a bridge between the countries for the free flow of goods and services and investments. And that is the contribution I think the lawyers and tax practitioners should make in the years to come. Now, next. Let us now talk about the free trade agreements. The agreements entered between two or more countries for promoting goods and services. It will also separately, as a corollary, will promote investments. We must realize all these free trade agreements deal only with trade. They do not deal with investments. There are separate agreements called VATs, bilateral investment treaties, which India or other countries entered into to protect the investments and what should be the criteria for the investment. But if you take the broadly, welcome, Lady. When you say broadly, the economy, it consists of, the GDP consists of goods and services, and is also called trade and investments. We are talking about the trade in goods and services under the FTAs. These FTAs can be bilateral within two countries or plurilateral. That is 4 or 5 countries or 10 countries join together and then. And they are not multilateral. Multilateral is basically the developments. WTO actually permits the signing or agreeing between the countries for the promotion of free trade. Because the aim of the WTO is also to encourage the promotion of free trade. Though this will be a derogation of the most favored nation treatment. This all of you must clearly understand that under the WTO, the country when it reduces the customs duty for one particular country, say Switzerland, it is bound to give the same rate of customs duty to all because all of them should be treated as most favored nation treatments. Therefore, any member of the WTO cannot offer or charge different rates of customs duties depending on the goods coming from different countries. It cannot be done. It is a violation of MFN principle. This bilateral agreement is a derogation of that particular MFN principle. But WTO tolerates it because it encourages the free trade. It is also understood that if you take European Union, it consists of 28-29 countries and there are no custom borders. Entirely custom duties are free, services and goods can move freely among the countries. They are different countries. And unless WTO allows these derogations or exceptions, then EU would not have come into the picture. And therefore, WTO tolerates or probably encourages the negotiations and conclusion of free trade agreements between the countries in the case of bilateral, among the countries in the case of plurilateral. There are situations where the negotiation may take a longer time and it is done in 2 stages, one interim agreements and then the final agreements. The final agreements are called comprehensive. Recent example, both India with Australia and we entered into the interim agreements and the final agreements or negotiations are going on. Next. We also now see there is increasing number of free trade agreements in the last decade. As of December 22, I think we calculated in our office that there were 355 free trade agreements and regional trade agreements are in force. Why there is an increase? You will realize under the WTO, the main aim being the promotion of market access, there is less reforms or less growth or less, I would say, seriousness in concluding or reforming the existing WTO laws or agreements. I would say it's a paralysis there. And therefore, the ambitions of individual countries to get better market access to other countries is not being negotiate through the WTO. And therefore, they have to necessarily look at other means under the WTO, whereby their goods and services could be exported and market access can be received, can be obtained through the route of FTAs. And that is the reason why I would say mushrooming or increasing the number of FTAs among the countries. Next. There are mega FTAs. There is a comprehensive and progressive agreement for trans-Pacific partnership. Ambitions in this Canada, Australia, Japan, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, Vietnam, Brunei, Chile, Malaysia, etc. They all become part. This is a plurilateral agreement. This agreement covers more than 13.3% of the global GDP, covering more than 5 million consumers. The other mega is RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, where Australia, Brunei, Cambodia, China, Japan, Laos, New Zealand, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam are there. This covered about 30% of the GDP, of the global GDP. India participated in the negotiations. It went through the entire process, but at the last minute, India has to withdraw because they found that the market access of Chinese goods in India will increase further. And the existing balance of trade between India and China will be widened. And it is not in the best interest of India. And decidedly, advisedly, they have gone away from this. They did not sign this agreement. The old NAFTA is now replaced by Universal Mexico-Canada Agreement called USMCA. There is again 4 countries are involved. It covers about 30% of the GDP. So we are now seeing this type of plurilateral agreements coming up. See, I was told that you were to leave around 11:20. Am I right?
Sir, you may please continue, sir.
You want to interject in and you want to add your speech because I don't want to miss your speech on this portion. I can stop for a minute and then.
Sir, please continue, sir. We will.
No problem. Okay, because I didn't want to take your time of speech because you wanted to leave around 11:20. That's why I was talking. Okay. Next. We already had, or India already signed many FTAs with Asian countries, Sri Lanka, Japan, South Korea, Mercosur countries like Chile, Malaysia, South Korea, Thailand, Afghanistan, Singapore, and Mauritius. India left the RCEP negotiations, I already mentioned to you. The reasons are very clear. And now India is entering into treated agreement with developed countries. If you look at the India map, the world map now, if you look at the types of agreements that India is now looking at, you can see South Asia is completely covered now. As far as Australia is concerned, we have already had an interim agreement. We had the Europe is now under negotiations. Canada is also under the negotiations. UK is under negotiation. In fact, I am here in London because of the UK negotiations. And India's 60 to 70% of the foreign trade can be covered by if these negotiations are ongoing, including the Europe. India is also trying for the EFTA from Switzerland, Norway, Iceland, and other countries. That is also separately going on. So, India has learned the lesson. It does not wait for the WTO to resume its reform processes. But India cannot wait because its ambition of increasing the volume of export more than $1 trillion cannot wait for the WTO to start their organization. So the economic rationale for increasing the focus on the comprehensive trade agreements. When I say comprehensive, what it really means is the traditional way of trade agreements used to be reduce the custom duties, agreements signed on that. Maybe some talk about the services, but that's it. So the main focus has been on the export and import of goods and the services. And it also talks about rules of origin. How do you say that these goods are coming from this particular country to qualify for the lower rates of custom duties? That's all. But the modern FTAs, they are not like this. They are much more comprehensive. I would say it is a mini WTO. The developed countries, when they say, all right, I will enter into negotiation with you for FTAs, it not only about the goods and services, but it covers a whole lot of subjects. And they talk about market access. When the market access is talked about, it is not only from India to the developed countries, also vice versa. Now, we find peculiarities in the negotiations here, and it will continue as far as the developed countries are concerned. Developed countries traditionally have reduced the custom duty a long time back. More than 70-80% of the goods are almost zero duty, and other goods charging much lower rate of duties, excepting some exceptional goods where the duties are higher, including agricultural products. So therefore, when India wants the market access, they already have about 60% of the goods can go duty free under the MFN rates. So what is that India going to get? On the contrary, the MFN rate, the average rate of custom duties for the goods in India will be about 15%. And if India reduces the duties from 15% to say 0 or 5%, these developed countries would have much better market access to India. So therefore, there is an imbalance, even when you start. And therefore, India has to approach the entire thing very cautiously. While India would want the rest of the development rates to be reduced by the developed countries, and developed countries will also ask for reduction in the custom duties for India. So this is the balance which India has to strike. But then the developed countries also have become smarter. Of course, they are always smarter. They think, if I reduce the custom duties, even the rest of the products, and allow the Indian goods to come in, there is a cost arbitrage. The cost of production of goods in India is much less than the cost of production in other countries. And they now get in as to why this happens and how do you bring them back. I am not talking about the mindset of these countries. They will not tell in so many words, but I can sense it. They think that our labor is cheap. We are not giving that much importance to the environmental issues here. The gender equivalence is questionable. And the payment of wages to the laborers here is much lower. And so on and so forth. So therefore they bring in these FTAs not only about the goods and services, they talk about environmental issues. What type of thing you are going to do? What type of steps you are taking to reduce the climate change processes? What type of legislation you are going to bring in to bring better labor standards? What type of legislation is going to bring to have gender equivalence? What type of legislation you are going to give for the government procurement? Because each government every country is a major procurer of goods and services. wherein India would say that this government procurement will be confined only to the Indian suppliers or will also open to the others. And so vice versa. What the intellectual property is. Because intellectual property also, according to them, is an important factor for ultimately production of trade. So therefore, you will find there are numerous subjects which we think are not related to the trade. They bring it on the table. Unless we discuss and negotiate those subjects also along with this, there are no issues. So therefore, the mindset of the developed countries is to how do we increase the cost of production for this, so that there is a balance between the countries as far as the supply of goods and services are concerned. And that makes it more and more complicated. And several chapters are involved in the negotiations. And I will mention very broadly as to how these negotiations do go. Let us take one country, say Australia or UK or European Union or Canada, whatever it is. First of all, both the countries, when the political leaders take a decision to enter into the FTA, the decision is percolated down and the negotiator appointed, and each country would put out their list of wants, asks, demands. And these demands are ultimately translated into the various types of wordings. After all, ultimately it has to be drafted and finalized as a legal document to be signed by the political leaders of the countries. And once these demands are translated into the documents, each document will be very different. And somebody sits down and then merge these two documents in one document. And this document would have the demands from different countries captured in a different manner. For each, they use different colors of fonts. And these colored fonts, say one is say pink and another is say blue. Blue is say for India, pink is say for Australia. These fonts exist, and then the negotiators go to Australia, or Australia come out in India. They call it one round. And then they start discussing different chapters that will discuss with different track leaders. And wherever there are some convergence of ideas and the languages, those two fonts of pink and blue are blackened. So blackening of that means that particular portion been agreed. The remaining remains not agreed. Then the teams go back to the respective countries and they start discussing with the line ministries, stakeholders. Hey, this is what they want, what do you say? And these types of, they get some mandate. The next time, this team goes there, and then they convert some more points. Some points still remain as not accepted. And this rounds goes on. This time I think I am now with the UK government on 11th round. 10th round has already gone 11th round because there are certain tricky issues where the countries will never agree. No, we will not do. There are several points. Unfortunately, I am not able to discuss those things were still confidential. And therefore they remain. And then inter-ministry meetings will take place. Mandate will be taken at the cabinet level or at the level of the PM's office. And ultimately political leaders will have to give a clear yes, please go ahead. We can give here, we can get something else. So it is ultimately the bargain which you normally do, which will win. The same thing happens here. No difference. The only thing is what you give and what you try to take. You feel that ultimately by giving a particular thing and what we are taking back is much more than I think the government's yield. And that's very, very, very complicated. So I was just giving you the broad idea of the subjects that are covered under the FTAs. And I also gave you a method, normally the methodology being followed by the respective trade negotiators when they ultimately get the being signed. Several progress has taken place in the UK FTA. About 10 to 15% is still to be finalized. And next week, the bigger team is coming and I'm here on the digital trade and all these things. Digital trade, e-commerce is one of the biggest subject for the discussion also. I just want you to know that. Suffice it to say that these agreements, which are negotiated days and nights, but in the midnight oil, many times done virtually, then otherwise physically, people travel and all, they are complex. The ambitions of the countries are translated to the words. The negotiators are not perfect people to give the exact language. The lawyer helps, but beyond the point of a lawyer cannot help because the demands are very different. Obviously, the language is used, the provisos, explanations for greater clarity, all those things which you find in normal legislations or tax laws, they all get smuggled into these agreements. And therefore, the agreement themselves become very complicated. And there are certain chapters where you will have dispute resolution as part of the agreement. Some people say that this particular chapter will not be covered with the dispute settlement. Therefore, to understand the entire package of the agreement signed between two countries, the lawyer has to study a lot. Where are the exceptions? Where are the convergences? It is very, very, very complicated. And that's where I think lawyers do come in. I think Sergey, now smiling. Now the whole thing now going as the lawyer's perspective. But I am not saying the lawyer's role is basically to get some fees, but it is larger role they have to play. Because to unravel these agreements is a real task. Next. Now let us talk about business opportunities. If there is a producer of goods, say in India, and if you want to be a smart producer, what will you do? He produces the goods and sells in the domestic market and also wants to export. Let us say, he is an ambitious producer of goods. The government wants to encourage. He may be a small and medium sector or tiny sector. What is the FTA going to offer? It will say, Mr. Producer, you are producing the finished goods. You require these raw materials, components. Now, India has entered an agreement with the following countries, say 10 or 15 countries. Under these countries, under these agreements, if you procure these raw materials from these sources, the rate will be 0 or minimum. But if you choose to import from other countries, the rate will be MFN rate, the normal rate, you can say 10% skips. And therefore, a smart producer will sit down and say, called FTA mapping. This is what we do in our office. We do the mapping of the entire FTAs of different countries for each commodity, each tariff line, and say, if you import these goods from this particular country, it will be 0 rate or low rate, provided, of course, the quality is there, the freight charges are not higher, because other economic conditions do occur. But a custom duty reduction of 15% to 0 or 5%, whatever it is a significant thing which can make the supply chain cost low for the producer. And he can produce those goods at this particular rate and then start selling in the domestic market. Obviously, then he is able to sell the products more at slightly cheaper prices because he can pass on certain of the duty benefits to the consumers and he becomes better than his competitor because he is smart. But the problem doesn't stop there. He can always then look at, all right, I produce the goods. Now I want to export. Which is the country where I can export? Again, do the FTA mappings. Which are the countries where the goods, if they export from here, will attract zero tax? Concentrate on that market first. Develop that market. Ensure that those market, because other countries, if they have to export that particular country, they will have to pay a higher rate. If you are going to export from here to that particular country, the rate is lower. And therefore, do the FTA mapping for the exports and list out those countries, concentrate the market and export to those countries. And that is the smart producer which will do. The same thing as per those services. Those services do not attract customer duty and deal separately, services portion separately. Now the question here is, I usually said, you do the FTA mapping, you import from these countries, and then the goods are cheaper because the customer duties are lower or zero. Then comes the problem. The classification of the goods and the current tariff entry are so crucial for the reduction. And therefore, the classification of the goods and the customs tariff becomes so important for the FTA analysis. And that is not easy. So complicated classification issues. For doing a proper classification work, it is not merely the knowledge of the tariff, but you need to understand the technology, the manufacturing processes, the material used, at what stage they are coming. You must know everything about the commodity, and you must also understand the business, especially supply chain, how it is produced. Unless you have these two together, I don't think you can do a proper classification of the goods. And that is so important for the interpretation of the FTAs. Having done so, this tariff line attracts zero duty. Very good, I export this component to this particular country. Then the next problem comes in, how do you ensure that the goods are produced in a particular country? Because the FTA demands that if the goods are originating from, say, Australia, with which India already signed the agreement, duties are lower, agree. But how do you ensure that the goods are produced in Australia? For this, separate rules called rules of origin come. These rules of origin are again complicated. I am going to show some examples of the rules of origin in the later slides. My point here is, I think we can show that. Is it originating from Australia is a question. Whether it is wholly produced or obtained in the territory or not wholly produced or obtained in the territory. My God, I tell you the amount of discussion we had on this, each of those commodities are discussed in great detail. What happens if a sheep or a horse is born in Australia? Is it wholly produced? Or if the mother and father also should be in Australia so that they can say the horse is produced in Australia? Is it a place of birth or the place of origin of this? Discussion one. Fish. If you are fishing in the territorial water is wholly produced. In the economic zone, if it is wholly produced or not. But in the high seas, having the flag of Australian flag ship, is it produced in Australia? Bigger questions. I can just expand the examples. It is mind-boggling. And therefore, you need to understand the whole. For example, steel. For example, when the goods are coming in, earlier we used to have, if the raw material and the finished product suppose the producer in Australia produces the steel, he gets the material, raw material at a different tariff item and produces the finished goods at a different tariff item, and there is a tariff chunk, that is the rate of the valuation of that, say 40%, etc. They say yes, produce in Australia. Now India will say, no, not Madras, he must also melt and pour. That material must have been melted and poured in Australia, not necessarily with the same export of other countries, other person, to qualify for the rules rules of origin apart from the other conditions. So, like this, countries would want different types of rules to be enacted to ensure that these goods are coming from a particular country. The problem is not only about the wholly produced, the wholly trade in a particular country, but there are situations where the goods are not wholly produced. Some are imported from third countries and then the processed and exported from there. And for that, there are several called product-specific rules. For this particular product, this particular rule will apply. Then for other product, value-added criteria will apply. In the value-added criteria, there is a build-up method, build-down method. I am not frightening all of you, but I must tell you, but these things are necessary. These things are very necessary to ensure that the countries ensure that these goods are really produced in a particular country. And then, understanding the entire gamut properly, and thereafter, these are translated to the legislation in the domestic countries. These legislations are being implemented with the local customs authorities here, and the Customs Act will talk about the tightening of these FTA rules called Varata rules. And these rules are made much more complicated as far as the implementation is concerned. So therefore, on a simple thing called rules of origin, enormous amount of time is spent, interpretations, and the tax implications are huge. We are not talking in terms of 2 crores, 3 crores tax revenues. We are talking about 5,000 crores, 10,000 crores, at the demand we are talking about. And this, the difference in custom duties, by not understanding the FTAs properly by the importer, can lead to wiping out the entire industry in a matter of 2-3 years, if they don't do a proper job. And that is where the lawyers' advice to the client comes in. Because sometimes they think, I got it written. Because if the decision is taken at a higher level, without getting into the details of this, etc., it is a death knell for the company. Because remember, the difference in duty is 15%, 10% to 0, and the volume of imports have made, and you increase the market share, you have sold the goods in India so much, and ultimately the DRI or somebody comes and says, no, your rules are not properly understood, the value addition was not 35%, it was 32%, therefore you are not willing for the concession, you are gone. So here comes the responsibility of the advisors, correctly advising, understanding the entire gamut and then advising. That's where I thought I should mention here. Sweetie, I will not stop here. I want to hear you and thereafter I will continue. You don't mind.
Sure, thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Very well.
So dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, respected Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran, respected members of the South audience. I congratulate the All India Federation of Tax Practitioners South Zone, Revenue Bar Association Chennai and Madras Tax Bar for organizing a national tax conference covering FTAs, PMLA, virtual digital assets, IT and GST, corporate taxation and online games. I thank all the office bearers concerned, and particularly Sri Lakshmi Kumaran sir, for giving me this opportunity to be a part of the first session of this prestigious conference. I would take sir's discussion to the rules of origin of FTAs. If you call who is the father treaty of FTAs, it is the Bilateral Investment Protection Agreement, so the BITS, BIT specifically. So my context here is 10 years before, when I joined the Department of Economic Affairs in the Government of India. There was a case which came under BIT, Tenok Holdings. That we started litigating in 2012. In 2019, that was the first case that India won under the. We spent a bombshell on the lawyer. It was a foreign lawyer, Curtis. understanding who could be a lawyer for the state. Then we understood that out of the top 25 lawyers who practice in the segment, there are only 2 lawyers who practice in favor of governments. And the arguments made are totally different in favor of the investor and in favor of the government, which was an eye-opener for us. And for the first time, I think in Government of India, probably for the last time, it was decided that we will go directly with a foreign lawyer, we won't have an intermediate Indian lawyer. So it was a difficult call because many top firms in Delhi were disappointed because of that. And we had to work very, very extensively with this lawyer. That is when I understood the context of what Sir was describing in very simple slides to you in the past 20 minutes. So it all began when international trade actually materialized when the beginning of colonialism. So protection of trade and protection of investments became necessary when the British East India Company, the Dutch East India Company went across the world establishing investments. Their strategy then was capturing the land. As all of us know, land, labor, capital and entrepreneur, all 4 are necessary for an economic activity. So the first strategy followed was capturing of land. Well, when the decolonization of the world happened in the 1950s, that strategy was over. Then a second strategy had to come, and that strategy started from the 1850s itself and started materializing in 1910. That was the bilateral investment treaties or BITs. So India entered this territory in 1994 when we liberalized our economy. So from 1994 to about 2002, we signed about 88 treaties. And into just 10 years down the lane, we realized that there was litigation coming under this treaty, which was not realized when we signed the treaty. I am looking at the way how in a detailed manner FTAs are negotiated now. But BITs were just signed with one trip abroad. The documents were deceptively simple, running to about 10 pages, not like the FTAs which run to many, many pages, and the annexures and all very, very bulky documents. BITs are very simple documents. I could call them deceptively simple because the frame of reference for the first draft is always given by the opposite party. So we were given to understand, all developing countries who are going for liberalization were given to understand that you just have to sign this to get foreign investment into your land. So with that aim, maybe very quickly, 2 officials from Government of India would go travel across, sign, or agree to sign a bit and come back, and in another matter of 3 months, the bilateral investment treaty would be signed. And I did a study, my MPhil was on that. What is the impact of bilateral investment treaties and actual investment flowing in India? I looked at 10 years data. There was no correlation. What we recently realized during my period while working in DPA was that whenever a big investment is planned by a country, the first thing that the investor will insist is first sign a bid with India. Then the investment comes. So the first frame of the reference or the model treaty, a model bilateral investment treaty or a model FTA, that is a key for the negotiation start. So we looked at the model BIT, which was done by Government of India. That draft had come from above. But it is not recorded in the file anywhere where the draft came from. But we were happy to negotiate on that draft. An attempt to revise it that was made in 2013. It didn't happen until about 6 years later. So in that process, that revision of the trade model draft, we were looking for experts to assist us. In that context, we approached Ali Nariman sir. We asked him, sir, this is the treaty. We want to change it in such a way that it will benefit our investors and legitimate investors and legitimate expectations of investors coming into it. So after a deep conversation, sir said, apparently there are no lawyers in India who can assist this. You will have to find expertise from abroad. So that is when the search went on and on. Finally, we zeroed in on Professor Andrew Newcomb of Victoria University, Canada. Apparently, he comes from a very strong lawyer background. He was working in Freshfields in investment treaty arbitration for 20 years before he became a professor. He is running the IITS website, most powerful website and most comprehensive website regarding all investment treaty arbitrations in the world. So we sent 2 drafts to him. One was a completely new draft done by the department while I was helping him. And we sent a traditional draft to him. The traditional draft was about 15 pages. The new draft was about 8 pages. But Professor Andrew Newcomb took 72, I know the hours because we paid him according to the hours. 72 hours to go through the 8-page draft and just 6 hours to go through the 15-page draft. So then we asked him, like, sir, how is this possible? A shorter draft is taking you, we won't be able to support the audit objection. So he said, no, the new draft is very, very different and new. So I really have to apply my mind to understand this. The other one is a regular draft. I know what are the implications of those things. So the first thing I would like to put before the lawyers here is how do we make a frame of reference which is relevant in case of VITs or in case of FTs. Why that is important is, out of the 89 VITs that India signed, 76 VITs we terminated last year. But the survival clause or the claim clause is extending protection to the investments for another 15 to 20 years. So it is not easy to terminate an investment agreement, it is not easy to change or terminate an entity. So how do we frame that first draft, which is in India's interest? That probably is a Herculean task when I just listen to Sir now from his slides about the rules of origin and how do we trace this across tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 producers in Tamil Nadu. Just a small state in, I mean not a small state, but I'm saying it is just one part of India. We are trying to set up procedures and an electronic platform where we can trace it. It is not easy to get the information from the producers themselves. None of them would like to reveal who is their tier 2 supplier. And none of the tier 2 supplier is able to reveal tier 3 supplier. And tier 4 supplier apparently doesn't know whom he is fundamentally supplying. So, to solve the issue that Sir raised here is a Herculean amount of work on field. And as a result of that, probably administrators would be able to give a meaningful input into creating a frame of reference in an FTA draft which would be relevant to India or maybe Tamil Nadu. That frame of reference is very important if we have to ensure that the industries or the MSMEs or the tiny units which are actually working in Tamil Nadu find a relevant market abroad and maybe at an advantageous price. So that is the first question about the frame of reference. There is of course a lot of working together of advisors like Sir and Sir's company which advises the Government of India and administrators across the country who will give you meaningful inputs on what could be an area where we needed this kind of a reduced duty. And the second part is negotiation support. Sir is actively supporting the Government of India team now. The sad thing about negotiation support is that it is not very remunerative from a lawyer's perspective. At the same time, if a Sir or a similar lawyer spends in the Supreme Court, he will be earning much more than what he is earning right now. So this is something government I think is apparently expecting you to do out of patriotism or whatnot. It doesn't make commercial sense to give a negotiation support. But probably it makes sense for law firms to develop expertise in this. That tomorrow it could be a remunerative thing for you. And FTS could be a reality till WTO turns around and brings about a comprehensive treaty. we need to look at it in this context when even US just withdrew out of TPP negotiations. That was one of Trump's election manifesto agenda items, and day one it did that. So there are developed countries who are taking a different view, saying that it doesn't suit my economic requirements. So very strong support is required from lawyers to give relevant inputs along with administrators to Government of India while deciding to go ahead or withdraw from treaty negotiations if it is not suiting. Right now, probably India is very worried of Chinese goods coming in, but there is a lot of things which we need to be worried of when we look at the micro or the tiny segment of industries. So this is the second thing, negotiation support, which is flowing from the first point. Now third is taking advantage of the treaty. That is the context in which I met sir. We wanted to work together to find out which are the goods where actually we can take advantage of the existing 12 FTAs of that India has already signed. Now, this again is a lot of detailing which needs to be done. We will be happy to take this work forward in the interest of MSMEs of Tamil Nadu. And fourth is, if you look at the FTAs, there are multiple things like good officers, conciliation, mediation, and handling the patent. In certain FTAs, I think arbitration is also there. So, at all these levels, we do not have Indian law firms with expertise. And the law firms which are contacted by Indian law firms, when this kind of a dispute comes, on one side it is the government, on one side, are the law firms who are arguing for investors only. So before engaging the law firm itself, we have lost the case. This is something which struck us when we lost White Industries stakes in bilateral investment treaty. It was an Australian treaty which borrowed an MFL from Kuwait bilateral investment treaty, and India lost the case. But then, while we were working on the Tenor Holdings case, our lawyer informed, your lawyer, the law firm selected is wrong because he selected the wrong arbitrator. Your arbitration panel is entirely investor. And there's no chance you would ever win such a case, even if you had right on your side. So that was a learning, and we went forward and selected a law firm who could advise to get an arbitrator who would think from the side of the government. And to get that arbitrator approved by the government in Government of India, that itself was a challenge because nobody had heard of that arbitrator. They said, oh, we don't know about this Stern. Ms. Stern was a leading, roaring lion arbitrator in favor of governments in the bilateral investment treaty arbitration scenario. Then the other firm, the opposite side suggested Mr. Grover, who was also a roaring lion. To deal with Stern, they had to bring Mr. Grover. And then it took 6 months of talks between these people to arrive at the third arbitrator. While the time given in the treaty is 30 days. But that was the beginning of winning the case. The beginning of winning the case is not when you are making your filings or making your arguments over 5 years. The beginning is when you are fixing your law firm. But unfortunately, none of the law firms in India do have developed that practice. It is very, very important, sir. I ask all the people here, it's very, very important to send our young lawyers to work with international firms and get them back in after 5 or 6 years. Because to develop this practice, we need that kind of engagement. And this kind of litigation, as Sir had foretold, is going to be a reality, and their litigation in millions. For example, Tenor Holdings asked for Indian government was 400 million. We spent about, I don't want to say how much we spent, but we spent quite a lot just to ward it off. We were not even given damages or litigation charges. The second BIT case that India won was from the Calcutta case, the Calcutta dock case, where a French company lost the case. But that was because of lack of jurisdiction. The tribunal said that 51% ownership was not there, so it doesn't come in the jurisdiction of the tribunal. But then the damages, like litigation expenses of Government of India, 7 million was awarded by the tribunal. So you know, I just gave this figure just to know what is the amount involved in this case. $7 million. So it makes sense to invest 5 or 6 years, send our youngsters there, and ask them to come back with expertise. And you should have really loyal people, otherwise they might be absorbed by the foreign firms themselves. So we need to work on this, otherwise increasingly we will be losing cases. And a losing government will lose cases one after one, because it is an impression that India lost that case, India lost this case, we are going to attach Air India property. It looks very bad before the international community that India is losing things. And finally, this another way would be to bring international lawyers into teaching in our law schools, even if we can't send our lawyers to practice there and come back. If we have 6-month or 1-year courses in our law academia, so that these people come and teach and you share the teaching practices with them, you will immediately understand how this proceeds when they discuss the case laws. I see that happening all over the world. I mean, the best example is Professor Andrew Newcomb, 20 years in Freshfields, and then he became a professor in Victoria University. Yeah. And this is it's a pattern there. So if we can bring foreign practicing people, maybe in Victoria University, or in 5 or 6 universities where all these people are concentrated, mainly around New York and Canada, and select 1 or 2 universities in France. If we can bring them to deliver a course in our law schools, that will also make a step, it will be a meaningful step forward. And with these words, I really thank Sir for giving me this opportunity. It was a privilege listening to you. I thank the office level once more for giving me this opportunity. It was a learning from me. I dearly wish I could come physically there and get introduced to this very prestigious fraternity. I think next time I should be able to do that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Devi. I think it was a pleasure seeing you in our office, and it's also a pleasure to see you virtually from here. You are right. The domain knowledge required to handle these types of litigation and advices is very, very different than what normally we do. And I entirely agree with you. We need to necessarily nurture and then ensure that our young lawyers do get into this practice, because we are not talking in terms of small money. You did mention about the lawyers' remuneration outside the government and inside the government. It's not going to be remunerated. I entirely agree with you. And I must say to you that I am going entirely pro bono to the government. Because there is no point in asking any money, because this is a service which I want to go back to the government, to the country as a whole. And it is not, everybody may not have the same frame of mind, but some point of time I think we have to go back to the society. As simple as that. Having said that, Srigi, I don't know how long time you have got to go, but I just spend 5 more minutes and then ask people to ask questions so that we can answer those questions. But I must thank you very much for the insight, and especially on the VAT report which you talked about is a complementation of the FTAs. We both one on trade and one is investment, and we talked about the investment and I was talking about the trade. And both are so important as far as the tax practitioners are concerned, or any lawyers is concerned. And it requires much, much more. And these lawyers need to understand not merely the law of the international treaties, interpretation of international treaties, arbitration principles, technologies, businesses, supply chain, all lot of things need to be understood very clearly before you take the brief start with the case. This is a lesson to all of us to know. And that particular subject, the unfortunate part of it is you don't get so many cases like what our practices do every day. They get the more matters, etc. These cases will come once in a year, once in 3 years, 4 years. The lawyers always think whether should I spend so much time to understand this particular thing when I'm going to get it once in a blue moon. And the remuneration may not be that important or that may not be very attractive. That is the mindset could be for the lawyers. But as I rightly said, there is something beyond lawyers, beyond charging fees. And if that is the motive, then I think we could set up a nice group of lawyers who are dedicated for this type of work. We could also give them the other type of work they can do, and then we can draw them for this particular thing, say 1 or 2 years exclusively for this particular type of job. There are methods of doing it. In fact, I am working very closely with the ecosystem to bring the expertise in the ministry so that they don't require lawyers like Lakshmi Kumar ever in the future. The lawyer like Lakshmi Kumar should be redundant after 3 years. That's the whole idea. Create that type of atmosphere in the government, and that's exactly what we are trying to do. Thank you very much. We'll continue my session. Jain, can you put the slides? Or should I don't know who should I talk to? Are there any questions from the audience I can take, or the speaker can take for one or two questions? Because now our time is coming up to an end. I didn't hear that. Could you try again? Are there any questions from the audience?
Yeah, now the floor is open. Any questions from the audience?
Whether this treaty, what are the opportunities, you have not explained it, what are the threats, and whether it is limited to advocates or other professionals have any role to play in the arbitration?
Thank you very much. Before I could take up the topic on the advisor's role, I wanted Sigi to chip in and then give her perspective, which she did admirably. As far as the lawyers or the practitioners are concerned, there are two types of big opportunities available in the FTAs. One is advisory, to advise the client or the government as to how to get the maximum benefit out of that. I did not mention, I think I will spend 2 minutes extra on the non-tariff barriers. Jain, can you just put the CBAM?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. For example, now, European Union is coming up with two types of legislations. One is called the CBAM, that is Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. This legislation requires the importer in the European Union to purchase carbon certificates to offset the embedded emissions of products imported from third countries, including India. Now, this is a very innocuous looking legislation where they say that European companies who are producing steel, aluminum, fertilizer, blah blah, they are required to ensure that they are producing steel like a green steel or green aluminum, where the carbon emissions are minimal or neutral. And if other countries are producing the same material, where the carbon emissions are more, therefore the cost of production is less as against the cost of production of goods in Europe, to compensate that, the goods imported from say India or other countries, where the carbon emissions are not controlled, then the importer has to pay an additional duty or tax or whatever name you want to call, because they are very wary of calling it as a tax. An element of amount to be paid to compensate the emission and the carbon emissions contained in the product. Just imagine this. This is one example of the non-tariff barrier. Europe opens up the market. Yes, everybody can come and sell the goods duty free in India if the goods are concerned. But are you selling the product which is carbon neutral or not? Imagine the amount of work involved in ensuring what exactly is the carbon content in the product you're exporting is a huge exercise. And the legislation in Europe on this point itself is humongous. It requires days and days of understanding and understanding. Here, lawyers. Second, we are talking about the European Union comes another legislation called deforestation regulation. They say that the existing forest should continue. Government should ensure that the forests are not deforested. And if any particular country, if certain forests are deforested after the 2020, the goods produced, the notified goods produced in the particular territory where deforestation has taken place will not be permitted to enter the European market. Simple. Now, this again a legislation which is enormous, but this will again create a whole lot of hurdle for the free flow of goods and services. Now, what I was trying to say is, in India, we have introduced CARTA rules, making tighter and tighter as far as the implemented rules of origin. What I am trying to say is, as to the lawyers are concerned, they have to work with the companies to understand these legislations and interpret them and tell them, if you do like this, etc., you can escape this levy, or discuss it with the government as to which of these non-tariff barriers can be bilaterally discussed and eliminated as far as India is concerned. Or, if that is not possible, how do we advise the clients to ensure that these products do enter the market still cheaper and open up huge opportunity for Indian exporters. If other exporters from other countries or other exporters from India are not able to meet those standards, and if your client can do, is a jackpot for you. And this is advice we know like apart from the rules of the interpretation, other chapters. There is one type of advice. Again, I was already mentioning about the FTA mappings and all. Wait a second. On the litigation side, you will see already the scope of interpretation on the rules of origin, classification, valuation is an important aspect. And there, now the recent trend I am seeing is the number of investigations which the government of India does, so DRA and other investigating agencies, is to scrutinize the imported goods, enjoying the FTA benefits, whether they are actually qualifying or not. The demands are coming in huge numbers. Is again straight away litigation. And last but not least, what Sigi was talking, that there will be litigation in the interpretation of the FTA themselves by way of mediation as also by way of dispute resolution by arbitrations. And that is a thing which is going to happen and will open up the market in a big way. And again, if lawyers are trained, they can do so. Somebody asked a question whether only lawyers can do, others can do. Yes, many others can do, they should do, because it involves a lot of technology, a lot of accounting, a lot of interpretations, and understanding the manufacturing processes, how to modify them. It is not one man's job. It is not a question of a lawyer or a non-lawyer, or a chartered accountant, not a company secretary. It requires expertise of many. It is a group has to work and not a single person. No single person with any amount of knowledge can handle these types of questions. They are complicated. I hope I answered this question to the person who asked the question. I'm sorry for the long answer.
Thank you, sir.
Next.
You have explained it well, and thanks to Madam. Here, my doubt is, you have explained about tax. There are some links, that is, with my limited knowledge, IPR tax in foreign trade. So, can you explain a little? And also, my humble request is to share some more papers as you have discussed, but not the confidential areas. Madam, thank you. I have a request that once you are in India, please share 1 day or 2 hours physically with us. Thanks.
Sure. I'm more than happy to spend time with all of you. But unfortunately, I'm stuck. I won't say stuck, but I'm here to do these negotiations here. Therefore, I'm missing all of you. But I do promise that I will come. And if there are audiences wanting to listen to these boring subjects, I am more than happy.
Any other questions?
At the outset, thank you very much, sir, Lakshmi Moran sir, and Mrs. Thomas for an excellent presentation. I understand that FTA is a complex and complicated thing, and it's an ordeal for you to go through and finalize the FTA. The kind of ordeal that you are going through on behalf of the government, is it actually calculating to the government for making future effort? Is there a special body that is being considered at the government level so that in future such FTAs finalization is becoming a little easier? And thank you for the call to the young lawyers. Is there any idea that the government can create a body to train at governmental level so that the young lawyers can be part of that and represent the country for all these FTA? And not being part of the department, you were aware, and I was also part of the department for a while. Why not curtail the jurisdiction of DRI and ED? Because this is being done with a great effort. Thank you, sir.
I'll answer the questions. First question is relating to the training of the people for the future FTAs. I must say one thing, that the officers in the Ministry of Commerce who have been given the task of the negotiations are really top, phenomenal people, extraordinary knowledge. They work day and night, and they don't look at the time of the watch. And it's a pleasure to work with them. And the research they do is phenomenal as far as the domain knowledge is concerned. Coupled with that Ministry of Commerce, there are several line ministries who are directly involved. It could be in HSA, agriculture, fisheries, small and medium sector, digital trade, Reserve Bank, environmental, NMRE, IPR, DPIIT, so many departments in Department of Revenue, all these departments are involved because they are the people dealing with the stakeholders, and they have constant interaction with the stakeholders to find out what they want to do, right or wrong, etc. And these officers get that mandate and then also put up the files and get the instruction from the top, the senior officers, and then they go for negotiations. Suffice it to say, today the officers at the Joint Secretary, Additional Secretary, and lower level are really good, but what they want or what they need is the legal equipment. That is what I think there is lacking there. to understand the implications of this particular word, here what will happen, or this particular thing, is it in violation of some other law? That is the one which is the requirement. One is the drafting skills. The other one is regarding the looking at the future as to what type of litigations can come and how to avoid. So, as far as expertise is concerned, I would say many. And is it enough? I would say not enough. It should be done much more. And there is a tremendous amount of stress on them because simultaneously, if India has to negotiate with Australia, UK, European Union, Canada, Israel, UAE, etc., it is tremendous pressure on them. But I must say that they work very hard. I don't know if the private sector works so hard like the government. I have worked with them 11 o'clock in the night, 2 o'clock in the morning, they are there. And they travel all the way from there. Immediately they get into the meeting room here, and we don't even take enough rest because jet lag and all these things. When their sacrifice is something phenomenal, I must say. But if you can couple that with the legal knowledge, it is fantastic. That's what probably trying to do. I am not saying the best, but probably they picked up one. The second one which you asked was regarding the building the legal infrastructure or the structure of the negotiators. The government is working on that. And then as far as the legal portion is concerned, the government is thinking of recruiting about 30-40 lawyers, train them and then put them in different tracks, and they could become part of the Ministry of Commerce, and then they can provide this, because these are specialized knowledge which is not normally available in the law industry. That's the reason I think probably they are doing. I think I have answered this question, and then with regard to the training of the lawyers outside, yes, federations like you must hold these types of sessions frequently. All you need, I'm telling you, sir, is to create the interest in our young lawyers. You don't have to go ask them to go to university to learn. I have not learned anything from university. All this is self-learned. And our people are bright, both boys and girls are doing a fantastic job. Our job is to create interest in them. This is one area where there is a huge opportunity. There is lack of competence. Build that competence and you will be somewhere. And that is what I think these types of seminars or webinars will help them to realize their dream. Make them dream big, and make them big. That's what I would say.
We have another question, sir.
So what kind of a binding effect will the ADR have on these kinds of FTA? One. Second one, mediation or arbitration, which one is better? Which kind of an ADR is better, suitable for this kind of an FTA or thing?
What is the first question? I couldn't hear you properly.
So whether these kind of ADRs will have a binding on these countries when it comes to an FTA. What is the binding effect? If it is kind of a court judgment or something, they have a binding kind of an effect. Whether these kind of negotiation and things will have a binding kind of an effect. Second one is which ADR is more suitable, mediation or arbitration?
There are two types of situations, madam. Under Indian Constitution, the entering into negotiations with the countries is with the center. And some of those agreements, when it is signed, approved by the cabinet, will be implemented. But there are agreements which are signed and ratified by the cabinet, must be translated into the legislations. For example, if you take the anti-dumping law, India has signed WTO, but that is not enough. We have to also legislate. Similarly, when it comes to FTAs are concerned, there are certain chapters of the FTAs will have to be translated in legislation. For example, custom duty rates have to be remodified and then re-notified, and rules of origin for it will be separately notified. So once these legislations, these FTA agreements are translated into legislations, obviously they become binding. But there are certain things need not necessarily be translated to the legislations. But if the dispute starts in the particular implementation, then the question will come with regard to the bilateral mode of dispute settlement. The dispute settlement in all these mechanisms would be, first of all, have consultations. We call mediation, they call consultation. The consultation will take place between the two countries, and then if they find a biomedial solution, then I think it is fine. For example, the famous trade-off which India agreed with the United States in the last week when Prime Minister went there. There are 6 cases which are pending in the WTO, the appellate body, 3 from India, 3 from US. And they sat outside the WTO, negotiated for about 9 months. And they squared off those disputes and then say, all right, I will not dispute, go on with litigation, let us go on with life. For this, if I withdraw this dispute from there, what will it be? Similarly, if you withdraw, then what will I be? So therefore, agreements are reached there how to ultimately provide the trade-off between, and then they square off. And that's the way in which their country would like to move on. There is no point in settling or going only for litigation. So therefore, to answer your question, some of those agreements need to be necessarily translated to the legislation to have a binding effect. Some of them would have the binding effect within the country because they are signed, they are sovereign countries signing. And dispute settlement will take place based on the signed documents. And how the Indian legislature will evolve depends on the type of legislation you are talking about. That's what I think I would say.
So you may take another 5-10 minutes, sir.
I hope I am not eating into somebody else's time, sir.
No. If you have another 10 minutes, sir, if you can continue with the PowerPoint presentation, you can continue, sir.
Okay, but there are no more questions now?
I don't think there is any more questions from the floor, sir.
Okay. Jain, we could take up just before CBAM. Yeah. So we talked about the hurdles, we talked about the opportunities. The next slide, please. Let us spend time on this, on the addressing the hurdles in the interpretation of FTAs. This is a very important aspect for the bilateral negotiations. First of all, what we need to do is, why there is a hurdle for Indian exporter to export to other countries. What type of barrier has been created? Is it technical barrier or non-tariff barrier? For example, hurdles may come under various aspects of FTAs, such as common procurement, digital trade, IPR, services, labor, general exceptions, core provisions, etc. What I am trying to say is, when you are negotiating a particular situation, a deadlock may arise. A country will say, unless you agree on this particular subject, we are not signing. This is a deal breaker. You cannot. And the Indian stakeholders will say, if you agree on this, etc., we will say dharma. I will not agree on this. So there will be some situations where two positions, diametrical approaches being taken, and how do we negotiate there and then ultimately bring in a uniformity, acceptability is a real skill. And for this we have to spend a lot of time to find out whether how to do it. When you are talking about these hurdles, some of the times the drafters have to introduce what is known as constructive ambiguity, because both the parties are very, very adamant in not using a particular term. Therefore, you bring in a neutral term, which can be both. Other country can say, yeah, I want. India say, I also want. And ultimately, in this policy, we will see later, but at least the negotiations will go on. It is a very interesting phenomenon. When we are talking about these hurdles, the disputes in overcoming a hurdle is the most important thing we have to see in the future. For example, when you are talking about the CBAN, is it WTO compatible or not? Whether it is meeting the international treatment or not? Whether it is discriminatory or not? Whether this barrier creating etc. is contemplated WTO or not? So, the examination of a particular hurdle as to whether this particular thing is actually permissible under WTO or not is a bigger question. And that is where I think we need to spend, as lawyers, we need to spend a lot to advise the government where they stand and what they should do. And if this is not possible to overcome legally by fighting, then we will tell them as to how do we do it, by negotiating, in what way we can ask to reduce the barrier, or reduce the threshold, so that Indian exporters can export. As I said, these economic laws are different categories than the common civil and criminal law. It has to have a different application of mind. And legal strategies have to be combined with the economic laws, knowledge, trade, supply chain, technology, accounting, and a whole lot of the availability of the materials. For example, India would want critical minerals for manufacture of certain items in India, and their availability is less. Suppose we say in a particular country, you agree to export at least this much quantity of critical mineral to me. If I enter an agreement, is it valid or not? Will it violate WTO or not? So every step you are taking here would mean that whether internationally with an acceptable position or not. And in each of those things, I would say there is huge opportunity for lawyers to apply their mind and advise the government and not advise the lawyers. I think I stop here at this point of time. All of you must be getting bored in looking at this person in a virtual mode. It's also time for me to get into my meetings here now.
Thank
I
you,
must
sir.
say thanks all of you
for upcoming meetings.
What is that?
Please continue, sir. Thank you, sir.
So I must thank all of you for listening to me patiently, and it is a wonderful experience. Though I am not able to see you in person, I hope to see you in near future. And thank you very much all of you for inviting me for this session. Thank you all.
We thank both the speakers, Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran and Ms. Siggy Thomas, for the highly informative session. We would also love to have you in person in yet another occasion, sir. Ms. Bharati, advocate, will receive a memento on behalf of Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran. Ms. Bharati.
I think you can hand over this virtually.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. We now move on to the second.
Can I disconnect now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
So before we move on to the next technical session, a small announcement on behalf of KSTPA. Please come, sir.
Good afternoon, members. I am D.M. Bhattad, Chairman, KSTPA Golden Jubilee event, and I am having with KSTPA President Mr. Najul Prasad with me. Friends, as we have already announced, 4th, 5th, and 6th of August National Tax Conference at Bengaluru, and along with that, in association with AFTP as well as our Karnataka State Tax Practitioners Association is celebrating its 50th year Golden Jubilee celebration. Friends, we from the KSTP Association, we invite all India Federation members and office bearers and state president, zonal chairmen, everyone on that occasion. Let have it in a grand success manner. Friends, in this event, we have invited Vice President of India. He is going to be our chief guest, and as Chief Minister of Karnataka, Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka also inaugurating some of our 2-3 days function. Along with that, we have law ministers and the GST council member also is the chief guest of ours. So they are also coming on that occasion. With that AFTP support, we have almost 6 to 7 educational sessions, which is a common one and very much educational programs as AFTPA is continuing in its manner. That is going to be there, 6 to 7 sessions. And the venue of Golden Jubilee celebration and NTC is in Palace Ground, which is very attractive place in Bangalore. You can see the weather and the greenery of Bangalore, as in a regular way Bangalore is called for a green city. Still it is maintaining and carrying the same position as a green city. You can really enjoy the venue, which has got very good greenery around it. And it is the venue is from airport, it is 40 kilometers. Hardly 1.5 hours to 2 hours you can reach the place. It's a good place. Nearby we have arranged the hotels, not in the venue, but 2-3 kilometers surrounding the venue, it is there. So hotels also we have sent through WhatsApp. That information and all is available. 3-4 hotels in one single lane. In one single lane you can get 3-4 hotels which we have organized. Spoke to them for this function. And along with that there will be evening cultural programs which we have invited the eminent actors and other our own members is participating and giving you the cultural arrangement, cultural programs also. And as usual, the from the railway station it is 5 to 6 kilometers. Hotel venue also is 3 to 4 kilometers. So everything is organized there. I invite everyone be part of it and give us a chance to host you, give us a chance to celebrate our 50th year anniversary of a Golden Jubilee. So thank you one and all. Please do come, get registered. We have given our standee here. So in that also you can see the things, and in the standee we have also given a scanner. That is for your delegation fees, admission and all. Up to 10th, we request you to early bird registration. So afterwards, little bit increase in this thing. So I request everyone to get registered before this 10th only. Okay. Thank you. My president will speak about that. Little word.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is S.N. Prasad, past Southern Zone Chairman, so in 2020. So I am requesting to all my fraternity friends and all my AFTP members, please join and success this National Tax Conference at Bangalore 4th, 5th, 6th. And also we have already explained so many cultural programs are there, so many technical sessions are there, vibrating speakers will come. So everything is there. So only 5,000 rupees for 3 days, including all food and everything. Accommodation will already shared, so that is depend upon you. It is very nearest to venue. So please come and enjoy success. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, actually we are awaiting for confirmation of Vice President of India. So 4th is inauguration, 5th NEC also is there, NEC evening meeting is there. And 5th also Golden Jubilee inauguration, and with technical sessions will going on. Evening, 4th evening cultural program is there, and 5th evening cultural program is there. And 6th valedictory, it is by Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka. Thank you. Thank you. And also you have any new software and new things is there, we have stalls there, and you please register to stalls also. So you can book, and anybody utilize for the business purpose. So we also welcome to them also. Thank you. And thank you, Bhaskar ji, to give an opportunity to share this thing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now move on to the second technical session, regards and the impact of PMLA on professionals, the road ahead. The chairman of this session is Mr. N.P. Jain, Deputy President of AIFTP. Mr. Narayana Prasad Jain is a tax advocate and author. He is also a visiting faculty at IIMC, NUJS, ICAI and other institutes. He also works for educating the general taxpayer. He is also serving as member of Board of Studies in Law at Mahatma Gandhi, Kashi Vidyapeeth University at Varanasi. We welcome you, sir. The speaker for this session is Mr. Amar Gehlot, advocate from Mumbai. Mr. Amar is a partner in Meta Legal Advocates. He has expertise in areas of economic offences and taxation, including income tax, GST, money laundering, Binami Act and other incidental laws. An engineer turned bureaucrat turned lawyer, Mr. Amar has a diverse industry experience as well as legal knowledge. Thank you for joining us today, sir. Before we begin the second session, I request everyone here to put their mobile phones on silent mode so that we can enjoy an uninterrupted session. Thank you.
we have a very eminent speaker on the topic of money laundering, Advocate Amar Gehlot from Bombay. And we all, since morning, we have been willing to learn on this subject. And friends, I did not have much knowledge or acumen about this subject of money laundering, but only because you have given me the opportunity, so I thought I should little bit acquaint myself with the topic. And then I find that apart from the income tax and GST and other areas of practice what we are dealing in, the subject of money laundering can also be an area for our practice. It can be possible only if we learn properly from Mr. Amar Gehlot, because he has deep knowledge of this subject. Friends, in the opening remarks, I would like to say a few things. That this Act, PMLA, Prevention of Money Laundering Act, that came in 2002, and is about 21 years by now. It is becoming more popular, and we all know more about it, because many politicians are being booked. And now, in today's context, this subject becomes more relevant because we are concerned, as the government has targeted by issuing a notification on 3rd of May 2023, now bringing into its encompass the chartered accountants, company secretaries, cost and works accountants, that because CMA also within the ambit of PMLA, if they are involved in executing any financial transaction. Advocates have not been explicitly brought. Only those three categories: chartered accountant, cost accountant, and company secretary, apart from the normal persons which are already hit by the 2002 Act. Now the scope was again enhanced by a notification dated 9th of May, and it is very crucial to learn. You see, we Indians, we keep on accommodating other companies, other people by giving our space or our name. So these 5 items I will just tell you is some activities, and these activities are acting as a formation agent of companies and LLPs. The client himself does not know how to form a company or LLP, so obviously they come to the professional. So if they are involved in this, then they are also subject matter of this. Then acting as or arranging for some other person to act as a director or secretary of a company or a partner of a firm or a similar position in relation to other companies and LLP. Now becoming a director is also, or a partner, is going to become crucial. Then providing, kindly listen properly, providing a registered office, business address or accommodation, correspondence or administrative address for a company or LLP or a trust. All these are also included. Then acting as or arranging for other person to act as a trustee of an express trust or performing the equivalent function for another type of trust. And lastly, acting as or arranging for another person to act as a nominee shareholder for another person. In such cases, one has to report as to who is the ultimate beneficiary or the owner. There are so many cases, including those of Supreme Court and various High Courts. I am not going to deal with them. Our learned speaker will do that. We would like to listen from him as to what is the proceeds of crime, because that is one ingredient which is part of the Money Laundering Act. The proceeds of crime, adjudication and confiscation, investigation under PMLA, powers of special court, role of enforcement directorate and other agencies, and interplay with scheduled offences or murder of proof. I think apart from this, he may have some other material which he may like to discuss with us. And now we hand over to the learned speaker, Mr. Galway.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, I have requested slides to be put up. Slides loaded. The title. Thank you so much, sir.
We have time up to 1:15.
Yes, sir.
At your convenience, please proceed. 10 minutes here and there, no problem.
Perfectly all right, sir. Thank you so much, and I really thank AIFTP for having given me the opportunity to be here this afternoon with all of you. And while this, okay, the slides are not ready. So I hope all of us have a copy of the printouts. It's just a copy of the, just for the purpose of making notes. Because I would want to start with a default understanding that we will discuss starting from basics and try to go till the level we can achieve in the next one. So this is a broad outline, but I just want you to focus on the very motive and motivation behind this entire law. Certainly the remedy and the activity. The remedy arises from the activity, and this is the motivation that drives money laundering, that clean money is worth more than dirty money. It's a very attractive statement for people who don't deal with money very regularly, but for professionals, it's a given understanding. So we'll come to that, but I've divided my presentation into 3 parts, sirs and ma'ams. Basic introduction and fundamental concepts. We may spend some time on that. We come to a few recent developments because till at least I would say 2-3 years back, it was not happening that Bombay High Court or Delhi High Court or Supreme Court, you will find such a flurry of cases every single day in the Supreme Court or Delhi High Court or Bombay High Court. We find the cause list having significant presence of money laundering cases, either by way of writ petitions or something or the other, or challenges to attachments. So this was not a feature in any court's cause list till I would say 3-4 years back itself, but it's a regular feature now, and the way the Enforcement Directorate, and I can say that very boldly, the way Enforcement Directorate is coming down extremely heavily on businesses and people, individuals, persons, partnerships alike. I think the presence of money laundering cases on the court's cause lists is going to increase. So recent developments, just touching upon them briefly, and then coming to the gathering here that we are the practitioners, chartered accountants, company secretaries. Sir already touched upon the 2 notifications of 3rd May and 9th of May. We'll touch upon the manner of drafting of these notifications, the motivations that could be there behind these notifications. Of course, we'll touch upon lawyers and whether the government intends to cover lawyers also, though they'll see much difficulty arising from the Income Tax, from the Evidence Act. So we'll see that. A very quick touching upon certain fundamental or basic topics there is there's a difference between illegal money and black money, right? Because I'm referring to technical meanings and in basic English language also. I would like to say that illegal money is money or benefit that has been derived by contravening any law. Section 43 of the Indian Penal Code defines illegal very widely. money or benefit that is derived from the contravention of some law. It's very obvious. Black money, on the other hand, could be what we are all tax practitioners here, and largely we tax laws, generally administration and interpretation of tax laws so frequently requires the understanding of other laws also. So, but black money seems to be generally more of a tax term. I would say black money, every black money is not illegal money, because untaxed money, if having genuinely and generated out of business or profession, for example, a businessman just keeping his one part of his sales out of the books, I would call it as a black money or untaxed money and not illegal money, because the sale and the genesis of that money is business. It is not some crime or offense. And it's important to understand, because we'll come to the concept of scheduled offense in the next slide or so, because prevention of money laundering laws across the world, they are generally not touching upon black money, so to say. They are saying that grave crimes resulting in illegal money, we want to stop the circulation and take it away from the offender.
But the Income Tax Act speaks about taxes both legal and illegal. PRA6 case.
Income Tax Act, sir?
Income Tax Act doesn't discriminate between legal and illegal.
Sir, income tax law does not, but look at the way Income Tax Act provisions are also implemented. There could be four things: illegal revenue, illegal expenditure, legal expenditure. Still the courts are fighting whether from a legal revenue, illegal expenditure can be deducted or not. There are decisions saying illegal revenue may say illegal expenditure you can deduct. But that's not, but the point is that you're absolutely right, sir. So illegal expenditure, illegal revenue, illegal money can be there, but the point is that within illegal also I would want to take a very small subset, some very serious crimes, and then connect it with money laundering. So that's the purpose. So, and India is certainly not the first country, because we know the background of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act as we have in India in force today is arising from the Twin Towers attack in the US, and which led to the Financial Action Task Force coming up and mandating to the rest of the world. Again, like FATCA is a law which was thrust down upon the rest of the world by the US. Similarly, FATF, through FATF, US dictated to the rest of the world that all of you please put your domestic laws in place and check and counter money laundering. Otherwise, there are serious international consequences that will follow. So India immediately, if you remember, 11 September 2001 was the Twin Towers attack, sir. And immediately in 2002, India enacted, most of the countries enacted these anti-money laundering laws. However, it required a lot of machinery to be set up. So this anti-money laundering law was properly put in force from 2005. But going back 10, 15, 20 years, the rest of the world was already facing this trouble. And I've written this term crime of the 1990s, and there's so much of literature in money laundering jurisprudence written down in the UK, that in the UK this was the topmost crime of the 1990s, that is money laundering. Typically arising out of drug trafficking and other things. And this is a broad sequence of the Indian Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And whether it is India or the UK, broadly the overarching nexus that exists is a few things here. Banking secrecy laws, you send money outside India, and the Swiss bank would say that we are not going to share information with our own government. Who are you? You are the Indian government. So banking secrecy laws, and as we know, the most crisp definition of a tax haven or a financial haven is, tax havens are, I would not say that tax haven is a country, where you can safely keep your money. The tax haven, the proper definition, the most beautiful definition is, tax haven is a jurisdiction where the financial secrecy laws are absolutely opaque. So we talk about Cook Islands, or we talk about Cayman Islands or Cyprus, all of these countries are characteristic where the financial secrecy laws are absolutely opaque. So that, combine it with shell companies, combine it with lack of information sharing on the governmental front. And so I have seen this difference in my own little practice that we say 5 years back, if you think about, the turnaround time average turnaround time of an ED officer sitting in Mumbai, he wants some information, let's say, from a Singapore tax authority or a Singapore banking entity. So he will go through the FT and TRO typically, the foreign tax and tax research. So it's a small division in New Delhi, within the Department of Revenue, which facilitates information sharing between various governments. So that ED officer in Bombay who's investigating a case, he wants information from Singapore company. Singapore's turnaround time roughly was around 9 to 12 months, till around 5 years back. Today that turnaround time is 1 month. That means the ED officer in Mumbai can have information about a Singapore individual who is suspected in a money laundering matter within a matter of 1 month. Let's say we aggressively, I may be saying this, but not more than 3 months, of course. So there are certain countries where this still continues lack of information sharing. Certain countries like Dubai still continues to be not very cooperative and receptive to Indian information requests. But then further combine these three with, here is where we come, and complex accounting and managed audits. This is also the reason why nearly in every FIR or charge sheet that is registered, typically in a bank fraud case, let me take an example, we'll find that the auditors of the period of investigation, let's say the period of investigation in a matter is 2010 to 19, and the bank fraud has happened, the loan default has happened in 2018-19, we find that all the auditors who have audited the accounts, they will be named as accused in the charge sheet. They will have to go and seek bail from the sessions court. So complex accounting and managed audits, and finally attorney-client privilege. This is what sir was saying, that this thing about lawyers, this thing has not yet been touched because of statutory provisions under Indian laws. But still across the world this is looked down very, very heavily. That people need to do something about this. There are certain countries where attorney-client privilege is not there. Indian attorney-client privilege may be different from the way UK makes it available to the lawyers. And we'll just discuss that also. But a collective implementation of all these factors, I have just named a few, resulted in a growing and flourishing and well-nourished sector of money laundering. And this, I just also want to touch upon these 5 interesting words, sirs and ma'ams. And not many of us may be knowing the clear distinction between these 5 terms. Across the world, and I've culled these out from very standard books on economic offences and money laundering. If you look at this, that broadly, if we here sitting here were the parliament, Sansad, and we had to think about that what punishments could we put in the money laundering law or any law, income tax law, Black Money Act, Benami Act, what punishments could we put in of different types and varieties of these economic laws. These 5 are the standard responses. Let us see. Criminalization means that you make the punishment as imprisonment and levy fine. Make the punishment even heavier, 10 years imprisonment, 7 years imprisonment. Like Prevention of Money Laundering Act, where the imprisonment is for 7 years. But if the offence through which you earned that money is NDPS, related to drugs, then it is 10 years. So make the punishment stricter. Second is confiscation. Take away the property. Forfeiture. Take away the property. And we come to the distinction between these 2 words, confiscation and forfeiture. Seems interesting. Civil recovery, take away the property. Heavy taxation is what we see under the Black Money Act, right? Where the tax rate is so heavy, or we under section 68 to 69D of the Income Tax Act, we see that no deductions are to be given, flat 60% tax, 30% tax, penalty so much. So last is heavy taxation. So just a fundamental difference again. I said civil recovery. Civil recovery we can ignore for the purpose of this discussion. Civil recovery means typically in quasi-criminal cases, not in hardcore money laundering or such cases. But the difference between confiscation and forfeiture is really interesting, and I would say that in the Prevention of Money Laundering Act has adopted criminalization and confiscation as the remedies in the law. Similarly, I would say Black Money Act has adopted criminalization and heavy taxation. There is the confiscation is really not there. Benami mein, it is criminalization and confiscation again. So you can just make a list for your own academic interest, make a list of all of these new age laws and identify that what are the sections and provisions, what is the choice that the parliament has made out of these 5 remedies. And the difference between confiscation and forfeiture is interesting. Both of them amount to taking away the property of the offender. But confiscation, we say confiscation of property, it means that you are taking away the fruits or the results of the crime. But you say forfeiture of property, which means that you have taken away the instrumentality of the crime. That means I create, let's say, talk about a murder. A murder is committed using a knife, weapon of crime. The taking away of the knife is taking away of property. Right? So, but because the crime was committed using the knife, it will be called forfeiture. On the other hand, someone is kidnapped and uske badle mein if someone gets ransom, the abductor or the kidnapper. So the result of the crime is, the taking away of that is called confiscation. That's why in prevention of money laundering we say, we'll see that the properties are confiscated. Naturally, we may think about it that confiscation and forfeiture mein, the motivations of legislation are also different. So confiscation would mean you take away the proceed or the fruits of the crime so that no one in the future should have any motivation to commit that crime, because he knows that whatever benefits I derive, they will be taken away by the government. And forfeiture ke piche the logic is that you forfeit a property or you forfeit the instrumentality of the crime so that the crime cannot be repeated. So these are the broad concepts. General touching upon the process of money laundering, and it may have been very idealistically placed, again international literature suggests this. I was once trying to explain this to a sessions court judge, and who's typically into hardcore criminal law, body crimes, and it's a hinterland of the country. वो कहता है कि यार तो money laundering law is already complicated enough. You are adding these flow charts. You stick to what was the money, what was the procedure of crime, leave the rest to me. So, but the standard practice is this, because we are all tax practitioners, so we may understand this very quickly. Placement, layering, integration. And I take the example of, let's say, a government servant who's accepting bribes, and he has a wife, he's happily married, and he has a wife who is a teacher, let's say, giving tuitions to the kids of the society. So what will he do? He is, let's say, earning a bribe of 50 lakh rupees or 20 lakh rupees. So this government servant may show that my wife is such a phenomenal teacher, and show it, not just look at how much of placement and positioning it would require. He would not just show it to himself, but the rest of the people in his books of account everywhere, that my wife is such a phenomenal teacher, that my wife is earning 20 lakhs or 30 lakh rupees by teaching kids, and she is charging us such a premium. Her time is so valuable because everyone wants to study from her or be taught by her. So this is placement, that where he is saying that my wife is getting this entire 20 lakh rupees by teaching kids. Layering would, see, it's so easy to break this because the ED wale aayenge and they will just beat some people up and they will ask were you studying from her, or it's so easy to break this. So required hence is layering. That this money is deposited in the bank accounts, that's placement. So the wife's bank account now has 20 lakh rupees, sir. So wife's bank account will now be layered, so there will be multiple bank transactions done, and all of us as tax lawyers typically those of us who deal with income tax law, Section 68 always had the problem of source ka source, right? How far can you go? So layering is exactly that you distance the source so much that ultimately when someone reaches, so you have the argument of tuition and teaching fees. But do not let anyone reach that source, so you create so many layers. So that is layering. So maybe a lot of transactions would be done. And final is integration. That is where he will create a company, again in the name of the wife or some family member, this government servant. And from this 20 lakh rupees will now come as share capital infused in that company. There would be some Calcutta, all of us know the Calcutta company or some Bombay company investing into that. Ultimately, no one will be able to look back. That's the process of placement layering integration. I'll give you some more examples. So, for example, there's a hospital. There's a live case also, very heavily being contested. Let's say there's a hospital. Typically in hospitals, 269 ST Income Tax Act has come. So there is a bar of 2 lakh rupees. But if you think about prior to 2018-19, sir, there was no bar. Like I could go to Bombay Hospital and pay an IPT charge of maybe 5 lakh rupees all in cash. So the hospital is a great place for placement to be done, because if your visitation is that of 100 people who are there and giving fees to you, either MRI, this, that, test, scans, all of that. So you have 100 patients, you show that you have 150 patients and create. And medical care is one such place where it's very difficult to really keep tab and do a KYC. And we know your customer is not possible in the medical healthcare area. So people are doing that. A lot of people set up these hospitals, coaching centers, tuitions, which is all a part of placement, then layering and then finally into integration. And it's similarly done across the world, not just India.
The inquiry with the wife and the teaching students, you can easily find it out. So, the inquiry with the wife, what are the students studied in the tuition center, they can easily find it out.
That's what I said, sir. So, usko wo change karne ke liye they keep on layering, they add, because otherwise it's so easy to break that argument, right? That, and both the sides there's a problem. These are all reported decisions. If we look at say 12, 13, 14, a lot of these UPSC coaching centers in Delhi, even in Chennai and Bombay, there are a lot of UPSC coaching centers. They were rated, so they are on the other end where they have 500 students, they report 50. And on the other hand, you have these money launderers who have 50 students report 500.
Some of the IAS coaching center, they are also doing like this.
Yes, they are, sir. Yeah, they are. So with that background, sir, very quickly we touch upon what's the offense of money laundering. And some of us may have a question in our mind that, let us say, in the example that I said, the government servant doing corruption or committing the offense of corruption, we already have an IPC, and the IPC had some sections to take care of corruption that was replaced by the Prevention of Corruption Act, overhauled in 1988, overhauled again in 2019. So when we already have a law to punish the corrupt government servant, where does the offense of money laundering come into being? And I always take this example, sirs and ma'ams, that let's say this person took the bribe in his office somewhere, and that very moment CBI landed up, as we see in these traps that are there. So that very moment when the bag was being handed over to this gentleman, that very moment the CBI team landed up and arrested him. So has he committed the offense of money laundering? He certainly committed the offense of corruption, because the Prevention of Corruption Act will clearly say that he may have to in the court prove that I did not accept it, it was not voluntary, I did not know what was there in the bag, etc. But we already have a comprehensive law called the Prevention of Corruption Act 1988 taking care of this transaction of accepting gratification. So, in my opinion, and as a general understanding of the money laundering offense, how is it separate from the offense of corruption? He has not committed the offense of money laundering yet. he takes this bag home. He reaches home, he calls up, let's say, his friend and says that I cannot take this myself, you take this to a jeweler shop, I have already spoken to that jeweler, and you convert this 20 lakh rupees into some gold coins. And then he takes those gold coins and does something with that. So this subsequent steps is the offense of money laundering, is the process of money laundering. Partial or complete. He may not have been able to maybe layer it and integrate it in the system yet, but he started doing that. So this second part is the offense of the offense of money laundering, which he started or completed to do that. It may so happen that a kidnapper kidnapped someone, took 50 lakh rupees in ransom, and after 1 month he got arrested. And we always have seen in movies and crime patrol and also that people get caught, the offenders get caught by the way they spend it, not because of leaving behind some evidence. So this person, after 1 month, let's say he gets arrested, and he's by that time eaten up the entire 50 lakh rupees. So has he committed money laundering? Again, a doubt will come. So these are some tricky questions, and what I have just now touched upon, that the act of corruption and the act of money laundering, last year the Supreme Court decision came that really it's a mini Bible on the law of money laundering. It's a decision in the case of Vijay Madan Lal Chaudhary, and it has really rejected the entire law and the settled principles, international jurisprudential principles, and the interpretation that is given raises serious doubts with respect to aspects such as double jeopardy and so on. But here is what the law or the act defines money laundering as, that if someone has directly or indirectly attempted to indulge, assist or knowingly is a party, and so with proceeds of crime. Let's quickly come to this and we'll come back to this. So before section 3 itself, sir, we'll see concept of something called a scheduled offense. So again, we may not look at the slide because this is all text, but the concept is, I tried to explain that the government servant gentleman, if he had just accepted the bag and he got arrested that time itself, maybe it was just an offense of corruption. But if he took that and took that bag home and tried to do something more with that money, maybe it was something else, maybe the offense of money laundering. But now let's look at the background for a moment. That Twin Towers got demolished by the terrorists in September 2001. Financial Action Task Force was created. India hurriedly created this law in 2002 called Prevention of Money Laundering Act. But at that time, the international consensus was, until that time, India also did not realize that this could be such a greatly instrumented law, that this India just thought, let's follow the international thought and prescription. FATF just said that, Financial Action Task Force just said that all countries need to focus on proceeds that are created from some extremely serious crimes, such as human trafficking, this, that, murder, of course, all of that will come, and drug trafficking. So, because certainly certain crimes to deal with arms and ammunitions, defense of the country, internal security of the country, and drug trafficking. So, India where the two laws are, Indian Penal Code, dealing with the first part, and second part, sir, is the NDPS Act, the Narcotics Act. So, initially in 2002 when the law was created, they said that, okay, we'll cover these two. What do I mean by this? It means that a person commits a crime which results in some monetary benefit to him. If someone commits a crime out of parivarik enmity, that's not covered. A person commits a crime which results in some monetary benefit, and that monetary benefit is sought to be laundered is sought to be laundered or given an appearance that it is a legitimate set of proceeds, then in that case it's the offence of money laundering. So part number 1 is the crime that he committed. This is a question that was there before the larger global community, that should every crime under the sun be covered by this process or this definition? The legislature has largely said that, and FATF, of course, the prescription was that no, we are not, for example, concerned with Copyright Act infringement that also results in monetary benefit if you are wrapping up someone else's songs. So, not concerned with that. We are just concerned with some serious crimes, some serious arms and ammunition, internal security and security-related crimes, and drug trafficking. Because we see that the money in all of this is the money that is involved in terrorist financing, and silently, that means what has led to the terrorist attacks in the US. So that means not all the crimes, but only a few very serious crimes were sought to be covered within the ambit of money laundering. That means if a person used to do copyright infringement, if I downloaded an ebook from someone, from somewhere on the internet in 2006 or 2005, downloaded an ebook, the book's cost would have been 10,000 rupees. I would have taken printouts, created 10,000 copies of that and distributed, made a lot of money from that copyright infringement. I would be punishable under Section 63 of Copyright Act, but not under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. So, but now India realizes, in 2009 India realized that 4 years over, 2005 to 9, that this is a wonderful way. Enforcement Directorate is so powerful, and we'll see the reasons why it's so powerful, that we can expand this list. So from the serious IPC and NDPS crimes, they expanded the list in such manner that all new age economic offences today seemingly are covered, except tax offences. So Customs Act 132 and 135 is a part of the list that is covered within money laundering. So that means, I just again repeat this, what I said, that someone commits a crime resulting in monetary benefits, and he tries to launder them or give them an appearance that these are legitimate proceeds or money. This process is called as money laundering. The first crime that he committed, we discussed that initially the scope of or list of this crime was very small, just IPC, NDPS, very serious crimes. And today, as we stand in 2023, the list is a very long list. So this list is laid down in a schedule in the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and the list of these offences, the proceeds from which, if laundered, will be covered under the PMLA. This list is called, the list of offences is called the scheduled offences. So that means if something is not a scheduled offence, then it will not be covered under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. 2 points here. First, point number 1, an illustration. That means Section 276C or 276B is default, is prosecution for TDS defaults. 276C under Income Tax Act is willful attempt to evade tax. So these are not scheduled offences under the Income Tax Act, under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. So one cannot be booked here. But point number 2 is the way ED is also putting that, and trying to further expand this list of scheduled offences is there is a section called 120B in the scheduled offences, which is, those of us familiar a little bit with criminal law would be aware that this is called criminal conspiracy. And criminal conspiracy is a scheduled offence. I have seen some cases in the past 3-4 years where even income tax evasion, and it's a point to note for all of us, where income tax evasion, if the client is in these 2 cases at least, which I personally handled, we faced a tough time, the we means for the clients, because under 120B the Enforcement Directorate was trying to really book the chartered accountants under criminal conspiracy as the scheduled offence. Criminal conspiracy is defined under IPC as when 2 or more persons agree to do something that is illegal, or to do something that is legal but through illegal means. The very act of agreement itself is called a criminal conspiracy and it is covered as a scheduled offence under Prevention of Money Laundering Act. That means in that case, that example I am giving is where the assessee sat down with his chartered accountant and his accountants in-house and they decided to really suppress some information. That the show cause that we had was that 276C is not a scheduled offence, but 120B is, which is two or more persons agreeing to do an illegal act. And illegal's definition includes the breach of Income Tax Act also. But just a pointer. And the second, in our example, the person commits a crime, results in benefit or monetary proceeds, and then launders it. So the second step is proceeds of crime, or the relevant definition is proceeds of crime. And just a few terms I would want to point out here. And in the example that I gave, that the person was arrested after 1 month in which he ate up 50 lakh rupees. Right? So what happens, and now let us think of that this kidnapper had, let's say 1 crore rupees of an ancestral property. So they are smart, the legislators are smart. So let's read the second last line of the definition. Or the middle line, third line. Proceeds of crime means any property derived or obtained directly or indirectly by any person as a result of criminal activity relating to a scheduled offence or the value of such property. So the rest of the thing is the benefit that you derive out of committing the scheduled offence. But in case that is gone and it's not available anymore, either you've consumed it or it is not traceable, then the value of such property is the most litigated aspect in the definition of proceeds of crime today. And then they are saying that this amendment came in subsequently regarding monies that are taken outside. So this is an interesting example, sir, just to clarify our concepts. And I don't have an answer to this. Even the high courts are struggling with identifying, ED is struggling with this example, but a very relevant example. So forgery, 465 of IPC defines forgery, and it says that where you have created a document, the contents of which are wrong, or the document itself is wrong, then let's very plainly call it forgery. So a false document. So I go to a bank taking false documents. Let's say I have 50 crores of stock of goods here, inventory, and they create a floating charge on my stock of goods and they give me a loan of some amount. So in this example, I commit forgery by creating false documents. So it's an offence under IPC. Using that, I take a bank loan of 10 lakh rupees. I open a small shop using this 10 lakh rupees. And over the course of the next some time, I earn profits of 2 lakh rupees. And the bank interest in the meanwhile was 1.5 lakh rupees. So I repay the interest also. So I've certainly not committed a bank fraud. Bank fraud technically, I would say they will allege that it's a bank fraud even then. But I have not, my account is not an NPA. It's not even a stressed account. So I have not committed any default on repayment. But I have certainly committed forgery. So the question is, and this question is there in every single bank fraud case in the country right now. And the question is interesting, that what is the proceeds of crime? I'll repeat, sirs and ma'ams, again. You commit a crime which results in some benefits arising out to you, and you launder those benefits. Again, one example. In one case, we defended, the DRI said that you committed this, and so the DRI arrested our client in 135 and 132. And ultimately, let's say, for example, let's say the amount of goods involved was 10 crores, and let us say the customs duty was 1.5 crores. So naturally, it's very obvious for us because we are defending and we would want to take a reasonable position, but DRI may not always want to take a reasonable position. So they said that no, the entire 10 crores, because you have evaded customs duty to the extent of 1.5 crores, the entire 10 crores becomes proceeds of crime. Not really correct because it's not a benefit. I could have paid that amount, but here is the problem where I have committed the offence of forgery. Someone may say that because of committing forgery, false documents, you could in the first place get the loan of 10 lakh rupees. We do not want to consider the fact that you repaid, not repaid or anything. So the entire 10 lakh rupees is proceeds of crime. Someone may say that proceeds of crime, and let's look at the top line in the definition of proceeds of crime, directly or indirectly. So someone may say that even this 2 lakh rupees of profit that you made, you created and made this profit from illegal proceeds, that is 10 lakhs. So the proceeds of crime is 12 lakh rupees. Or we may want to say that if at all any benefit is truly derived by me, and sir was saying about that illegal and legal wala income tax, I would say that the benefit I have derived is 12 minus what I have repaid back to the bank. So in my pocket I have only received 50,000 rupees. And there is no clear answer to this, but proceeds of crime is one of the most debated topics in money laundering. Without a quantification of proceeds of crime, the ED cannot file a charge sheet or a complaint. That's the most important part of the charge sheet, that what exactly is the proceeds of crime, how was it generated, and how was the activity of money laundering done. The punishment is 3 to 7 years. I touched upon this. If the offence is NDPS, then it is 10 years. And this is interesting. Generally, we may see that attempt and abetment, these are punished differently from the main offence. For example, like suicide is not punishable at all, so that's why attempt to suicide is punished. And attempt to murder versus murder is differently punished, and so on. But in certain, again, new age economic laws, including the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, we see that even attempting or abetting, that is assisting the offence of money laundering, is punishable in the same manner and to the same extent as the main offence itself. So, just intended to make it more grave. So if you remember the first slide, I was pointing out that there are 5 things that could have been done. Criminalization, confiscation, forfeiture, civil recovery, heavy taxation. So this has chosen confiscation and criminalization as the 2 remedies against money launderers. So on the right hand side we see the attachment procedure. So the consequences under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, that means, is twofold. One is an entire bucket dealing with arrest, bail, criminal prosecution, punishment by way of imprisonment and fine. And then the other part of bucket of consequences under Prevention of Money Laundering Act is dealing with the proceeds of crime. How can the state take that benefit away from you? Which ultimate result is confiscation of the property. And the interim steps are, one of the steps is attachment. So that means whenever money laundering proceedings are started, one more, it's not in the slides, but we may keep in mind one more interesting term called ECIR, which is called an Enforcement Case Information Report, which is the equivalent of an FIR. Like if we see that some offence has been committed, we see something wrong happening on the road, we can immediately go to the police station and under section 154 CRPC we can get an FIR registered. Similarly, if someone sees that an offence of money laundering has been done, it can go to the Enforcement Directorate and get an ECIR registered. ECIR is not equal to FIR because the authorities are different, ED versus police. So the moment an ECIR is registered, that means that ED has taken a note of the offence of money laundering that could have been probably done. So two things happen: arrest wala, which I told, ending with imprisonment and fine, and the second is taking away property. The step is attachment. The first thing they do is provisional attachment. So immediately the ED may, by doing a search, not doing a search independently, they may provisionally attach the properties of the money launderer. It does not only bars the alienation or transfer of such property. It does not, depossess you or throw the person out of the property physically from the premises. So provisional attachment needs adjudication. PO is provisional attachment order. So the whole country's provisional attachment orders go to Delhi, where the adjudicating authority, there's an authority called the adjudicating authority under PMLA who is sitting, and it looks at the provisional attachments done across the country, and that single person decides whether that is to be confirmed or lifted. It looks at the arguments of both the sides and decides whether that provisional attachment is to be confirmed or lifted.
Adjudication authority is having 3 members.
Sir, the tribunal is having 3 members. The adjudicating authority is 1. So the tribunal next is having 3 members. Yes, 1. So if the order is, sirs and ma'ams, however confirmed, that results in depossession. And we have a set of rules, a separate set of rules called the manner of taking possession of properties confirmed for attachment by the adjudicating authority. This point number 3 is a troublesome step for the accused, because it may result in him being kicked out. Immediate remedy available, of course, is appeal to the tribunal. Again, this tribunal is in Delhi. It's the same tribunal as the Foreign Exchange FEMA tribunal, and the SAFEMA Act tribunal. So the tribunal is there. This tribunal was not functional for the last 3 years or 4 years. But now only for the past 4 or 5 months back, that tribunal has become functional. Because there were no appointments made. So all the appeals, that point number 4 was initially going, for the past 3-4 years, was going to Delhi High Court. And lines say all the orders passed by Delhi High Court were that till the time this tribunal becomes functional, stay. So people are having a very gala time. All the accused persons of money laundering, they were like just, because as a matter of routine and practice, you would 100, and the lawyers would also, give it as a guarantee that 100% ho jayega stay. So, but that season or era has now gone. The tribunal is now again functional, though there are even today some questions on the constitution of that tribunal, the 3 members. And in case the tribunal grants you stay, your property is protected, the appellate order will decide that and define that. Ultimately, what I have not written here, because it's just the attachment procedure, is that ultimately all of this is intended towards the second bucket, that is confiscation or taking away the property from you. So once, let us say, this is taken away, the ED has the possession of the property, the ED is happy. So I have a few cases in Ranchi. The moment you in Ranchi get out of the airport and take a ride, so you would be remembering, sir, Madhu Koda was a very famous case. So Madhu Koda's entire Haveli has been, is sitting somewhere after point number 5. The property has been taken away, the administrator and the ED office of Ranchi is sitting in that building. So they have taken away, the trial is awaited, and just hardly 400 meters from the airport. And similarly, you look at the similar buildings are existing, very landmark buildings in Bombay, where people are sitting at point number 6, where tribunal, everything has failed. ED has taken possession of those properties, and ED offices have been opened in those buildings, because they know that when will the confiscation, sir, happen? The law says that the confiscation can happen only once the main offence, the scheduled offence, the trial of that reaches some conclusion. Again, let's come back. The person commits a crime, results in benefit or money, and launders it. So think of a scenario, sir, that in our example of kidnapping, if the code discharged or found the person not guilty of the offence of corruption itself or kidnapping itself, how will you say that whatever happened after that carries any weight? So it's again a very important question right now pending in the Supreme Court. Yesterday there was a hearing, and for the next 2 weeks that matter has been held up. So that what is the interplay between these two things? Because Prevention of Corruption Act or IPC section 362, 364 dealing with kidnapping, talking about corruption, the Prevention of Corruption Act ka trial and Prevention of Money Laundering Act trial. So they sit at point number 6, having taken the possession of the property, and then they wait. That only because the law says only after the predicate offence, the scheduled offence, only after the corruption trial finds the person as guilty, will the decision with respect to these taken away, depossessed properties will be made. So all of these properties across the country right now are in that stage where properties have been depossessed. Person has been depossessed, ED has taken possession. The trial of the scheduled offence, kidnapping, money laundering, kidnapping or corruption or whatever, that has not reached conclusion. So this again decision, as I said, this was a brief overview of the attachment procedure. The relevant points are this: provisional attachment, immediately it will needs to be sent to the adjudicating authority in Delhi. Appeals to that lie to the tribunal. And of course the High Court and Supreme Court are there after that. So now we were discussing that very quickly, that why are these provisions so draconian and why does ED have so much of fear prevailing across the country? The main reason is one thing, as I said, about the confiscation, that if properties are taken away, it's going to take a very long time for me to be acquitted. So one is the ED takes away or has the power to take away nearly everything that a person possesses in physical and material form. Okay. And the second consequence is that in case the ED arrests a person, under PMLA if a person is arrested, then in that case his bail is very, very difficult. And very quickly, in 1 minute, because it's an interesting thing, what do we mean by it when we say that the bail is difficult? No. Bail is normally, Justice Krishna here, quite famous statement, and he said that bail, not jail, is the rule. That bail means that a person has been arrested, however the court or the authority who is granting him bail feels that the purpose for which the person was arrested has been met and satisfied, so let me release him. Bailable offences are offences which are where the arresting authority himself can let the person go, and non-bailable offences are those offences where the court will grant him bail, not the person who is arrested. So the police cannot grant bail, police can only arrest, it cannot let the person go once arrested. So normally that means, what are the reasons why a person may be arrested? The topmost reason is cooperation or interrogation. A person is arrested so that usse wo, what we say in Hindi, that sach nikalwa sake, right? So that they can interrogate him, torment him or whatever, because everyone claims duress and coercion. So point number 1 is is interrogation and cooperation. Then there are other factors such as, if we don't arrest him, he will run away. If we don't arrest him, he will tamper the evidence. If we don't arrest him, then he may influence the witnesses involved. If we don't arrest him, he may do something that will prejudice the trial and the investigation, and so on. All these reasons exist. So we think about this. So in a bail hearing in the court, that means the court is really not interested in looking at what are the merits of the case. Like, sir, we have these technical writ petitions in a 148 challenge. Right? No High Court is interested in listening what are the merits. They may simply say, okay, the dates are so and so, it's not proper, out. So in a bail hearing, the court is only these 7-8 factors, whether they exist or not, is what the court looks at. And on the basis of that, the court grants you bail or does not grant you bail. But this law says that if there 7-8 points. That means running away, tampering of evidence, influencing witnesses, prejudicing the trial. Apart from this, the court will have to give a finding in the bail order on 2 things. Point number 1, that this person is not going to commit any other offence if released on bail. And point number 2, prima facie, this person seems to be not guilty. Right? So, which is such a tough thing to do. And Prevention of Money Laundering Act is not the first law which has created these conditions. The first effective law was the Anti-Underworld Law in Mumbai. And that was the MACOCA, the Maharashtra Control of Organized Crimes Act, where once arrested, people had to slog for years and years, because the judge had to say that, okay, I am releasing him on bail because I feel that he will not commit any other offence now, and he seems to be not guilty at the starting itself. So no judge or magistrate will take that risk of writing that. So when I say that in ED, bails are extremely difficult, this is the only 2 conditions which make the bail extremely difficult in ED. The rest, everything else is the same. Rest, the entire. So first point was that he will not commit any other offence, and second point is, technically saying that there are reasonable grounds to believe that he is not guilty at bail stage itself. So you're requiring the judge to say at the bail stage itself that there are reasonable grounds to believe that he is not guilty. So a lot of this constitutionality was challenged, this and that, but now the way this section exists, after again the same decision that I was saying that has changed the jurisprudence under this law for drastically. So after that, everything is in place. What I am saying is the good law today. And so just 2 minutes and then we'll come 150. I'll extend it to 120, just a few more points. These are the contentious issues before Supreme Court today and before various high courts. We discussed about Madhu Koda's property and this and that. The main reason for all of that happening, and the main reason for the Delhi-based adjudicating authority and the appellate tribunal to be effectively ineffective, is a section called Section 24, which reverses the burden of proof. Normal thing is innocent till proven guilty. It does not say that guilty till proven innocent, but with respect to the second bucket, if we remember, regarding the taking away of property, right, how can you take away, for example, a property for which I have clear evidence of showing that this is my hard-earned money? So you ideally should not be able to take that away, subject to that value equivalent wala clause. But this section says, it reverses the burden of proof and says that if you are charged with the offence of money laundering, every property on which the ED looks at will be presumed to be involved in money laundering and presumed to be proceeds of crime. So, and then it's a rebuttable presumption on the accused. So, very, very contentious topic, section 24. Double jeopardy, we discussed that. Committing cases to special courts. Practical issue happening across the country. The law says that where the kidnapping trial is happening is a different court, and the law has created a special PMLA court. And so the PMLA trial is happening in this court, let's say courtroom number 2 in an establishment, and courtroom number 7. Most parts of the country, it's an interesting thing to see, because most parts of the country, sir, they have the special PMLA courts are generally additional district or additional sessions judges. Right? So the law is saying you commit the kidnapping case to the special PMLA court, which is not happening in the rest of the country, because the sessions judge will not send his case or surrender his case to an additional sessions judge. Like we see in the tax departments also, this also happens, keeps on happening. This is where a lot of trials are stuck. More than 90% of trials in the country are stuck because cases are not being committed. There is no, like income tax, we have the concept of central circle. It's a central circle that if a search is committed or conducted on a person, then all different persons' cases are centralized in a central circle assessing officer, so that one person can have a complete look at the assessment or the facts related to that. Same is the concept here, that one judge should conduct the trial of kidnapping as well as money laundering, because these are related cases, if not joint, but stuck. Interplay between, and these two questions are currently pending in the Supreme Court, that can the money laundering trial continue if the FIR has been quashed? Change decisions. I think Supreme Court has said that it does not make any meaning, but it's challenged for a larger bench now. And worse off, can the money laundering trial proceed? This was posted yesterday and the Supreme Court has granted time. Proceed itself before the filing of charge sheet or complaint. And restoration of property to a rightful ignorant claimant. A lot of banks are stuck today because banks financed certain properties. Let us say the banks financed 80% of the loan and 20% of the loan is now said that it was sourced from proceeds of crime. So the entire property is now stuck. The bank's mortgage is ineffective because the ED has attached those properties. So what about those people who have a rightful claim on these properties? What happens really to those? And now coming to us as professionals or practitioners, this I have just dictated on the basis of my experience in the past few years, that there's so many cases where I have personally appeared and argued for a lot of chartered accountants, taken bails, and of course the courts are very respectful and they are, luckily our profession generally as chartered accountants or lawyers, whatever the political propaganda may be regarding a lot of people, but courts are respectful, immediately we get bail, but the very fact that in a lot of these money laundering and related fraud and forgery cases, consultants and professionals are being named is a matter of concern. We, and Jain sir ne two notifications बताए थे that 3rd of May and 9th of May are the two notifications, we come to that. The background of those notifications is multifarious. One of the reasons is of course what has been happening. They feel that chartered accountants should also be treated as reporting entity, and we'll come to that also. One background also is that we saw that the overall genesis of all of this was FATF in 2001-2. After 7 or 8 years, FATF's review of Indian law is going to happen this year. So that's a big possible background behind this, that because of this FATF review, and one of the points in the FATF model law is that there should be adequate mechanism for dealing with and regulating professionals who are dealing with transactions which are leading to money laundering. So one background I feel, sir, is this. Of course, there are certain Supreme Court decisions and that have also come. We'll see that, which also may be having some connection with the background as to why these notifications and these laws have been put and thrust upon us. So, but generally these are the allegations that I have seen in various charge sheets or complaints, that where consultants or professionals are being alleged to non-report the fraud, so all right. But they are saying at times that you abetted the fraud, that means you assisted, you did not just know and ignore the fraud, but you assisted in it happening. Or, third point, in the fourth point from the top, that facilitating the money laundering process, though they may not be involved in the offense of money laundering, that means the person committed the fraud. After that, he got his proceeds, and you assisted him in taking care of that and laundering that. So you were not. So it's removed from the predicate offense, but you are a part of the money laundering process. Or this is also a very heavily debated topic today: wrong audit without the reporting of fraud. I think NAFRA has recently issued those guidelines also, sir, where they've come down extremely heavily, saying that frauds have to be reported 143, 148 Companies Act. They have said. I think 15-20 days back only the guidelines, the instruction has come. So again, ये तो default allegation है ही against consultants, and neglecting wrongful statements in the financials. And as Jain sir pointed out, that this was the first notification. I'm sure all of us would have read it already. buying and selling. This is the third main notification, sir. And if we see, in exercise of the powers conferred by subclause 6 of clause SA of subsection 1 of section 2, so 2(1) SA 6 is the section which defines I think, persons involved in designated business. These activities are there. Shall be an activity for the purposes of the said subsection. There is some problem in this because shall be an activity for the purposes of said subsection. Right? There is no definition of the term activity in subsection 1. No definition. But anyways, for the purpose of relevant person includes CS, CS and so on. This is a second notification. Acting as formation agents and so on. And Jens are already read it out. And then there are certain exclusions. So if we look at these two notifications, sirs, I tried to tell you the background. The FATF review is one, various Supreme Court decisions is another, or the longing intent of the government to bring the professions of CA, CS, lawyers, etc. within the fold and applicability of PMLA is certainly a motivation. But the manner in which they implemented is this. The left-hand side is a summary of both financial transactions carried out by the professional on behalf of his client in the course of his profession shall be an activity for section 2(1). I told you activity is not defined in 2(1). In the course of his profession. And this is a list of activities. The top 5 activities are third main notification, the bottom 5 are. Now, sir, if we look at the 9th main notifications, I feel and observe that, see, again, this is coming from an international agenda. See, in India, we do not have companies offering generally these services, but a lot of consultants are today offering these services, and I'm sure we would all have heard about it. I'll take an example, like this formation agent, trustee, nominee shareholder service. If we look at companies like TrustNet and this Cook Islands Valley company, if you just go to ICIJ website, in the past 7-8 years, all the international leaks that have happened, these leaks have happened, the Panama leaks or maybe Bahamas leaks, so many leaks. International Consortium of Investigative Journalists is the website. If we look at all these leaks that have happened in the past 7-8 years, all the leaks mostly have happened from databases of companies or law firms doing last 5 activities. India does not have law firms and consultants doing these activities in an organized manner. You know, it's possible today, for example, to go to Singapore and they will immediately, I think in a matter of 5 minutes, a company will be made available to you. How are they able to do that? They already have registered, let's say 5,000 companies of different names. That law firm or the consultant, they just need you to fill out a form containing exactly these 5 points. They will need you to fill out a form where they will ask you that, do you want to yourself be the shareholder? Yes, no. You write no. Why not? You write confidentiality as the reason. Do you want to avail our nominee shareholder services? Yes, no. If yes, they add one more page to the agreement and list out the nominee shareholders, what we generally call as side agreements. It is such an organized activity, but the first thing that came to my mind having looked at this 5 points, last 5 points, is that, and I spoke to a lot of senior consultants then, and I was surprised that in India, this kind of activity is not existing as an organized activity, where you are advertising yourself that come to us and we can create a company for you in 5 minutes because it goes against the law. So, but a lot of consultants and companies are doing this. Maybe one reason is certainly to come down heavily on that, bring that within the fold.
Is there any wrong there?
So, sir,
ready to incorporate somebody and to resign somebody and transfer the company to somebody? Is there anything wrong?
Nothing wrong, sir, but the problem is, let's take the last point, nominee shareholder. The moment we have a side letter arrangement, the thing becomes improper. Because who is the shareholder or member of a company? In my experience, sir, it is a public information. We have doctrine of ultra vires, which is a very basic corporate law doctrine. So the parties who are dealing with a company need to know who are the people behind that company. That is a philosophy because of which all the memorandum, articles of association, charge documents, director changing documents, shareholder SH4 documents are made as a part of MCA website. And anyone can, whether it's a private limited or public limited company, I can pay 100 rupees and look at the information. There's a reason behind that. Now, if you are, for example, disclosing to third parties, including the government, that Mr. X is my shareholder, but you are not disclosing that X has entered into a side agreement where X is actually a nominee of Amar, then there is a problem. And especially in that case, sir, if something wrong gets committed by the company, then I think so. I think that is the primary thing. That is the primary reason. But the activity, jo aapne bola sir, that is there any wrong in really having created a lot of companies and transferring it in 5 minutes? There is nothing wrong with that. But the manner in which they do it is where you can. Today, if we have to make someone as a director of my private limited company, I'll have to find and talk to friends, family and relatives that I want to create a company. I don't have anyone. Let's say I am a single child. I don't have my parents and koi bhi nahi hai. So I'll have to find someone because there is a requirement of 2 directors in the company. So I'll find people. If I have a large setup, so I may ask an employee or my driver or my help to become, and we see arrangements like that happening. But it's so difficult to find people who genuinely want to be directors or shareholders in your company. And if someone is providing you that as a service, charging you for that, and doing that through a side letter arrangement, but I think about it, sir. I thought about it several times that Singapore it is allowed. Singapore, the concept of side agreements is also okay. So, the intent and purpose we saw, manner of drafting is also interestingly slightly different, sir. Compared to all the earlier 2.1 SA6 notifications. If I just read under the previous, there have been number of notifications. So 2.1 SA6, sir, if I remember correctly, defines persons involved in designated business. Right? So that all multiple notifications are there under the same 2.1 SA6, and but the manner in which they have designated that is just a drafting difference, using which we can take some positive arguments in the favor of consultants and say that not every activity that we want to do is covered. But let's see a few questions here, sir. And I think, sir, this is a consequence. Broadly, if I say that what are the consequences of all of this? The consequences, I think, are 4 or 5-fold. That if, let us say, there is a chartered accountant or company secretary or a works accountant who gets covered by these 2 notifications, then the intent is that he becomes a reporting entity. Reporting entities are, as the term suggests, entities which are required to report. That means the primary obligation is you may be asked questions, you have to compulsorily report. The same questions may be asked to a non-reporting entity also, and the consequences are less graver. Now, because you are made a reporting entity, and that means you are required to report. When to report? Whenever asked, and also monthly. In order to be able to report, you are also required to maintain your records in a particular manner for 5 years. In order to be maintaining your records, you need to have those records in the first place. That means all the customers that you are dealing with, unka you need to do your KYC and other things properly. So the sequence is that starts from reporting. Because of reporting, you need to maintain your records. In order to maintain your records, you need to have those records and hence KYC. So the consequences are 4 or 5-fold for the professionals. that doing proper KYC, and all of this is listed here, doing proper KYC, maintain your records in the manners prescribed, and whenever called upon by the director or the ED officer, you provide those reports. There is some monthly reporting requirement also of certain information, and of course, enhanced due diligence is a part of maintenance of records. So just wrap it up, sir. And this decision I will not cover, I'm sure you all of us must have read it, sir. But 3rd May was a fateful question mark day for a lot of consultants, because that notification also came and the Supreme Court decision overruling the Bombay High Court in ILFS case also came. So Deloitte has given this the fallout of that ILFS fiasco. And so again, they not very relevant to the present discussion, but a fateful day is why I listed it out, 3rd of May. This is just the last slide, attorney-client privilege. And we were talking about this. Maybe one reason why advocates have been kept out is that advocates are covered under 126 to 129 of the Evidence Act. Not everything is covered, yes, but post facto, having committed a crime, if a person comes to you and seeks advice or asks you to represent as a lawyer, as a representative or a lawyer or an advocate, in whatever capacity, then the person is protected. A lawyer need not even sign non-disclosure agreements. A lawyer need not even sign, that I will do this, that, any agreement with the client. Advocates Act and Bar Council rules are enough to cover lawyers, sir. That's what my understanding, sir, generally is. So, of course, one broad exclusion is, you are an advocate or a chartered accountant or any person, if you yourself are assisting the crime, that privilege will not protect you. So, privilege only exists to past crimes committed. Having done that, the client is coming to you, and on the basis of listening to him, you are representing him or advising him. Broadly two types of English common law based attorney-client privileges exist. One is litigation privilege, one is advisory privilege. That means, litigation privilege means that a person comes to me as an advocate and says, tomorrow and day after my case is listed, or we need to file this case before the High Court. Then he seeks a conference, we discuss the case. So everything is regarding that case. Advisory regarding that litigation or litigation itself. All of that is covered. Second is the client simply comes for a legal opinion and says that there is no litigation pending anywhere. But I've just come to you for an advisory, for an interpretation on such and such section of the Income Tax Act. And I engage with him, I give him the legal opinion. So, India, in both the privileges, litigation as well as advisory privilege, they are treated at par, and there's complete privilege available to all advocates. UK, the law is slightly different, hence I have in contrast UK. Advisory privilege is not completely absolute. Under litigation privilege, there's a possibility, and this is also a model that we are seeing coming up, a lot of typically contentious and litigation-prone cases. Let us say if someone comes to me and says that there has been a forensic audit against me, can you give me a counterbalancing forensic audit and do it properly? And so I know that what I am going to do is going to be used in some litigation which could be contentious. So the question that arises is that a lot of consultants are now getting engaged and paid by law firms and advocates themselves. So the chartered accountant's client will be the lawyer and the lawyer's client will be the client. So whether this model is covered in this or not, my opinion is that it will be covered because of the differentiation in India and UK law and a lot of other countries. Indian attorney-client privilege law being not making a distinction between litigation and advisory privilege. But maybe opinions may vary on this. That's also. Should be.
How much we can thank Mr. Gehlot He has tried to encompass every possible point and every possible controversy. But he had much more to tell us. Maybe some other time we can have the benefit. And those of us who can understand Hindi, I have got a couplet. What is his desire is देश की धरती तुझे कुछ और भी दूं, मन समर्पित, तन समर्पित, जीवन का कण समर्पित, चाहता हूँ देश की धरती तुझे कुछ और भी दूं. He wanted to give more, and everything he has brought. I only request him, like he has got this writer with bullet points, if you can kindly spare some time and convert into an article which you can easily do, so that we can send to Mr. Bhaskar and he can circulate. So I have nothing to give concluding remarks because already we are late. I will request Sri G. Bhaskar to kindly present a Mr. Hemant Mohit, please come. So with big round of clapping, we conclude this session and we are all waiting for lunch and enjoy the lunch so that the other sessions can follow. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to both of us.
Requesting all the delegates to join us for lunch at the rear side of this hall. Thank you.
லஞ்ச் எடுக்குமாண்ணா Oh.
So should we start now? Or should we wait for 2 minutes? Faster. Anyway, let's go ahead because we are short of time. Sir, should we start or wait for 2 minutes? Okay, we'll start.
Yes, sir.
Now let me introduce him. I have met him first time. I have never met him before, never I have heard of him. My son, Ishan Patkar, who is the CA and advocate, he told me in Mumbai, he is a learned chartered accountant, be careful. So I will be careful, sir. Kindly present your bill.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Because of it, all organizers seem to think that post-lunch means God Vaideshwar. I can understand the organizer's dilemma in terms of putting a slot which is interesting or which can, keep them on their alert zones. But what about the speaker? I also had lunch. I should also be given that liberty of a little bit of relaxation. But this topic is, I doubt if it will allow you to relax. It's a mind-boggling topic, and I should thank the three organizations, AFTP, my own Revenue Bar Association, and the new organization in the block, Madras Tax Bar, which is doing great jumps and strides. The three of them to call me on this topic. And my endeavor here would be to take you to this journey and explain this concept, explain this business, explain the revenue model in this, and then come to tax. Very easy to go to tax free. But unless we understand this, we won't be able to understand the broad ramifications. And I'm only touching the tip of the iceberg. I'm not even getting to full-fledged analysis of SEP or equalization levy or other things as far as this topic is concerned. So let me straightaway go in. Where should I point this? This would be my scope of presentation. I will talk about crypto, block, smart use cases, then regulation, India, FEMA, PMLA, Benami, and then the VDA which came in through the Income Tax Act, the DDS, the challenges, and the GST. This will be complete presentation. So first let's understand what is a virtual currency. Let's not forget that what is the object of a currency? The object of a currency is to transact. I would like to use something called as currency to get something else. Or use it as a medium of value, as a medium of storage, or a medium of account, or exchange. So typically, if you look at way back in times, shells were used as currency. And then slowly we moved to gold being currency. And then we discovered different forms of currencies, and then now we are talking about, a certain kind of currency called as fiat currency, which is your rupee and dollar and more. Now, virtual currency is also replicating all these things. It is a measure of value, it is a medium of exchange, it is a unit of account. Only thing is, it does not have a legal tender status yet. So let me break some myths. Cryptocurrency and blockchain are one and the same. No. cryptocurrency exists on a blockchain. Cryptocurrency means bitcoins. Bitcoins is only one type of crypto. There are 10,000 cryptocurrencies. Anybody here have dealt with cryptocurrencies? Purchased or sold? No, there is one hand. Purchased, two hands, not bad at all. How many of you advise those dealers who purchase and sell cryptocurrencies? They don't come to you first of all. Because first of all, they don't know that they are liable to tax. They are all playing in different worlds to understand this yet. Lot of media, if you look at social media, internet, cryptocurrency will look like one gold coin. It look like one gold bar, beautiful gold bar. Any article you see, they'll show as a gold bar. Cryptocurrency has no physical form. No country in the world has recognized cryptocurrency as legal tender. El Salvador has officially recognized Bitcoin. And in some countries, they accept forms of cryptocurrency as even transactional currency. India also, some guys have already started accepting cryptocurrency for transacting. Which is why government is extremely concerned. So the Financial Action Task Force defines virtual asset. Cryptocurrency is different from virtual asset. A digital representation of value that can be digitally traded or transferred and can be used for payment or investment purposes. They do not include digital representations of fiat currencies, securities and other financial assets that are already covered elsewhere in the FATF recommendations. Typical example, Bitcoins and non-fungible tokens or NFT. Why does this new world believe in virtual currency? See, I am probably in the wrong side of 50. Most of you are also in the early side of 50 or entering the wrong side of 50 or 40s. Some of the youngsters here are in their 30s and segment like that they are not this generation. That's why only two hands came up on this. This generation believes that they don't want control. There is one set of people who believe that there should not be any control. They don't like RBI. They don't like SEBI. They don't like government. They don't like anybody regulating any kind of transaction. And that is why they like this virtual currency and virtual asset, because there is no regulation at all. Unregulated market. Nobody knows. Completely operate without the need of a third-party regulator. Data is encoded cryptographically that even node storing data cannot access it. Network is always active, 24/7, 365 days. Most important for this generation, permissionless. No licenses, no permission. You can do whatever you want. You can lose money, you can make money, that's different. But you can do whatever you want. And that's why I call it the next black swan. Now this, on the other hand, is the technology that is going to change, already changed, and it will change every aspect of our life going forward. Already big time blockchain use cases are there in governance. Governments have simply absorbed blockchain because of the very fact it gives authenticity to the transaction. So typically what happens, let's take our own, your income tax or your own GST or your own customs, for example. One document is seen by 10 authorities, possible? And the same document has to be vetted by different authorities at different point of time, which always gives the possibility of fraud and errors in terms of the numbers, the data, the discrepancies. What is put in the bill of lading may not be put in the export invoice, what is put in the shipping bill may not be there in the actual packing list. Those kind of discrepancies always happen and 5 authorities have to verify it. So blockchain is a distributed ledger concept which enables recording data in a decentralized manner, and it is a single source of truth with reference to transactional data. Main impact is it is tamper proof. It is immutable. Take your registration. You have your sale deed, then you have your patta, then you present your power of attorney, then there is a Tahsildar, then there is a CMDA, then there is a planning authority, then there is a traffic authority. There are 27 authorities who have to clear all these things. Imagine if the whole thing was in blockchain. Governments have already imagined it, and that is why things are all happening faster. So blockchain has applications in various domains such as education, governance, finance, banking, healthcare, logistics, cybersecurity, legal, power sector, and this is not my view, this is the view of Government of India as far as it is concerned. So what is this blockchain? So this, if you see the picture, that is the first part of the block, where the authenticity is given by that red cryptographic code. That red cryptographic code is tested in the next block. If it matches, this block keeps going. And then it creates another cryptographic code called as a blue code, and that gets matched as another. The moment moment something alien happens, the block collapses. So everybody in the system, in the blockchain system, they don't see each other, they don't know each other, they work in different parts of the globe, they'll verify that entire block for authenticity, and their job is to verify that this block is authentic in terms of the cryptography. If the block is authentic, it moves forward to the next level. And therefore, the data that is there becomes holier than holy because of the fact that it has been verified, identified by the sender's digital signature. Once a transaction is distributed in the block and added to the same, it cannot be altered, completely tamper-proof. Each subsequent block is given a chronological link, like a fingerprint, so that it goes to the genius block. A block is completed when a predetermined number of transactions are recorded. So transactions get recorded in each block and one block gets completed. So this is what is called as securing a blockchain. Next level, all our legal professionals already see this, some parts of Europe have already started seeing this. We are entering into what is called as smart contracts. Smart contracts means, if for example, if you do this, this thing will happen. If you don't this thing will happen. These are the kind of rules you can put. And those items which you put can get into a digital format, a smart contract. The code is written in such a manner it will establish all the rules and the agreed terms. So your lending contracts, your hire purchase contracts, your financing contracts, your terms and conditions, EMI, everything can be built into blockchains for preventing fraud and to ensure authenticity of transaction. And see who is getting into it? Indian Bank's Blockchain Infrastructure Company Limited has been formed, and that would eliminate paperwork, reduce transaction processing time, and offer a secure environment. All the banks have all joined together to create a blockchain for financial services. Okay, talk about this. I'm not even getting into online gaming. I'm not even getting into Karnataka High Court. I'm not even getting into game of skill versus game of chance. I'm only talking about the cryptocurrency involved in gaming. How many of you have children who are cousins or friends, etc., who are always playing the game? How many of you are actually involved in online gaming? That's a better question. Games, forget gambling. I'm not getting into gambling. Games through online. I see one or two quiet hands coming out slowly. It is nothing to be ashamed of. You know, cricket round a wallet and say cricket alone. So you can play, nothing wrong. So long as you don't get addicted to it. Now the problem is, when do you draw a line? It's very difficult to draw a line because it's quite attractive, quite addictive. Now this online gaming is a world by itself. So how it all started was, typically this IT guy was working in the air-conditioned office, and before COVID and all, he was sitting in the office. He would leave his house at 5:30 in the morning and land there and stay on till night, etc. So his entire life was caught in systems, and he got bored. At some point of time, he decided that I want the other life also. Why not I create the other life in the systems? And that is how all aspects of other life slowly came into the virtual world, and that became very, very popular. And today, online gaming is so popular that some researchers suggest that world going forward, it is better to know how these games are played because every other gadget would involve gaming technology. See, right now itself, your television remote has become the most complicated gadget in your life. How many of you agree? See, the remote is so complex today, and luckily, if you have one remote, they give you 3 remotes and you have to handle 3 systems. Finished. And there are youngsters who are even more smart saying that they will convert your phone into the AC remote. Not understanding the hacking consequences that follow. They'll convert it because it's easy to handle through their phone. So that small thing has become so complex. World over, we are going to see gadgets which emulate gaming. So, with a game, if you a little bit of gaming is nothing wrong. It's an $89 billion industry in 2021. It is expected to grow from 230 billion in 22 to 250 billion in 23. And manufacturing sector, the poor guys who spend so much of money creating infrastructure, creating raw material, creating final product, getting loans from the bank which is not given unless you have a track record for 10 years, and then slowly surviving NPA, slowly surviving NCLT. These guys do without any infrastructure, without anything, somewhere they operate, don't know where they operate, look at the numbers they come in. Games are in blockchain with embedded smart contracts. Games allows player to exist in a fictional world. So this guy wants to live in a virtual world, fictional world. So he creates an avatar for himself. Today's newspaper you would have seen, yesterday's newspaper, Punjab National Bank wants to create a metaverse whereby the customer can create himself as an avatar. They use the word avatar for this, nothing to do with Dasavadaram, okay, nothing to do with Kalki. So this is an avatar of yourself. You can go in the virtual world, look around, see, just like window shopping. You go to Express Mall and you look at window shopping. Like that, this entire world is created in a metaverse where you can walk in as an avatar, do whatever you want as an avatar, including stuff which you would not normally do. So that is where the illegality also comes. So the illegality also comes in the metaverse, which is a separate topic by itself. But games allow players to exist in a fictional world. Participants can carry out various activities using cryptocurrency. So what happens? You are playing a game. So in that game, let us say you are riding a horse. And with that horse, you keep riding and then you fight with somebody else. Typically most of them are war games. Now, they tempt you by saying that, why don't you wear a helmet while going the horse? The helmet is something which you can buy in the game. But you can buy only using a cryptocurrency. So using a cryptocurrency, you will buy what is called as game skins. Game skins would be your helmet, could be your hat, could be something else, a special sword, which will give you immunity. All those things you keep on buying using cryptocurrency. And now people are moving from play to play to play to play to earn. You can also earn currency by playing this. So the incentivizing is so much that you want to play more and get earned so that you can use it for buying something else in the metaverse. So you'll be there forever. That's the whole idea. World over, is there a use case for all these blockchain cryptocurrency? Italy is now selling NFTs for over 1,300 artists through one of the most prestigious organizations called as SIAE. Bermuda, healthcare payments have moved to blockchain. Insurance has gone to cryptocurrency. Sweden is exploring land registry. Dubai, all government departments are now getting into blockchain and cryptocurrency with IBM. By the way, Saudi Arabia will be the biggest country or #1 leader in artificial intelligence, the kind of money they are spending on AI. European Union, 22 nations including Netherlands, Germany, France, UK have formed European Blockchain Partnership, revamping the information systems. Estonia, if you like to read about it, go and read this. Estonia is a country which collapsed and then came up on digital world. So they are the #1 in terms of technology, in terms of digital aspects. You can even have e-residency in Estonia. That is, you can be an e-resident of that country through a virtual meeting. Ministry gives a brilliant idea as to when blockchain is applicable, when blockchain is not applicable. So is there a compelling case to reduce intermediaries? You have to say, if the answer is yes, then the next question, are multiple 2 or more stakeholders involved? Yes. Are you working with digital assets instead of physical assets? Yes. Then so on and so forth. This is where you have a strong case for a private blockchain. Then you have a case for public blockchain. And when you should not use blockchain. Clearly they find it. And what have we done? We have understood this, and today Telangana and Tamil Nadu are moving a lot towards blockchain technology. They initiated policy papers. You also have the blockchain in land registry, farm insurance, and digital certificates. So what is the message I am trying to convey? The world is changing, and the world is changing before we know the world is changing. We saw a little bit of change from cell phones. So there were days at a point of time when you had one heavy cell phone, which you had to make a call. You have to pull an antenna out of it, and then also signal won't come. You have to go to the balcony, bend yourself, not fall down, take the call, and come back, and then pay 22 rupees per call. That was the time we used to use phones like that. And today, where we are, that's just a sample part of growth. But it took so many years. But the growth which I'm talking about is exponential. Everything is becoming digital. Even take your audio. From the spool tape, it went on to a CD, it went on to a tape, from tape to it went on to a CD, from CD it has gone to some kind of an iPod, from iPod it is now just download. And movie has gone to streaming. Interestingly, if film is exhibited in a theatre, there is a local body tax on entertainment, admission to entertainment. But if the film comes through Netflix, there is no local body tax, because there is no admission to entertainment. There will be a GST on the transaction. There are different percentages. So globally, value perceptions are changing. Markets have all recognized innovation in the virtual world. Governments are increasingly using blockchain technology for efficiency, either as investment, speculation, or as a mode of payment. Interest in cryptocurrencies across the world is growing exponentially. And mind you, 2 states in US are now allowing taxpayers to pay tax with cryptocurrency. So they're willing to take that much. So the philosophy is, if you can't beat them, join them. So what is this Bitcoin? See the first name, Satoshi Nakamoto. This was the fellow who created Bitcoin. I am not sure whether he is a fellow. Till now the world does not know whether he is a he or a she, they, them, woke, we don't know. It could be a machine also. The inventor of Bitcoin is an unknown person who has created something which will also end on its own. It's almost like, creation. Creation and destruction. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, Allah same ஒரு product. It is created in such a manner that it will die. It is designed to die also. How it will die? Total number of Bitcoins that can be ever created is only 21 million in the world. So 21 million only can be created. So what happens? Scarcity. Scarcity means what? Value goes up. And as you grow, getting Bitcoins is very difficult because you have to mine Bitcoin. Basically, mining means you have to solve a puzzle. Puzzle na nama solra mari in the crossword and the puzzle kare. It will be one of the most complex puzzles which can be solved only by systems. The fellow who sits there doesn't actually solve the puzzle. He has invested in software and technology which will solve the puzzle. So the more and more he's got computing systems, more and more he's got technology, he's able to have a better chance of solving the puzzle. That is called mining. So he mines and he solves the puzzle, and once he solves the puzzle, a blockchain gets identified, and once he's able to complete that puzzle, he gets a reward, and that reward is a Bitcoin. Who gives the reward? System gives the reward. There is no A to B. So the system throws him a reward because he has solved the puzzle. So there is increased difficulty in mining. The system is designed to gradually increase difficulty for solving a block, which will ensure a cap on the number of Bitcoins in circulation. So, logical question, what drives the demand? Why are people crazy about cryptocurrency and specifically Bitcoins? People who understand and buy. People who do not understand and buy. People who buy on account of advertisement brand ambassadors. I like Shah Rukh Khan, I bought this. Shah Rukh Khan, but he advertised, therefore I bought it. Then there are success stories. You go to the, see today what, everything is mind. What you search will come back as a result. Because there are enough algorithms sitting in the system to predict what you are looking for and give you the same kind. You would have seen in Facebook. You go to Facebook and put a post saying that I have shifted from Bombay to Chennai. I have been promoted as general manager taxation in so-and-so company. You put like that. Because you share. Because even if you don't want to share, Facebook will ask you, what's on your mind, Kevu? Oh, you okay today? I have to put something, so you put something. So you put this information that I have shifted from Bombay to Chennai, I am a general manager taxation. Next, within few minutes, you will get targeted advertisements for housing, for car, for stay in Chennai, restaurants in Chennai, location. These are not targeted advertisements. You have your, because Facebook does not read separate. We are the product, we are the consumers. Therefore, the demand is driven by advertisements and brand ambassadors, and therefore a lot of success stories will come. You click one story saying who has won in Bitcoin, and you get all kinds of success stories. Then there is a fear of missing out. All of us have this fear. Maybe I should have put in mutual funds. At least now I put. Maybe I bought in shares. Like that, people are now putting money in cryptocurrency. Sorry. Somebody has decided to do. Then there is speculation. What is HODL? Anybody? I saw two hands on Bitcoin. What is HODL? Holding it for dear life. In shares, you say hold, right? Hold, buy or sell. These are key terms which you use in shares. In crypto, it is called holding it for dear life. What is the philosophy? Even if it crashes, hold it. It will come back. So whoever is a crazy investor in Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, you talk to them, life you will suddenly feel that you are better off in life. Because you spend half an hour with them, they will saying why this cryptocurrency will rule the world and how everything else will change in terms of investments and what you are doing in shares and mutual funds and plot law and waste, maha waste, those things will not give you anything. This is the market. And you ask them a polite question, how much of money have you made? No, I won't make money because I have not exited the market yet. So, are you going to exit tomorrow? No, if I exit, it will be lost. Then, when will it go? I'll hold, it will go. So, hold side also. After cryptocurrency, we have virtual assets. These are called as tokens, you have utility tokens, security tokens, you have exchange tokens. There is something called as stable coin. For example, if you take Bitcoin, Bitcoin use panni, you can exchange only another cryptocurrency. Whereas a stable coin is a cryptocurrency whose value is pegged against a fiat currency like dollar. So, UST, USDT, DAI, these are stable coins. Therefore, people who want to make actual money which they can use in the real world will have to ultimately convert to dollars or rupees. So, from Bitcoin, it has to become DAI. DAI has to be converted into dollars and dollars into rupees where you can spend, assuming you are in India. So, this is the story as far as stable coins is concerned. Then there is something called as non-fungible tokens which has caught the world by storm. What are non-fungible tokens? In my school days, we used to play all kinds of games. Physically all games. We were always on the road. One famous game was the marble game, Goli. Playing all roads and drainage the school. It's a famous game where you hit one marble with another marble. If you are able to win, if you're able to break the other fellow's marble, that's a real win. You get to right to collect something from him. Those collectibles was cigarette covers, films. You would collect 10 cigarette covers or cigarette cardboards. They can be exchanged for a rubber ball which you can use for cricket. So we didn't have money to play cricket at all. Whereas rubber ball would get a very issue. Forget cork. So this is the life which you have led, and these are all collectibles. You have sand collection, you have gold collection, you have coins collection, and the very NFTs now collection. 21st century digital collectibles. What is this collectible? Digitally available, accessible, verified, secured using blockchain, and NFT also uses blockchain technology. This is NFT. Can you see what it is? That fellow is worth billions. That is a digital blockchain, NFT which was created by somebody by calling it as Bored Ape. Bored Ape. There is an ape which is bored. That Bored Ape sold for 69 million. So Bored Ape sold for 696.978 ETH. ETH is another cryptocurrency. So somebody created a code showing this particular thing and said this is my NFT. Now that became popular, that there are different types of bored apes which are getting created with different ownership rights for different people. So that is one type of NFT which is there. People sold for 69 million. Amitabh Bachchan has also started his NFT. Amitabh Bachchan's NFT is this. So Zanjeer, he created this particular thing. So non-fungible token is nothing but non-interchangeable. It cannot be used as a currency. It is like a portrait, it is like a unique product which is available digitally. It is not a Xerox copy of something which is there physically. It is by itself a code through which it is created. You have Marvel Comics. How many of you love Marvel Comics? Okay. Marvel Comics which you read, that picture of the Marvel Comics, somebody converted into an NFT format. And that is available for auction. NFT can be bought and sold. Downloading an image that is present as an NFT does not reflect ownership of NFT. Screenshot picture of Marvel Comics is not the same as NFT itself. You have to create an NFT out of that. Jack Dorsey, when he started Twitter, that was his first tweet. Just setting up my Twitter. Twitter spelling itself was very different. Now, he created an NFT out of it, Jack Dorsey himself, and that was sold for $2.9 million. $2.9 million it was sold, $2.9 million, and it was bought by one fellow from Iran who bought it, and the current value, can anybody guess? $250. All the euphoria disappeared after he bought it. He bought it for some crazy feel that it has got huge value, but it is now $250. It has crashed. That is also an NFT. That is sitting, an XNFT on Ethereum. So typically it's a collectible. It could be images, it could be videos, it could be books, it could be GIF. Your AFTP logo can become an NFT. Your RBI 60 years logo that was there can become an NFT. You can create it and put it and then sell it to RBI members. It's a collectible. Somebody can buy. Vasu can bid, outbid everybody and buy everything. So like that, things can happen. Digital trading cards. Then now latest is the digital real estate, where you can live in the virtual world and then you can buy land. There was one scam going on. I bought land in the moon. There are a lot of people who are buying land in the moon. So with that there is a virtual thing which is called as digital real estate, where you can buy land. Domain names can be NFTs, and that is a stage which I already talked about. So does NFT have a value? Market seems to think so based on some recent fancy high value at auctions. Scarcity drives the demand. Like any other tangible collectibles, NFTs have their own group of enthusiasts driving up value. NFT can facilitate fractional ownership of an original. Now, why would somebody buy this collectible? Why would somebody buy painting? Today you have, there is a M. F. Hussain painting which was bought by a politician for a fancy price. All that can also happen. So you have collectibles, you have paintings that are sold, bought at different prices. Like that, NFT is a collectible. They also try to lure you into interesting membership. For example, Bored Ape NFTs will give you membership. To what? You will enter into a special club called as Internet Yacht Club, which gives you access to what? A bathroom in the virtual world. Digital bathroom. Why do you want to go to the bathroom? You want to write on the wall. So it's for grafting. So whatever is your perversion, you want to write on the wall, etc., they will give you this access to this board membership. So you have to understand the psyche of the fellows who are also into this. So you can't think with your value systems, and you won't even write on the chalkboard in another class. Okay? We'll be so careful in writing the Misso, Mastro, Sollama, board pape poma. Unless the school people, you are a school people leader and you have to write names of boys who are talking, etc. Otherwise, you won't even write them. Original owner creator of NFT may be entitled to a royalty every time NFT is sold or created, and then now there are disputes going on in the world on IPR. Who owns the royalty? Those of you who are keen to play on NFT, these are the market spaces. OpenSea is the famous one which has all these buying and selling of NFTs. Advantage of NFT, authenticity, provide provenance of NFT from the creation to the ownership. Unlike physical form of art or similar products, there is no dilapidation with time. Possible revenue, recurring royalty for creators, trading revenues, market based on algorithms, trust deficit is eliminated, transfers are instant, full speed. I don't know how tax authorities will ever track it if the transfers are at full speed. And biggest drawback for NFT is this, unregulated by government. No remedy in case you buy a fake NFT. Already fake NFTs are full flow in the market. Return of caveat emptor. You bought it, you be aware of it. You can't even go and complain anywhere, it's unregulated. You can purchase only cryptocurrency, and there is a lot of scamming through fake mobile apps, emails, etc. It's a huge speculative market. At best, it is a metadata file. My view is that NFT is nothing but a metadata file. Purchase of an NFT involving an underlying asset does not grant copyright in the underlying asset. You are getting only that NFT. You can't, for example, if you make an NFT of a Rembrandted painting, you cannot say I have an NFT of Rembrandted painting itself. That NFT is different, that one is different. It is like those in songs, no? Ilayaraja composed one song. He is the owner of that song. But somebody does a mixing of that song with horrible automated drums going along and something like that. That is copyright. Ilayaraja cannot use that song. That's the kind of song. Remix. When they remix a song, they can completely remix with different tracks added to it. That will be its own original song. Now, why is government concerned? Biggest concern is revenue. Leakage of revenue, taxation. Because if this much of unregulation is there, it is easy for transactions to be dealt with in terms of crypto. Threat to sovereignty, money laundering is huge. Illegal activities are funded through most of these, and total crimes using cryptocurrency in 2021. You must have heard about ransomware attacks. You might have heard about companies being stopped unless they pay so much of cryptocurrency. All that is happening. Current policy of nations, we will wait and watch. India, you wait and watch, tax. India is the first country to decide to get into taxing virtual digital asset. By calling it as virtual digital asset. It is not as if other countries don't tax it. UK taxes it, US taxes it. They treat it under the capital gains chapter and business income chapter. So they treat it as a normal asset. You're buying a business asset, selling a business asset, or you're buying an investment and selling it. But they decided, India decided to create a special carve-out category called as VDA. Handful of nations have also banned them. Nations are exposing use of technology for governance. And look at this. US has seized Bitcoin worth 3.6 billion in record haul. Then you have this IMF asking El Salvador to drop Bitcoin, and more countries are now pressuring El Salvador to say, don't have this as a currency. So first question, is it legal? Answer is, where is the prohibition? If something is illegal, you must specifically say so. Till now, government also is playing the game of saying, we will not say so. They tried to one circular in RBI, which was promptly knocked down by the Supreme Court. So now, even when the tax was imposed in finance bill, the press asked, are you recognizing the legality? The question of legitimacy of digital assets have not yet been broached. We are only taxing. Beyond this, we will decide on regulations or ban only after consultations are over. So as of now, you tax it. We will see whether legality or not. Ban manapram. So till now, there is no prohibition as far as cryptocurrency transactions or virtual asset transactions or NFT transactions. And India decided to do something even more unique. See, there is a talk in the world that countries are slowly working on a digital currency or a virtual currency because the dollar might take a backseat over a period of time. What happens if there is a virtual currency? It will defeat the entire existing fiat currency. The entire banking system can collapse. Your money which is held in physical currency, my money held in physical currency will become paper. So governments are very worried of allowing this as a parallel currency or alternate currency. That is why India's digital currency is nothing but an electronic version of the nation's official currency. It is not a separate currency. If it's a separate currency, we can have havoc in the market. Issued by RBI, known as a digital rupee, lower transaction cost, brings cashless economy, better target benefits, pilot launch with select banks have already happened. People are already transacting in some parts of the state. And not some part of the country, not Tamil Nadu. Cryptocurrencies are not currencies under FEMA. Under FEMA, you have two things, capital account transaction, current account transaction. As far as capital account transactions, it's restricted unless specifically permitted, whereas current account transactions are free unless specifically restricted. So you have to decide what is this. Is it a capital account transaction or a current account transaction? Cryptocurrency cannot be foreign currency or foreign exchange under FEMA. That also is a debate because El Salvador says it's my currency. That means it's a foreign currency. So that if few more countries start saying it's their own currency, it will become foreign currency. Can cryptocurrency be considered as goods under FEMA? Concept of goods under the sales tax law, all of us know. All the jurisprudence related to case laws, how will they apply to FEMA? If treated as goods, it will be current account transaction. Cryptocurrency and PMLA. PMLA, of course, you had a session. I presume the speaker will touch something like this. It will apply only when proceeds of crime are used to procure cryptocurrency. But then you have this ED. ED always maneuvers in different ways. ED attaches assets worth 36 crores of a Kerala man and cryptocurrency scam. Cryptocurrency is attached. We don't know what we are going to do with the attached cryptocurrency. That's a very issue. I don't know if you remember, there was this chapter 20C of the Income Tax Act, those days, where if you are selling a property about a certain threshold, you have to go file the agreement with the particular commissioner and he will decide whether it is the correct value or the apparent consideration is much more in terms of value in the market, etc. If the authority feels that your value is lower than what is that value, government will acquire that property, acquisition of removable property. And the money, property in cities will be owned by Income Tax Department. And the yenna achane theriyadhu. Kadasila or 5 years kalichu, whoever wanted to buy will buy it from the Income Tax Department. That also happened. Because what would they do with those assets? See, you must be able to encash those assets. At least those were land and building which went up in value. Crypto assets will have crashed also. So we need to look at different solutions, but they said we'll attach, we attached. Now look at this. If you have not read anything about cryptocurrency and if you would like to know that subject, read Justice Ram Sunan judgment in Internet and Mobile Association of India. It's a lengthy judgment. It runs to more than 200 pages, but it's like a movie. It's written like a script, written like a full-fledged movie. So he said that ED can step in only when actual money laundering takes place, since the statutory scheme of PMLA deals with the procedure which is quasi-criminal. And he talks about cryptocurrency and he squashed the RBI circular which tried to ban cryptocurrency. Benami transactions, definition of property is very, very wide. Therefore, concept of Benami can always happen. Take this example. Cryptocurrency purchased in the name of A through funds provided by B and held by A for the benefit of B. Then it can be a Benami transaction. Problem is identification of the Benami transaction and how would you confiscate the Benami transaction? எங்க வச்சிருக்கானே தெரியாது அது crypto asset. Where does he hold it? It is held in a wallet. Wallet na purse கிடையாது. Okay, you should not look at your purse and you show your purse, let me your wallet. Wallet where எங்க இருக்கு? That wallet is a complete different story in terms of access, whether who has access, etc. Merely taking the system will not help because there are intermediaries who identify how to store these cryptocurrencies. So Finance Act 2022, 115 PBH, special provision, tax at 30%. Now it was very clear. I want 30% tax. On what? On the income from transfer of VDA. And then when government launches something, they launch with some venom also. No deduction. You cannot claim any other deduction except the cost of acquisition. Then somebody must have told them, sir, they may use it for loss, set off, capital loss. No set off loss. If you ask me, this provision is brilliant in terms of revenue collection. But did they get money? Answer is no, because market crashed. If you transfer VDA, that money that you get must be more than what you have paid for that money to be taxed. Whoever was selling at 20% of their purchase price. So that last point actually is a saving grace. In the loss of which where income off panamata. That at least this is saving grace for income tax purposes. Receipt of VDA without consideration tax and the recipient as income other sources. Then they decided, using the word transfer, why not you borrow from 247? We will soon know whether it is a good idea or a bad idea after the next few slides. So they borrow 247, whether capital asset or not. Then typically we have the standard for bring something to tax. Then how do we know that somebody is liable? TDS. So there is a provision for TDS. And then there is an obnoxious provision saying that if there is any difficulty in implementing this provision, guidelines will be issued. Guidelines will be more than the section. Last few sections we have seen, 194R, 194S, all of them are in that set of segments. If you tell Government of India or the drafters of Income Tax Act or drafters of GST law or drafters of any law, probably who else, our kind of lawyers will be speak there. How we draft, they also draft. Nothing wrong. So you tell them, please put a definition for tax. So world over there is an understanding of what is a virtual digital asset. They went overboard, borrowed that definition and safety, everybody is finished in the definition. Information code, number, token, not being Indian currency, foreign currency, generated through crypto means or otherwise. 45.4 Padaya definition, MR latest judgment or otherwise, everything will apply. By whatever name called, good to go. Providing a digital representation of value which is exchanged with or without consideration, with the promise or representation of having inherent value or function as a store of value or a unit of account and includes its use in any financial transaction or investment but not limited to investment schemes and can be transferred, stored, traded electronically. Then they added one more thing. This is where I think they might have been a little more careful. A non-fungible token or any other token of a similar nature by whatever name called, any other digital asset as notified by the government.
From time to time.
That is the risk because government has to watch and notify. This technology grows in, not in weeks' time or months' time, in hours' time. So by the time somebody says this technology has come, a new type of asset has come and they put a paper and the committee sits on it and recommends it, first draft, second draft, by the time GO comes and the transaction moves and another thing should happen. Probably they should have just left it as any other digital asset and leave it to the courts for interpretation rather than saying notified. One interesting thing, they are also safe, power to exclude digital assets because government also has plans to bring virtual assets. So this will be used for that kind of thing. Next. Right.
Digital asset.
115 BBH transfer BDA and you have a flat rate of 30%. But if you look at 115 BB that came for income by way of winnings of lottery or crossword puzzle, along with 115 BB, they made amendments to 224 also. They brought winnings from lottery and they also categorized into a scheduler head of income, other sources 56. So winnings from lottery were considered income from other sources and 58.4 provided that no deductions shall be allowed. Same philosophy, no deduction. For 115 BB heads, no amendment to 224, no inclusion under 56 reference to BDA. So there can be a legal question whether 115 BB heads alone is enough for sustainability. I'm not giving answers, I'm only putting questions. Very wide definition, I already talked about it. So transfer 247, the question would be where is the transfer taking place and where is the jurisdiction? So let's look at transfer also. If you look at the components of transfer, sale of a Bitcoin through stablecoin and USD, plain vanilla transaction, you can tax it. Exchange. And the RSC book money. I give you Bitcoin, you give me Ethereum. Barter system. Now if you give a Bitcoin for Ethereum, whether both parties will have to pay tax? Because you have transferred Bitcoin for Ethereum, he has transferred Ethereum for Bitcoin. So definitely both parties have to pay tax. There cannot be another interpretation. Transfer content is section 240 of the Income Tax Act. ADSR is no doubt sale, exchange or relinquishment of asset, but mere conversion of one currency to another currency cannot be considered as an exchange. Exchange is context was mean transfer one capital asset for another capital asset. Like a sale, it requires 2%. That cannot be a sale or exchange to oneself. This is the judgment in Tihar Kumari. How much can you apply it to this can be another debate. Third category of transfer, relinquishment of rights. I have rights, I have relinquished it, that's a transfer. Extinguishment of rights. Sometimes what happens? You will have crypto in a wallet sitting in an exchange. Exchange developed. Exchange is a fraud. He has run away. There are a number of cases where exchanges are closed. So the exchange could be completely gone where impossible for you to deal in the crypto, whether that amounts to extinguishment of rights. Or from your wallet, somebody has stolen your crypto. Your wallet has been, pickpocketed in the virtual world, whereby the crypto has been taken away by somebody else. Does it mean that there is an extinguishment of right? I don't see, so quickly you will get case, unless somebody files a petition and tries to get this all attribute, which is very rare. Compulsory acquisition, like what we saw, ED attaching or government attaching. Conversion of crypto asset into stock and trade is 45(2) applicable. Can crypto be considered as a capital asset when it is treated as a BDA? Wherever I put questions, they are all seminars for one full day. I will not talk about it. If capital asset, sale of crypto as stock and trade, 115 PBH or business income. These kind of questions will come up for interpretation. What is the cost of acquisition? I buy multiple cryptos at different points of time. FIFO, LIFO, hybrid, no answers. We'll have to see. Biggest challenge for anybody, your statutory auditor, your advisor, the person who is certifying the accounts, his headache is more than the income tax department's headache. I'm sure PMLA session would have covered your risk that was there for a professional. How would you know whether this assessee whom you are dealing with has also dealt with this transaction? I came across a very income tax interesting notice for my client. My client is in UK. He got a notice from our friendly department where it said that your son is engaged in cryptocurrency, please provide details. Can you believe this notice? Okay, I will get it. Sir, my son minor. Yes, sir. 35 வயசா இருக்கு. எங்க இருந்தாலும் என் கூட இல்ல சார் பேச்சுவார்த்தை கிடையாது. அதெல்லாம் போட்டு பதில் போட்டாலும் வேற என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? You can only ask the son, you cannot ask the father for the son's transaction. Why I am saying is the government also is clueless as to how to track these transactions. For example, they have done an Income Tax Companies Act. Schedule 3 of the Companies Act now mandates disclosure of cryptocurrency transfer by the company. Is it adequate? May not be adequate. Future, I'm sure they will have a column in your IT return. One more column. Have you bought, sold, dealt with, or in any manner had transaction of virtual digital assets as defined under so and so? Yes, no details. No, withdrawn. That cannot be enough. Do you know your neighbor or friends who are doing all these transactions? Go column. Because how else will you track this information? How else will you get this data? It's going to be very, very complex. And transactions outside this, there is something called as hard wallet and unhosted wallets. Unhosted wallets in the crypto world is the black money of the crypto world. Crypto is black. Black money of the crypto world is the unhosted wallets. So my view, I sincerely believe this. Crypto has the potential to become parallel economy with all the risks which are associated. Kashtappatti, we have eliminated cash to a large extent. We have gone to a digital world, we have gone to a cashless economy. Unless we are careful, we will end up the whole thing in somewhere else. And that cash is moota adi puchang. This is moota ellu. So how do you find it? Not good for the economy, not good for the nation, not good for the growth of a country. You can't have one sector of economy going completely like that. What is not transfer? In cryptocurrency, there is something called as lending. Unbelievable, these guys. They will buy a set of cryptocurrencies and then they will stake it to the system exchange itself. They have pledged their own currency. That fellow will use that to lend it to somebody else to buy another cryptocurrency. For that, you will earn cryptocurrency. So the question is, what is that earning? Is it interest on account of lending of money? Or if crypto is property and property is lent, is it interest or is it rent? Whether it is neither rent nor interest but income from other sources, what is the fair market value for determining income? Can it be said that the transfer of VDA is the only transaction that is currently taxable? Lending is separate, now transfer at 247. Therefore, what is taxable? Transfer. When the crypto earned as interest is subsequently sold on 15BH will easily come. What is the cost of acquisition? I give an example. X borrows 300 Ethereum from Mr. Y and is required to pay interest in Ethereum at 3%. If the receipt of interest in the form of crypto will income others from the hands of Mr. Y, what is the position in the hands of Mr. X? Mr. X is no longer the owner of Ethereum to the extent of that interest. That's the amount of relinquishment of rights. Those questions will also come. Some of these questions have come. That's why I'm able to put this. Then I talk about mining. As I said, world over miners exist with all kinds of systems and technology. Biggest disadvantage of all this cryptocurrency is that it consumes power. Maximum power consumption. Super power consumption. One of the parameters for income tax is to find out your EV bill. Why are you having so much of electricity bill? There is some increase in electricity bill. Why? They can look at it and see whether there is some other activity you're doing. Probably, you need factors. Like those days, excise, they will look at your power consumption, look at your stock manufactured, and then tally how much you actually manufactured, and then come to evasion, suppression, etc. Puzzle gets complicated over a period of time. The node that solves the puzzle verifies the latest block and is rewarded with cryptocurrency. Transfer contemplates an existence of an asset that is transferred. When mining is self-generated, can you call it as a transfer? How will you do fair market value of a VDA mined? Or whether it is business or profession, or you can say that nobody has given this money to me. It has just come because I solved the puzzle. And where is that fellow? Location, jurisdiction. I am not even touching SCP. I am not even touching Section 9. I am not even touching business connection. I am not even touching equal access levy. I am not even touching e-commerce operator. I am just not touching the tip of the iceberg. Another technical word is called as airdrop. Airdrop means suddenly somebody will give you cryptocurrency. You are in this field. Let us say you have invested in X type of cryptocurrency which is not all doing well. That same technology fellow who has created the X currency finds that you are losing interest in X. Therefore, to keep you incentivized, suddenly gives you Z as a cryptocurrency. It will come in your wallet. That's called as an airdrop. Airdrop. What is it? Is it income from other sources? Is it gift and therefore tax in the hands of the donee? If it is gift in the hands of the donee, who is the donor? Nobody knows. Invent pannale yaar theriyadhu. That fellow itself is not known. The system gives you. When you say system is the person who has given you the gift, he is the donor, you are the donee, 56(2) will apply. Then distributed ledger ledger green one fellow decides that no, I don't agree to those rules. I want to change the root of this ledger. 5 people join him. That is called as hard fork. That is a separate block. So the group there will be a division soon. In that is what is called as a hard fork. I don't transfer. I donate to charitable institution. Charitable institution. After New Ahmedabad Authority, he is not even there. But assuming he is still there. So you give donation to charitable institution. Now what is in the hands of the donor? It's a donation. I can donate anything. Property of any kind I can donate. What is in the hands of the trust? Usual procedures will apply. So if the trust wants to encash it, it has to sell. If it has to sell, it becomes a transfer. The transfer income, whether it's income under section 11, will be another debate. Gift of VDA, no tax on the donor, tax on the recipient through 56(2)(x is possible, but of course you can argue that it may not apply. Of course your exceptions, relatives, etc. The Vivek or when they talk about a mega serial story. Two people are there, A and B are there, B falls in love with C, C is the sister of D, A gets married to D, and then D adopts E, then E becomes the father of F. Mari, one story. Angada or twist A purchases 10 stable coins, VDA paid 1.1 against USD. A would have paid INR equal to 10 USD. A purchased 10 ADA, another VDA currency, and using 10 stable coins. A deposits 10 ADA as collateral to borrow stable coins, which is less than the value offered as collateral, say 80%, that is 8 stable coins. A uses 8 stable coins to purchase 8 more ADA. All these transactions happen in a minute in a decentralized app through a smartphone available 24/7 by this fellow sitting in some mall also. And how will we implement TDS in this? Luckily, the court gave one guideline saying that the LRM we cannot handle, one fellow, if he can do it, we'll fine with it. This I already talked about mining, I don't want to repeat again whether 56(2) would apply. Nobody knows why these miners are there. This is income tax. GST is not available. This game is still not in their arena. Income tax, at least they created a section, massive provision, you know that some tax will happen. GST, the biggest challenge is it goods or service? You don't know. If cryptocurrencies are not legal tender, that is clear in the act. They are clear as to money means money as per FEMA. Goods will not include money. Money means money as per FEMA. FEMA does not recognize this as currency. Therefore, this is not money. Okay? So, this is not legal tender. If it is not legal tender, can be considered as goods. Supreme Court Association said that know-how put in a machine-readable format becomes chattel. TCS, if you look at the conditions, transmission, transfer, delivery, storage, possession, I think all the conditions can be met. So, is it goods? Or is it a currency which is yet to be recognized by law? Is it an unrecognized currency? That is another view that can come. Can mining be taxed for GST purposes? UK is very clear, don't tax mining. Why? Because we don't know where the miners are. So they leave it. You know, we're not able to tax mining, it's not an economic activity for consideration and service. Exchange of cryptocurrencies, barter is covered in the definition of supply. So one currency for another currency, if they are both goods, it can be bartered. But supply definition is very clear. Supply must be in the course or furtherance of business. Andama who is buying cryptocurrency, I don't think it is part of our CA profession to do this. Therefore, it is not in the course or furtherance of business. It would be a random activity. If it is not a course or furtherance of business, how is it supply? Is it security? Answer is no. SCRA definition not apply. Can sale of NFT and other virtual assets attract GST? If as goods, yes, it will be taxed. Then there will be jurisdiction. Who is the location? Where is the location of the supplier? Where is the place of supply? Who is the recipient? All kinds of issues are existing. DGGA cracks down on cryptocurrency exchanges across countries. 70 crore tax evasion detected. UK tax watchdog makes first seizure of 2 million NFT fraud. Then founders of crypto ICO plead guilty to tax evasion after raising 24 million from investors. Coachella will sell lifetime passes as NFTs. These are all getting into the tax act in different parts of the world. Last but few slides. How many of you know about the tulip story in Netherlands? Tulip is a beautiful flower. At one point of time, if you look at the time frame, tulip, November 12th till May 1st. Starting date November 12th. Look at the time price at which it went, and then when it crashed, May 1st. People bought tulip for millions of rupees. Because if you don't have tulip, you are a waste in life. Okay, that was the feeling they had. So all that speculated and bought, the whole thing crashed. I always, and how did they all buy? Because they believed in comparison. He has tulips, I don't have tulips, so I buy tulip. Forgetting the fact that comparison is the thief of joy. They forgot all that and they kept on buying tulips and tulips and tulips, and then it ultimately crashed. Flower, nothing but flower. People paid millions, sold houses and bought tulips. Go and read that story. It's called tulip bubble. Is crypto a tulip bubble? Possible. Why? There is no underlying asset. There is no underlying asset for crypto transaction. Valuation, how is it based? Because there is scarcity, value is going up. Because there is speculation, value is going up. Unregulated mechanism. Huge challenges in enforced. If smart contracts are the basis for all these blockchains, what happens if you have put rogue conditions in smart contract? That is also possible. Is crypto a Ponzi scheme? I don't know. It is possible. There are so many fellows who have already lost money. Generally, for investment, you look at Warren Buffett. What is Warren Buffett's view on cryptocurrency? Cryptocurrencies have no value. They don't produce anything. They don't reproduce. They can't mail you a check. They can't do anything. And what you hope is that somebody else comes along and pays you more money for them later on. But then that some person's got the problem. In terms of value, zero. That's Warren Buffett view, not my view. But technically, yes. If there's no underlying asset, how does your value go? But if you look at some of these public issues that came up recently, those fellows never had revenues. But look at the number of, the money that was taken in terms of shares, etc. You never know. So let's look at reality check. Who accepts, who rejects, who has concerns on crypto? All the green countries are legal. Cryptocurrency, crypto assets, NFTs are absolutely legal. Some significant concerns, you see the orange. Red, mostly legal. So in India we have some concerns, but we are still not sure whether we should become red or we should remain green. I doubt if we become red, we'll try to put some kind of control in terms of declaration, etc. Last slide for the day. Katrathu kaiman alavu, kalladadu ulagavu. Next level is semantic web. Semantic web means today you put a search in a particular word, it will search and bring all those words and give you. Semantic web understands the meaning of the word and what you are trying to search for and gives you more optimum results. Metaverse, virtual reality, augmented reality. Today this fellow does not have the time to go and buy a shoe. So he goes to a shoe shop virtually, looks around what shoes he wants. There is an avatar which can also fit that shoe and check whether it fits his size. And then he picks up the shoe and then the delivery happens. 5 players could be involved. The 6th player will advertise in the transaction. And the 6th player or 4th player will be in UK. Then you will have whether this is significant economic presence, whether the number of transactions are significant enough or not. All those questions are open. So avatar is what you create for yourself. In Tamil Nadu, one boy and girl decided to have a wedding in a metaverse. So they created an avatar for themselves, had a wedding kind of a virtual scenario, where they had their parent, the father for the girl had passed away. So he became an avatar, he kind of blessed them in the metaverse and they came out. This was an Alaseri. There are bad stories of metaverse where there is even harassment of women in the avatar. Low level perversion. To harass an avatar. Advertisement revenues, billboard revenues are significant. Content creation is another big area as far as this is concerned. And AI. AI is everywhere. If you think that you are not using AI, you are wrong. All of us are using AI in different forms. Your Swiggy and your Zomato and your Uber itself is driven by AI in terms of various aspects. But the next level is generative AI. So generative AI is next level of intelligence. For example, if you take ChatGPT. How many have tried ChatGPT? Nice. How many have tried Bard? Bard try pannala. Adi try pannala. Bard is better than ChatGPT. எல்லாமே wrong because ChatGPT and Bard will give you hallucination. அதாவது எப்படின்னா சில பேர் இருப்பாங்க நீ ஏதாவது அவனுக்கு கேள்வி கேள தெரியாதுன்னு சொல்லவே மாட்டான். Without the answer. So like that ChatGPT if you ask something, has Rajinikanth and Amitabh and Jaya Badri acted together now? Yes, சொல்லு படத்தை சொல்லு. So they call in technology they call it hallucinating. So the ChatGPT can also hallucinate, but ChatGPT can wipe out lawyers like us. I would say us to some extent because we are all tax lawyers to some extent. Konja naal padichuvom. Probably another 3-4 years we have scope. But document lawyers, contract lawyers, transaction lawyers who do only plain drafting of contracts, over. The ChatGPT can generate the same document which a junior takes for 1 week in 30 seconds. I have tried it. Result is 85% correct, 15% you customize it. Junior 40% correct, 60% correct. So AI will not replace you. The person who uses AI will replace you. So all these are technologies available, large language models are available, and as I said, generative AI, and just to finish the whole process, that I used AI to create. So I wanted an AI of a octopus which is confused by reading all law books, sitting in the middle of the ocean. So with that, I thank the organizers for a very, very good job.
Any questions? No questions?
By the way, Vasu, the definition is equivalent to Kamala Hassan's. Let me tell you this, it is not an imaginary world, it is much more a real world than our real world. In fact, this is the real Maya, not what we know as Maya.
Well, here you have a question.
194 years. How it can be practically applied part of the return to be paid?
Offline is good. Go boring question long procedure related, whatever is the compliance requirements, see, TDS they gave that clarity that who is responsible for TDS.
Yes.
So in terms of an exchange of letter or in terms of an agreement, you can shift the entire responsibility to somebody who is bigger than you, the exchange, or the player who is typically involved in the transaction. And in all cases, they themselves have volunteered to do the TDS. So just ensure that if you are doing these transactions, the person who is responsible for TDS is identified and you are not responsible. Then you are okay.
How they affect the assets of the cryptocurrency?
When I'm not ED, is there a counsel for ED here? They'll be able to tell you how they do the Kerala asset. But typically what happens, it is stored in a wallet. Wallet, as I said, is not a physical wallet, but a virtual wallet. Virtual wallet is nothing but a storage in a virtual space in your own system. So you have an access password, you go into that, and then you have a store. Just like your DigiLocker. How is your DigiLocker so different from a wallet? So like that, you store something there. That they found access to it. He obviously had, his password would have been 1234, who knows? So, number password that never goes beyond 1234. So, for the merit 8 digits, otherwise, 8 characters. Otherwise, 1234 was a standard password everywhere in the world, whereby everything is working. One of my friend used to tell me that he was doing a cyber audit and he found that they were using 1234 so much. He said, what is this nonsense? You are vulnerable like anything. Please change your password every day. So these fellows implemented it. 1 month later, he went to a post audit check to see. Sir, because we are doing change of password everything. Oh, fantastic. Then he found that every computer had a yellow sticker. Today's password.
Sir, this is not related to the subject, but as a tax expert, I have a doubt. Faceless assessment is going on and appeal is going on. Is there any chance to get opportunity for personal hearing in the case of faceless appeal stage? Because in the ground,
This is out of this one.
Out of
Please. They may be having
Sir, there is one landmark decision of the Madras High Court where they have said, even in a faceless assessment, opportunity should be given physically by the assessing officer. Days are not too far, then the appellate authority will also give you personal hearing.
Sir, there will be days where you can have an avatar who will go and appear and argue. Whatever sharing will happen. You may find it, amusing. 2018, I made a presentation for ENY in Bangalore where I said virtual courts will happen. And where are we? 2018, before COVID. So all world is changing so fast beyond our imagination.
Supreme Court had reserved 1 day for virtual hearing. So this is what is happening now. Well, friends, the topic is too technical. I can understand. Therefore, there are no many questions. What is required to be done by the association that for our members? That see, basically what he tried to do, he not only explain the law, but also explain what it is. First you should know what it is, then only you can apply the law. So the first thing in these cases is, because see, so far we were dealing with only tangible goods. we were dealing with, we were concerned with the intangibles also, but only few, like your software and licenses. Now this is something new. Something new a common man does not know. So what it is, that is you require some days to study it, and a training has to be conducted by the association or the members. Likewise, like the GST departments or income taxes department that conduct for their officers. And then application of law. See, what I understand to my mind, because this is new in our country. But there are, it has been there for years together in the foreign countries, especially UK and this one. There are judgments under UK law and this one. Anyway, in the course we will study them. Basically, the laws which have been framed in India, that is Seraphos Act 1930, then Contract Act 1956, we will have to see how they will apply to such intangible things. It will take some time. Today, I must thank him for covering the almost whole subject. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Telephone while traveling in the car during 80s, during after next 95 or so. This fantastic revolution by way of the cell phones have come from 90s only. Similarly, this may not take much time to overthrow all these things.
That's right. And then we have to understand how the law. Now see, basically,
not knowing the technicalities, how to use those technicalities is more important than that. But artificial intelligence may be there. So many equipments the government will give in the government medical colleges or something.
Chairman, sir.
Correct. We are, one second, correct. But we are more concerned with applicability of this than your usability. He does the Associated Cement, then Tata Consultancy, there is BSNL also. But now, how far those are applicable to such type of intangible good that we will have to see. We will have, after 6 months again, we will have one more session.
Thank you. Before closing the session, I have one present task. Can I request Mr. Bhima Bhatt, Chartered Accountant, to be here? I request Mr. Bhima Bhatt to present 2 flower bouquets to Vaidiswaran and 2 mementos. Happy to announce that today is the wedding anniversary, so we can't go ahead. As we do, sir, vote for Vaidiswaran, sir. Vote for Vaidiswaran. Yeah.
Sir, can I speak about like CED conference?
Yeah.
So that kindly display this. No? Anyway, we have a All India Federation of Tax Practitioners also has a conference at Shirdi on 21st and 22nd August. Excellent arrangements have been made. There is a VIP darshan of Sai Baba. I, on behalf of AFTP West Zone, invite you all to that conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now move on to the 4th technical session of the day. This is a panel discussion and the topic is information, underreporting, misreporting in the IT and GST. The panelists are Mr. Karan Talwar, Advocate, Hyderabad, Mr. Bharat Rai Chandani, Advocate, Mumbai, and Ms. Richa Bakliwal, Chartered Accountant from Bengaluru. I invite you all to the stage, please. Moderator, Mr. S. Jayakumar, Advocate, Chennai.
Daniel.
First of all, very good afternoon to one and all. A very heartfelt thanks to AFTP. Today only I got a feel of what is AFTP. I'm sure I'm going to join that because, once you are in AFTP, for two reasons I will tell you. One is, once I'm there, I don't need a pilgrimage and I don't need a vacation because all the route is, in the morning the national champions there. Kanyakumari to Jammu and Kashmir free of cost. And trust me, I'm going to be there. It's fantastic. It's so good to connect with, it was an enterprising connect. And thanks to Baski and my lovely and a very revered friend for giving me this opportunity. And thanks to FTP, my mother ground. Today, in fact, I'm the better person to introduce my guys because I'll start with Bharat. Bharat is, I have to tell you that I don't know how much dowry he got as gold, but I'm sure that the number of gold medals he has should be definitely a billion. Because seeing his profile, I just read so many gold medals he has secured. I have to tell you, I first met him in 2004 or 5 in Sestat, Bombay. And from that day, I have named him as a smiling assassin. His smile is infectious. Smiling assassin, he will kill you with this smile. He will go down on your knees with this smile. They are fabulous. And the first day, I met him, he gave me a wonderful smile and he retains it till date. And say, what is it going to be 20 years? And like all of the courts, Mumbai Tribunal also has one customary thing that outstation advocates are always given a preference, priority. We stand up and say that we are coming from Chennai, some other place, Calcutta, and they immediately accommodate you on top of the board or something like that. And whenever, I used to get that advantage because I'm going from Chennai. But whenever Bharat is going to be on board, I never take it because I always love to listen to him. I don't want to take that. I even miss a flight. Fantastic speaker and a very, very good friend of mine on the subject, whatever. Best part is, they call me as Asura Guru because I fight for, the right. But the way the cases he has done in the Bombay High Court and etc. He is a fight for cause. So it will be a great privilege to visit Bharat. Bharat, it's lovely having you on board. Very, very privilege and a wonderful, dance. Then Karan. Karan is a person. See, he practices Tai Chi. Tai Chi is an art. It's a Chinese art. It's a, I don't know whether it is a fight or something like that. They say it's a martial art. But again, they also say there is another definition for Tai Chi. Tai Chi is a meditation in motion. This guy is an edifice. I've seen him for so many years. In fact, our Hyderabad office is always engaging Karan for our cases there in a High Court. He is a meditation in motion. They say poetry in motion, no? He is a meditation in motion. In every act, the grace with which the finesse That is the best part, the way he used to put it across in the course with the judges. So I've always been a huge fan of Karan Talwar. He makes me insecure of two reasons. He makes me insecure of 2 reasons. One is that he's taller than me, handsome than me, very, very talented. But I submit myself to you. Thank you, Karan, for coming on. Wonderful, thank you. Richa is my new friend. She has been, thank you, Baski, for introducing her. She is the new blog, you're a new friend in the blog. I've been introduced recently, but the very few interactions what I had with her, the intensity, we had a coffee before this, just to understand how we are going to take it forward. The intensity with which she spoke, the detail in which she spoke, I have to tell you that you're a spearhead. I'm very, very happy to have you. Basically, yes, we'll get on to the session. Yeah, of course.
Sorry, sir.
Yes, moderate. Yeah.
Three of us was hearing Vaiti Suran, sir. Okay. I know him for so many years. He's a brilliant speaker. Only I think 3 of us did not understand whatever he said in Tamil. Only 3 of us did not understand whatever sir said in Tamil. So, we are the exceptions here.
Of course, we are shadowed by Vaiti Suran's. See, I always wanted to do it ahead of him. Because after him, everything is a shadow. And he's a Kamal Hassan. Why am Kamal Hassan? 2 things. 1, looks. 2, he said that in 2018 he spoke about virtual hearings. Oh my God, Anbe Singam, if you have seen the movie, Anbe Singam, he said tsunami is coming. Correct. So, in that way also, Vaiti is a Kamal Hassan. And we'll try our best to know, just to do it. You have been fabulous. The way you have ignited, the session has ignited my mind. I have to tell you that, you know that I'm a very die-hard fan of you. You have taken me on to that. Thank you. And whatever you said in Tamil, I tried to tell them. But again, there was so, it was so, there was so much of element of written humor in that. I tried to emulate it.
In fact, I just want to say, Sir Jaikumar sir, hearing you, I feel like we should be hearing you speak. You speak so well. Thank you so much for the lovely introduction for all 3 of us.
Thank you, Karan. So long as it is only moderation, you will say this. When I get on the subject, you may not say this. Thank you. Okay. See, coming to the, what we are having in store is about information, underreporting, and misreporting. See, this is it looks very easy English words. But I was wondering, this misreporting and underreporting, when I googled it, it says that they are nearly synonymous. So why there should be a provision between an underreporting and a misreporting? Because I am a GST guy, I am not a thorough IT guy. So I just wanted to listen, and I wanted Richard to open the innings by just explaining, because these 2 are so similar to it. Underreporting and misreporting. Like what we have in GST and central excise, we had 4 different things, like suppression of fact was there. There was a willful misstatement. Then there was a collusion and fraud. Though all the 4 are negative terms which lead you into a penalty or a limitation, but they had, in English it was easier to understand. Suppression of fact was different from a misstatement. But here, underreporting and misreporting was so synonymous. I want Richard to start the innings by saying that what is the difference between these 2 and what is the impact of that in the subject and the way they over to you.
Thank you, sir. First of all, thank you for the wonderful introduction that you have given for all 3 of us. Starting with, as you rightly mentioned, about underreporting and misreporting, these 2 terms finds a genesis in a recently introduced the penalty provisions. The penalty provisions under Section 270A of the Act. Just to give you a brief background on the legislative history of this section in the penalty regime. Previously, there was one Section 271, and this section has now been replaced with Section 270. So now, what was the turmoil that this section was replaced? Basically, Section 271 earlier said something that the assessee will be levied a penalty on concealment of income and inaccurate particulars of income. 100% to 300% tax ought to be evaded. However, with the new section, the government intended to bring the objectivity, clarity and certainty. Government introduced this new section 278. Now this new section, has these words called underreporting and misreporting of income. Now, as you rightly said, sir, what would be the difference between the underreporting and the misreporting of income? And it sounds like a very thin line of difference between the two. However, it is not so, because the Income Tax Act has objectively defined what is underreporting and what is misreporting of income. For underreporting of income, they have broadly defined certain circumstances to say that they will be the underreporting of income. And broadly to say what they mean about the underreporting of income, that what is the assessed income, whenever is the difference between the assessed income and the assessed income will be considered as the underreporting of income. Broadly, they have defined it this way about the underreporting of income. However, misreporting of income, what they say is misreporting, as we generally know, misreporting means something with the wrong intention or the wrong wrong reporting of income. That's a misreporting of income with an intent to deceive, or maybe you can say that with an intent, deliberate action of an assessee or a taxpayer to actually to reduce its total income. That's more or less like broadly how they have defined the misreporting of income. They have included cases like suppression of facts, material information, recording of not recording of the investments, or to claim the bogus expenditure, or even the false entry in the books of accounts. They have broadly defined this as a misreporting of income. The penalty now, they have how it is underreporting of income. They are saying 50% of tax ought to be evaded would be the penalty. However, in case of misreporting of income, they say that now it is 200% of the tax ought to be evaded. So this is broadly a difference between underreporting of income and a misreporting of income. And now they have objectively said that this could be the penalty for the misreporting and underreporting of income.
Thank you, Shah. See, penalties, this 50% to 100%, then again 271 180 introduces a new penalty, and GST we have 122 penalties, so many penalties, so on and so forth. I'm just wondering, because I had been in the department where every budget we used to see that what are the different, what is the new tax which is coming, which commodity is brought into tax. Like, as an income tax, we'll be always curious, what is the new slab they are going to give it us? Are they increasing the slab or not? Are we not into I just want Karan to touch on this, are we not treading into a new terrain, at least for the past decade or so, where every budget or every other amendment, are we not now curious what is the new penalty which is coming inside? Are we not, more than the tax rate, more than the tax slab, are we not also, see the session itself is on penalties and etc. Are we not into that? And here I have to say that, I don't know, when service tax was introduced, in 1994, it was introduced on 4 services and thereafter it got its own lead. And someday, it took over the revenue collection on service tax, took over the collection of central excise duty. I would be surprised, maybe in another 5 years or down the line, will there be another vertical? A penalty collection will be much more than the other taxes collection. There will be 4 verticals for the department. That there will be income tax, customs, GST and penalties. Are we going into that trend? What is your take on that? Are we in the right path? Are we in a reformative path or a punitive path, or are we in a, what is that? Are we in the right lane? What is your take on such drastic penalties every time?
In fact, it's very interesting if you try and see the trends that are at play. One trend is what you're saying, that with each budget or with every 2-3 budgets we see new penalty provisions. The intent of the legislature seems to be that the assessees are geniuses at avoiding taxes. So, and we all know that governments are by and large reactive. They are not able to plan well in advance. So they feel that every time they see a new instance, they will bring in a new penalty provision. But the other trend is, and if you see especially in Finance Act 2023, there's also a projection that we must decriminalize some offences. And to make it more easier for doing business, for example. So there are contradictory trends in fact. But what I find is the punitive measures which are coming in are very, very severe. And what is being decriminalized are some of, for example, the smaller non-compliances or the reporting compliances, etc., etc. So we are seeing these two waves sort of go hand in hand. But certainly, what we really require, both as SSEs or as consultants or professionals, is foresight in legislative drafting. Until and unless we have clear foresight in legislative drafting to have clear language which covers these kind of actions, and they can do it. I mean, take an example, for instance, when we talk about fake invoices, etc., etc. We had penalties under 122. They knew beforehand that this is going to happen. You could have had a comprehensive measure, even in 2017 itself, how to deal with it. But now we have a 271 AAD which comes, so now you are going to have to deal with multiple laws. Why can't it all be in under one law? It's a little odd that the objects and reasons behind a provision like section 271 AAD will say that fake invoices are coming to facilitate input tax credit, but the penalty for that is coming under the income tax act. So what is happening is we are being like a very, very reactionary or a very reactive, we are having that kind of a reactive government that is doing piecemeal insertion of various provisions. And you know, it's a very famous saying. One of the unfortunate victims of legislative drafting is the legislative man himself. So this is what's happening. Now, for people like Bharat and me, it's going to be a lawyer's paradise, I can tell you, from a reading of these various provisions, as to who's going to fall under which net or not. So is the purpose also served? So it's something to be very deeply thought about.
Oh, and can you add one more thing? See, Makaran, I stay with you. We have a protection of Article 20D, where it says that for the same offence you can't, for the same act or for the same offence you can't be penalized twice, if I'm trying to reduce the juice of it. That being the case in every other law, for example, say, a Customs Act has always had that, 112 and 114 were always mutually exclusive to each other. And in GST also we have 75.13. 75.13 says that if there is going to be a penalty under 73 and 74, then no other penalties has to be levied in any of the other provisions. But in this, whatever you touched upon, 271 AAD, 271 AAD is coming up. See, I am seeing a triple jeopardy in that. One is that, say, 271 AAD says that a false entry will, first the entire, whatever the entry, the purchase itself will be going for a toss. Then there is a penalty for that. Thereafter, there is 1270A because that will lead to an misreporting or an underreporting, because what the consequence of a false entry would only land up. Any of you can answer this. Can only lead to a misreporting or an underreporting. So there is a penalty cast on there also. For the same act, I'm saying, a false entry as a purchase will lead to a false income or an underreported income. So there itself you have a 270A and 271 AAD as a mutually inclusive penalty. That's why I was asking you whether penalty is going to be revenue. Drawing from there straight away, because false entry or a fake invoice is a direct import from your 122. Where you have again 122, you have two provisions to handle that. Again an equal penalty on those. This is on complete value, they are on tax. Is it not a multiple jeopardy we are talking about? What is your take that? Of course, I do agree that double jeopardy is not a case, and of course we know that. But I want you to deliberate on that. Within the act itself, are we not a bit penalty greedy? I just want you to say that.
So, again, the way the law has evolved, when we look at triple jeopardy, for example, the first limb that you touched upon, for example, in a fake invoice situation, is the admissibility of the expenditure. And whether if the entire expenditure is disallowed, that itself is in effect like a penalty. But if you look at some of the jurisprudence there, where two assessees have been intelligent in arguing. For example, it's a common practice, may not be correct, but it's a common practice that when you have fake invoices, the goods are actually received, but they are purchased maybe through Hawala transactions or from off-market suppliers, etc. So what happens is goods do enter, for example, a factory, but there is another accommodation entry provider who issues the invoice. So there has been a difference of opinion amongst our courts also as to whether the entire expenditure would be disallowed or not. Because there has been some expenditure nevertheless incurred and an output supply or a forward transaction that has been done by a particular SSC. When we come to transactions, for example, under section 270A, again it is contingent on how your income is assessed. You may have a case of underreporting or misreporting, but unless there is also a consequence in terms of income being there, the penalty may not be levied. The third is, for example, a case of 271AA, where the entire false entry is sought to be punished by saying that the entire value of that will come upon you as a penalty. It, in effect, can become a case of triple jeopardy for a particular SSC depending on the facts of a case, but it may not. So that's what the legislature is grappling with. We have this kind of structuring that can be done to minimize liabilities under one of the three. So that is from the perspective, of course, of the legislature. But I think, just like you were mentioning, 112 and 114 of Customs Act, 7513 of the GST law, the legislation must also recognize that there is something called doctrine of proportionality. We keep hearing this term as lawyers. For an offence, let the punishment be proportionate. Is it truly proportionate in this case? I think that's somewhere where there has to be some sort of a thought process that comes into it. We all know that constitutionally the principle of double jeopardy does not apply to taxation statutes. It's also because of the history behind why this fundamental right was inserted in the Constitution. It came from a background of criminal law in the UK, the US, etc. And Supreme Court has held, High Courts have held, double jeopardy doesn't apply to penalties imposed under tax law because penalties are nothing but additional tax. So that's the principle behind it. But I think this is going to be a ground of challenge. Like on the doctrine of proportionality, for an offence like this, can there be such a huge sort of penalty? But we must also remember, for example, if you violate Stamp Act, if an instrument, for example, is not duly stamped, penalty can go up to 10 times the stamp duty. So what in economic offences, the trend, however, also is the Supreme Court is sort of unforgiving about economic offences or white-collar crimes. So they do say that this has to be met with an iron hand. But I think we are going to see some sort of challenge on the doctrine of proportionality.
Now, once you touched on fake invoice, and see, there can be no other person other than Bharat, because you should write a book, because I listened to your lectures on fake invoices and fake registration. You have been so detailed, it's fantastic. I would like you to, can you just explain, because these are the terms, new age terms, like bitcoins and everything. GST, the new normal is about fake invoices and fake registration. Can you just give a bird's eye view about what is a fake invoice, fake registration? I just want you to.
Before that, I would like to interrupt. Fake invoice under the GST law, okay, invoice is fake, but there is a sale. There is a sale. Quantity was sold. Sale was already accounted for. These purchases were fake. There cannot be any purchases, sales without any purchases. Because Income Tax Act, as I told earlier, Income Tax Act is not bothered about the legality of the concern. Whether it will be legal or illegal income is taxed. But illegal income has to be, illegal expenditure has to be not legal.
So may I interrupt for a minute? We are putting the tail before the horse.
No,
just 1 second. Just listen to him. He is.
I want to ask him that.
No, he will. If he is not answering your doubts, then you come back to me. Because you are talking to a professor on fake invoices. Oh,
no, sir. Please don't brand me.
Not a preacher. I didn't say you're a preacher.
Okay.
Making fake invoices?
No, that's what I said. He's not professing. He is only a professor within a research. I will rephrase it. He is a researcher.
Yes, sir. That is it. Otherwise, you will brand me. Then tomorrow arrest me also.
I'll come to that later. Sir, double over to you.
Sir, what do you mean by fake invoice? What do you mean by fake invoice? Just now, Vaithiswaran sir explained about cryptocurrency, how these terms are there, where no one can reach. According to me, fake invoice and fake registration are such terms. What do you mean by fake registration? everybody is today using this term. Our circulars are using these terms. Our media is using this term. Our consultants are using these terms. Professors are using these terms. Chartered accountants are using. What do you mean by that? I for one don't know. What is fake registration, sir? What can be fake registration? You applied for registration, he granted you the registration. He gave birth to you. If you are his illegitimate child, what is my problem?
Without your knowledge, I take your PAN, I take your Aadhaar card, and use it in the registration.
Yes, you are right, sir. That is the only case of fake registration. According to me, you supplying the goods, not supplying the goods, supplying the services, not supplying the services, filing your returns, not filing your returns, paying your taxes, not paying your taxes is not fake registration. Therefore, this entire drive that they are running through the country for saying that there are 65,000 fake registrations, out of those, how many are actually fake? According to me, fake means only and only cases of impersonation. Only. Where you are not required or liable under this law, under 419 IPC. How many FIRs are filed? Has anybody asked these GST officers this question or the tax officers this question? How many FIRs are actually filed when you found? Sir, 1, 2, 3, 4. How many have been actually filed, sir? Did you report it to the police saying that this person is an imposter? Please lodge an FIR, please arrest this man. You are not supposed to do that. You are not supposed to do anything. 29 does not require cancellation on the ground that you are imposter. It is not there, sir. Therefore, please understand this fake registration, this word, this term, according to me, will apply only to this and this situation alone, for which there is no provision in your statute. You can amend the law, I have no problem, but the law as it stands today, there is no provision for it. You can, yes, say that this dealer is not a, what do they call it, non-genuine taxpayer. That's another nomenclature. I don't know from where do they get this. All this is not there in the statute. It is not written in the act. Okay. Somebody who told me, some Charlama told me, NGTP said something. First time I heard LGBT. I did not understand also. From where are they getting these words? From these circulars and media reports. Where is it written in the statute? Non-genuine taxpayer. Where is it in the statute? Please understand, I am not against people who are doing this business. One chartered accountant came to me and said, VAT regime. VAT regime also was there. I asked the client, what do you do, sir? He said, I manufacture invoice. I'm not saying you should defend those people. I'm on the 95% of us who are actually genuine suppliers and genuine traders. Yes, 5% of these people exist. And this, according to me, answers your first question also, sir. Are we making these penalty provisions solely keeping in mind these 5% people? Ignoring the fact that there are 95% of us who are actually genuine, who are actually going to suffer the brunt of these triple penalties. What do you mean by fake credit? Again, sir, what is fake credit? What do you mean by fake credit? Where is this word used in the statute? I only look at the statute, sir. I don't look at anything else. I don't look at your circulars which are issued by the babus. Okay. Or your even notifications for that matter. For notification 4, 5, 6, routinely they issue notifications, TDR.
No, continue.
What do you mean by fake credit? The case is that there is a condition under section 16(2) which says you should receive the goods and services. You have not received the goods and services, therefore you are not eligible to that credit. That's it. There is no such thing as fake. Nothing is fake. You are not eligible for the credit because you have not satisfied the condition of the statute. What is the condition of the statute? receipt of the goods and services. Therefore, what you have received only an invoice, you have not received the goods and services. They are again circular tradings. A sells the goods to B sells the goods to C sells back it to A. Many people do that. They are again circular trading because this increases your turnover, your borrowing capacity, etc. Is it illegal? I am only on section 16(2) condition, sir. Is it fake? According to me, the answer is no, if goods and services exist. If the goods and services do exist, there is no such requirement that the goods should go from A to B and B to C and come back to A. If the goods are lying there, this transaction is genuine. What happens in high C sales cases, sir? Goods are sold by A to B, B to C, C to A, and D ultimately files the bill of entry. Are those transactions not legal? They are perfectly legal. Let us please understand what section 16(2) talks about. This is what a misconception or a misnomer that I intend to clear is. Everybody is still saying, where are the goods? You have not received the goods. Does section 16(2) say physical receipt of the goods? Does it say actual receipt of the goods? Answer is no. It talks about legal receipt of the goods. So long as you are the owner of the goods, by getting the invoice you become the owner of the goods and the goods exist, you are eligible for credit. It is not fake credit. It is not fake credit. And to answer your question, sir, if I have not purchased, how can I sell? Therefore, when I take credit and I ultimately debit it at the time of payment of the tax, I have reversed it. I have paid it back to the government. Therefore, in this entire chain, according to me, so long as tax is paid, sir. Again, there is another condition. Please let us not mix the two conditions which people do. There is another condition in the statute that your supplier should have paid tax. Whether that condition is legal or no is a subject matter of challenge before the court. But I assume it to be legal for the present. And if that condition is satisfied, you take the credit, you have debited it at the time of payment of output tax. If according to the revenue, there is no purchase, there cannot be a sale. Therefore, they should ordinarily refund the tax to you because you have not paid, you have not made the supply. That they cannot refund it to you because your purchaser has taken credit. And that refund is nothing but a credit in his books. Please, therefore, what I want to say about this fake registration is, there is no such thing as statutorily provided for. I am not saying that there are non-genuine transactions. I am not supporting those. But I am saying when I look at the statute, when I look at the legality of the transaction, these are all perfectly legal with no revenue implication whatsoever.
Thank you. In fact, just a second, I have a break. I'll finish that, then I'll come to you. Okay, say it first. I have to really commend you on this because you have given a new definition by drawing a parallel from high CC. I have to tell you this, never ever it has struck me till date. Because as you rightly said, high C sale is a recognized transaction. There is no physical movement of goods. It's only on an invoice to invoice to invoice, and finally the end user is filing the bill of entry. So what is contemplated, because and 16(2) should be also seen only as a legal receipt. This is a fantastic thing. I want to appreciate it. Now over to the next. What is your prediction?
Why this government now launched this 1 month inspection for fake registration and all? Now alert is going, no? They come to your doorstep, they verify, they found a lot of data.
Yes, sir.
Then how it is, sir?
Sir, that is to weed out fake registrations. That is to weed out you are doing business on my PAN card and my Aadhaar card and my bank account. You have opened a fake bank account in my name. To weed out those, yes, I completely agree that those transactions have to be weeded out. But if your application form does not contain certain details, it is not fake registration. When you apply to a college, sir, when you apply to a college, you fill out an admission form, they give you an admission note. Can they throw you out of the college saying that there was a defect in your admission form? Can they cancel your registration, cancel your admission on that ground? Answer is no. I am not saying that they cannot rusticate you from college. They can. And then when they find that you are not Mr. A but Mr. B, this is the intent of the drive. Not to do verifications. Please note, they are doing this under the garb of this drive to, they'll come and just to see the nameplate that your GST and registration number is there or no, they will ask the watchman, "Arey, idhar rehta hai, wo bolega nahi, fake." They will ask your neighbor always hates you. Right? No, they are fraudsters, fake. Is this the intent of the law? According to me, no. Why do you need a registration? Why do you need a place? Do you need a place of business today, sir? You don't need a place of business according to me. A registration is only an address for the purpose of communication. Today with the concept of GST, you don't need a factory, you don't have a warehouse, you don't have a godown, you don't have a dealer's registration, first stage dealer, second stage dealer, distributor, wholesaler. All these concepts are gone. Today you can work from your home. The registration is only and only for the purposes of communication. You give me your email ID, you give me your mobile phone, and you give me an address so that I can send a letter to you.
But they moved the material, no, in that address, raised the invoice and all.
Warehouse.
That invoice is fake. I mean.
Sorry?
These people not registered in somebody's name, fake registration. But actually they moved the materials.
Yes, you are right. Credit cannot be denied to the purchaser.
That's what I am asking.
Though I am a fake dealer, if I have supplied the goods and services and I have paid the tax, the credit cannot be denied to my purchaser. Credit cannot be denied according to me, sir. Fake registration is different, sir. It's a different drive. It's actually an offense under 419. Answer is no, sir. According to me, no. You don't need to reverse the credit, sir.
Richa, I'll come to you on this. We spoke about 270A on the underreporting and misreporting. There is also an immunity cost. There is another section introduced on an immunity. I would have a bypass question on this. What is that? See, if I am going to underreport and subsequently, if I am going to report a loss, say if I am going to report a loss, and because of reporting that loss, that underreporting becomes inconsequential. Meaning there is no tax impact, or there is no going to be a demand, or there is going to be a tax outflow or a payment, either a tax or an interest. The immunity cost is asking for two conditions. That it says that you have to pay the tax and the interest within some 30 days or whatever. And there is another condition that says that you should not prefer an appeal. When there is no tax at all, because of my loss, should I still file an immunity? Should I still seek an immunity? Or if I am reporting a loss and if it is not going to, for example, I tell you, in GST, if it is going to be a misclassification, which leads, say, I misclassify for some other reason. For example, an Air Force is placing an order for a firecracker without barium, because barium is prohibited. Barium with barium has a different classification, without barium is a different classification. I do with barium because then only I get the flowers of the skies. But still I misclassify as without barium, say some classification, subheading different. But both the tax rates are 18%. So I misclassify, there is a misclassification as per the strict definition of the classification. But what it results is that there is no tax evasion because both are 18%. Now can the department go allege saying that you have there is a misrepresentation, suppression of fact and impose a penalty alone when there is no intention to evade tax or there is no resultant loss of tax? This is what I am trying to draw a parallel. If this underreporting is resulting in a non-demand or a liability or an interest thereof, still should I go and plead on my knees to them with the immunity seeking, or there is not requirement? What would be your take on that?
So sir, as you rightly said, there are twin conditions. First of all, you can get immunity only for in a case where there is a penalty imposed for underreporting of income and not misreporting of income. And there are two twin conditions for that, as you mentioned. That one is, you have to pay the amount of tax and interest within the specified period. The other one is you cannot prefer an appeal for that. Now coming back to this first condition, that what is that amount of tax and tax and interest that has to be paid in a specified period. In a case that you mentioned, that there is a for example, there is a reduction in loss. So if I have just to give an example, if I have reported a loss of 100 rupees, however, in my assessment order, the assessing officer has reduced my loss to say 80 rupees. So this 20 rupees was my under-reporting of income. So first, we can go for the immunity because it is under-reporting of income. Now coming to your question, essentially you are not able to, you're not liable to pay an additional amount towards tax. But that does not inflict your right to go for the immunity. So you can actually go for the immunity because you have been levied a penalty for the under-reporting, but yes, there's no amount is paid, but yes, you have suffered a tax on that also. So yes, the assessee can go for the immunity even when the loss has been reduced.
Sure. I'll come to the sensitive part of 271AAD. See, 271AAD, this is having two limits. The new introduced tax, and what is the rate? What is the tax? Penalty of that 200%. What 271AAD? What is that?
Full transaction.
Full transaction.
Aggregate value of the transaction.
Yes. Equal to the value of the transaction.
Including GST.
Yes. Oh. So, see, 271AAD I just read. It says it can be invoked on two persons, on two situations. One, there is a false entry. This false entry is a universal mother set where fake invoice is a species of that. So there is a false entry. And the other one is omission. Omission which is leading to an evasion. If I am going to put it in a very layman English. Any omission of an entry, these are the two limbs which would warrant invocation, invite this 271AAD. There are two classes of persons. One, it says who maintains account. I suppose, to my understanding, it should be the person who is the owner of the account. And then comes this 271AAD2, I believe. It says about it equally casts on a person who causes to do that. That is what it is saying. Now this is a bit disturbing. See, in income tax, we have bookkeepers. Today there has become order of the day. There are outsourced agencies who are doing the bookkeeping. There are external CFOs and small and medium companies are engaging different bookkeepers and financial accounting services. There are also in GST, we have a set of GST practitioners. There's a separate plan by them. So there are GST practitioners who are also involved in that. Then chartered accountants like you, advocates like us. All of us are having two roles in, because today advocacy is not only litigation, there is advisory. Advisory has taken over much. So, will this 271AAD2, where it is, the person who is going to cause this false entry or cause an omission will have any tinge of effect on the professionals. Who is going to sign, say, 9C in GST we are filing, chartered accountants are signing it, advocates are on advisory roles today, we give opinions, we give so many things. So will this have any impact that a professional who has been a part of this, either the false entry or omission of an act, maybe a negligence, who has not exercised caution on diligence, will there be an impact on them? Because it is so, it is not explained. There should be a mens rea, or it didn't say that it should be, you should be a beneficiary, aiding, abetting. It has been so loosely worded. So I just want all the three speakers to touch upon this and say that, because I will be your client otherwise. So I need your, what is your take? Is an advisor, an advocate or a chartered accountant who has signed the document, will be contemplated as one who caused this 271AAD. Your take, Richa.
So in this, as we see, how how it is worded, it looks like, that the professional should have the tax profession should have an active role to cause the false entry. But for example, there could be, it all depends upon the scope of work, I guess, the profession is doing. For example, a professional is just signing the financial statements. The scope cannot go beyond, investigating about the entries. For example, a GST return preparer, he relies on the information supplied by the client and he prepares the return and basic due checks, he files the return. So there should not be that he is actively involved in causing a false entry. However, when it comes to the auditor has to look the things comprehensively. So auditor has to exercise, because of this, I think auditor has to exercise a professional due diligence. So to say that, if something is there in his notice that, there is something like a false entry or the fake invoices or something like that, so then he must at least put in light or must report in the audit report. That's as a cautionary approach, I guess. Now I think,
I think at the outset, all professionals would want to stay away. I'm reminded of this R.K. Lakshman cartoon, where it shows this four-legged animal running, and someone's asking, "Why are you running?" So he says, "No, the police are after all the cows." The bystander says, "But you're a bull." He says, "But proving that I'm a bull and not a cow will take me 15 years. So it's like that. Any professional first, I think, will want to sort of be away from even the allegation, because it's so harsh. The sheer destruction of the reputation of the professional itself will cause so much damage. You'll keep proving yourself that you're innocent over all these years. So that's why I think Bharat was saying, I'm not a professor of fake invoice. So I think we all have to be mindful of that. Of course, that's on a lighter note. Now, you see, first thing I want to tell all of us is that whenever we have any penalty provision, the ingredients must be strictly complied with, because the consequences are so harsh. Until and unless, therefore, in 271AAD, the words causes to are clearly satisfied, that provision is not invocable. So, as Acha was saying, an advisor advises. An advisor may not have an active role. When I look at the word causes, I see the word causes as having some sort of a role of control or a role of direction. At the instance of person X, person Y has done before. We must remember one cardinal principle in criminal law. In fact, this question comes up. How can lawyers defend criminals? Lawyers can defend criminals because criminals come after the act has been committed. If the act had been committed before and advice had been sought of, say, a lawyer or a child accountant, there may be a case even of aiding or abetting. But when the word causes are used, I would like to see the word causes in contradistinction with, say, a case of facilitation. Facilitation is different from causing. Causing requires some element of control or direction or supervision pursuant to which the act is done. And if you look at the statement of objects and reasons that led to the insertion of this law, it was targeted against the kingpin, the racketeers, the accommodation entry providers. That was the intention. So it is in that light that I think we should see this provision. Professionals, for mere advice, certainly should not get covered.
You subscribe to that? Do you want to add more?
I'll add different dimension probably.
Please.
According to me, this section cannot touch any professional, any chartered accountant, any consultant, any lawyer. Period. There may be some negligence on your part, but there are other routes to deal with that. The institute will take care of that. Negligence cannot be a part of this. There cannot be any penalty, there cannot be any prosecution, arrests, etc. What they are doing, according to me, is plainly illegal, must be challenged. Plainly illegal. Cannot be. A chartered accountant, even if you are signing the balance sheet, it is not your balance sheet. It is not your balance sheet. Unless, yes, I agree, as Karan pointed out, if there is a penalty for aiding and abetting, but aiding and abetting also has to be proved that you are a party to the offence that has been committed. First, you have to prove that an offence has been committed. 2, you are a party to that offence. And 3, whether there is any benefit accruing to you out of that offence. Some people may say, sir, chartered accountant may have charged 3x fees. His fee may be X, his fee may have charged 3x fees. How do you argue? Who told you his fee is X? Who told you his fee is X? His fee is 3x. You are not going to decide my fees. Therefore, any professional, any chartered accountant, any consultant, any advisor acting purely in a professional capacity, according to me, is out of these provisions and cannot be built in these provisions. Yes, sir.
On the fake invoices that you are telling me.
Yes, sir.
See, one aspect is what is fake, because you were on an English jargonly word you're making out. Because when, as you were saying on high seas, there is a goods, tangible goods over there that is being transacted from X, Y, Z, A. But in a fake invoice, the commodity itself is not existent. When it is not existent, how the entire thing generates that? Fake invoice makes a non-existent thing for which some amount is shown as it has been generated and a tax has been made and an input tax credit has been availed to somebody else. The whole aspect, something like what the morning session was, like the money laundering sort of thing. So it's not the case like what are people sure to get carried out over the no question.
I'll just qualify it. When I said about the high seas, he was referring to the circular trading, not to the fake invoice. No, he was saying, in fact, his reference to high sea sales was with context to a circular trading. Circular trading, there will be goods. The only thing is, there will not be a physical movement. There may not be even a storage place. He said A to B, B to C, C to D, and D to A. There will be a circular trading where there will be goods. We are not talking about a fake invoice with respect to high seas. High seas comparison was placed.
I didn't go into that. He gave that example because the whole lot of people should be carrying that. There's
No, sir, you can check the recording. I said 5% will be there. I am not talking about those 5%. 95% where goods exist, services exist. My argument as far as legal argument is only where goods and services exist. If there are no goods, there are no services, there is no question of any tax. And there is no question of any credit. And therefore there is no supply.
That's where the entire gamut, like what you were saying, the accommodation part. This is where this entire fake invoice and fake invoice drive that major. And of course, that would be like, as you were saying on the Bhavdam or something, that may be because always the other side is much more intelligent, and what you're saying is that the governments are almost like reactive. Like you was also part of the system.
No, they are most intelligent, sir. Why other side is intelligent? They are most intelligent. They gave birth to all this.
The most intelligent is the criminal. Karl Marx has said the criminal is the biggest employer. Thanks to him, you have the whole justice system, government, legislature.
Government is always reactionary. If it becomes so proactive, then there will be a lot of good things that happen. You want a good road, it's not the thought. It's only when somebody makes a complaint, okay, we'll put some road. So it's only mostly the government becomes reactionary. On and off somebody, some intelligent guy comes, then there's something good positive that goes on.
Okay, sir. Circular trading. A to B, B to C, C to D, D to E, E to A. And there is no supply. Sometimes in Kerala there are hundreds of cases, in other states also. Then here there is no supply of goods to get the turnover up. They are doing like this. So there is no supply. E to A. Then A to B, the last E, the final order, E to A.
Correct. But sir, suppose I am a dealer in mobile phones. Very simple example. I have 10 mobile phones. I sell 10 mobile phones to you. You sell it to him. He sells it to him and he sells it back to me. Mobile phones are there or not? They are there or not? 10 mobile phones. Yes, sold for 100, you sell it for 100, he sells it for 100, I sell it for 100. Yes, it may be a problem for economics. I have no problem with that, sir. Please understand, I am only coming from the statute. This may be a part of a bigger economic issue because your borrowing capacity increases, banks may go bankrupt, your economy may come down. I agree, I completely agree. As far as the statute is concerned, there is no illegality committed.
Sir, is it right? In this case, no commodity. Physically, no commodity.
There is, sir.
Where?
With me.
Only Dabba there.
Sir, that is a different context. He was not.
That is the case.
I agree, sir. No. The one he referred was there is an underlying goods available. Circular trading, what happens is to increase. Let me complete. It is only to increase the turnover. It can be a defrauding or you are shying with the bank. You are making but in his example, there was goods were there. There was no movement of goods. Number one. This may be a facilitation to increase your turnover for the bank reasons. He says those are all different things altogether. If the bank wants to sue you because you don't have the goods and still you are going with your CC limits, that is for the bank. What Bharat is saying, that in statute, in GST law, there is no requirement. When there is going to be, we are not talking about where there is a vacuum. We are talking about goods is there, but it went for a circus. It went to a complete chain, A, B, C, D, E, back here. The department is challenging 16 failure because the receipt of goods, which is in 16.1, what they are saying is, there is no physical movement. Bharat says that contemplation in that 16 is not about physical. It is only a legal receipt. What is a legal receipt? An invoice to me. There is no requirement of an e-way bill, there is no requirement of somebody unloading, loading, CCTV, nothing. If it is a fraud, it's a fraud with the bank. Let them take care of it. That's what Bharat is saying. He is not talking about a situation where the entire government is revolving around a vacuum or nothing.
But in India, 95% of fake invoice as alleged public is circular trading without a transfer of goods.
Sir, let me attempt to clarify. India is a fertile land, where so many crops grow, so many kinds of transactions, etc. So, let me say the example that you are dealing. Circular trading, goods don't move, but many of those transactions would be where there is an invoice. There will also be an e-way bill, projecting as if there was physical movement of goods. But if you see the vehicle number, it will be of some scooter, TVS 50, so bad. I have seen it myself. I am very clear. Thankfully, they came after the commission of the. Let me clarify that. So, in circular trading, the example you were saying, if there is a projection that there is an invoice and an e-way bill and there was movement of goods, but it all turns out to be fraudulent or fake, as if it never took place, then certainly it's a case where penalty and prosecution can be done.
One thing, sir, they have paid the payment to the supplier, sir, within 180 days.
So that's the beauty of the transaction, sir.
Where is the question of fake invoice?
That the reason is they make all the circular trading, they do actual payment, but no goods move. This is all to show inflated turnover, to get higher bank loans, etc., etc.
How can they pay without?
So, sir, the benefits of defrauding the banks are far higher than the tax that has to be paid. That's why it's a great business model.
In this case, one question was there that suppression, if the chartered accountant suppresses something, whether any burden to her. Here, I just put an example. If 26 says there is a transaction of 1 crore, the chartered accountant while auditing omitted to see or something, at that time there will be responsibility according to me. And adding, when Bharat Ji was there in High Court, I was also arguing the same issue. I think you remember it. Okay. So, in this case, 20C says or errors, if one transaction is suppressed, chartered accountant will be responsible if she or he is not properly answered. Another thing, if in the bank transaction there are huge suppression, total turnover as per bank account is 5 crore, and the chartered accountant is certified that this is 4.5 crore, then automatically there will be responsibility.
The question put forth to them was, of course there is going to be, for your negligence there is going to be, whether 271 AAD2 causing a omission or causing false entry will be on you for your neglect or your negligence or even whatever mistake you committed. Bharat was saying, Karan was saying, all three were in the same page. There is a separate provision to take care of it. You cannot summon all those angels or the demons and implicate 271 AAD was a question. So that is what they have said, that 271 AAD will not come in and will not definitely harm you. Maybe there are other provisions. Okay. Sir, you want to say something?
As a professional, as an advocate or as a chartered accountant, you go by the submissions and by the papers. That's the reason why for all the professionals that protection is accorded. Of course, if you are party into that, you did not, the other point which I want, you did not make gain, but you had been a party into that and you had conspired into that, then you may face from the other law.
Very correct. Other law, that was the pitch. Karan and Bharat was saying, there are other laws. This law is not for that. Very good.
Nothing will move. Everybody will just wash up and then.
And I also take away, there is a great takeaway from Karan that you have to abstain from all these things. Yes, we are in a class.
Remember R.K. Lakshman, sir. He was very wise.
Very, very wise. In fact, yes. You should answer also.
Yes.
I have a views, but I like the views also.
I'm done with that.
No, this is fundamental across the country, A to B, B to C, C to D, all kinds of things happens. Forget the circular is actual transaction is involved, does not involve goods on those things. Now the government action is swung. They want to B, ask for the reverse. They want to C, ask for the reverse. On to D, ask for the reverse. So on, so on, so forth. Now, what the government is effectively saying that this is not a genuine transaction, there is no underlying supply and therefore ITC must be reversed, etc. Should not the government refund the GST collected from A to A?
Obviously.
It's not a supply at all.
Obviously, that's what I said, sir. If it's not a supply, there is no tax. Please understand, sir. I am not supporting anybody. I am not advising anybody that you should do this. The fundamental problem that all of us are missing, the fundamental issue is, this is not a GST issue. We are all making this a GST issue. It is not a GST issue, it is not a tax issue, it is not a revenue issue. If you are saying that if you are earning 1,20,000 crores a month, out of that 20, then 50% will be fake credit only. If that is your claim, then you return the 50% back. Nobody wants to see that, sir. This is not a GST issue in that sense. Yes, it's a part of a larger socio-economic issue. I can agree with you. But there are different ways, different means, different provisions to address that. Not by denying credit.
He has a very interesting point. Then if you say that there is no supply, then give back the money to A.
No, I don't think that will be there because you one from A to B, you have accommodated your tax. From B to C, you have accommodated what's the tax from A to B. So ultimately,
If the chain, you have only two choices. Agree the chain. Or pay me back the money.
This entire change, JK, what happens is that this only made to create false and unwanted businessmen to grow. And there the innocent victims will be the banks because they will lend. Because for him, 10 crores, 20 crores, 30 crores, finally the only good story 10 crores.
I will also touch upon another very important one, the information. See, there is a, on July 4th, we reported even just that there is a Supreme Court decision on Reliance Industries. I don't know whether you have I just saw that. It says that an information, what is suppressed information or a suppression of fact is something which you are required to say, and if you have not said, then only it is going to be a suppression. Just not like just because you have not said. And today, right, left, center, the department is using, I won't say, I don't know whether this, I am coming from the old school days of where we had a GP one, where we used to sign the invoices as an officer, I was signing the documents, then there was physical control, thereafter self-removal procedure was introduced. It was a progression. And now we are into a self-assessment. I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse. Because today every show cause notice is casting one paragraph. They say that you are in a regime of, or you are in an era of self-assessment. So the entire responsibility is on you. And henceforth, yesterday I was in Delhi and there was a wonderful argument done by one chartered accountant, I don't know what's his name. He was pitching on this. He was saying that the RT12 entry or the ER1 was having this much, and I explained to them. There was a dispute between an ambulance and a delivery van. And he was saying that I was supposed to say only this, I said that. How can you say that you have suppressed? The department was arguing self-removal procedure. So it is all self-assessment. So it's all on you. So there is always a Tom and Jerry between this. That whether we have to, what is that we have to disclose. In that, the recent decision of Reliance Industries is the departmental has been dismissed by the department, by the Supreme Court, where they have said, what you are supposed to say and you have not said only, it is a suppression. In the income tax angle, I just want, because that was rendered in GST, in self-tax regime, I just want you to tell me, for a common understanding, what is that, what is your take on that? The information, because it is going to be again, the information or non-disclosure of information is going to have the shades of grey. Between your, we are in shades of grey. It's going to be black or white, is dependent on that. And everywhere department is saying that you have suppressed the information. What will be your take on that? What is the responsibility of an assessee or the professional? What would be the responsibility to understand and about this disclosure of information? I just want, before we wind up, I just want you to address this on the information part of it.
Right. So, as you said that, that judgment, that what we are ought to report, we should report, and otherwise it is a suppression of the facts and the information. And also, as we discussed about section 278, which clearly defines what is misreporting. The first clause of it says that suppression of the facts or the information is a misreporting as per the Income Tax Act. So as per, if you'll ask me first question that what is the take, what is income tax take on this? This is clearly a case of a misreporting of income. Because there, that clearly defines that your intent was to deceive. Your intent was to deliberately suppress an income. So there is a deliberate attempt to suppress an income. So there is there's an intent to deceive, and therefore it's a misreporting of income. Now coming to your other question, that what should be, as a taxpayer or as a professional, what should be our responsibility towards it? One is obviously, needless to say, the taxpayer, whatever the information is there, we should not try to suppress that information. Should provide the comprehensive details on the information while filing his return, or while if there is any departmental inquiries, he has to support all of that. Should be there. Otherwise, there are fair chances that it could be tantamount to misreporting of income. Now, what is the duty of the tax professional? Tax professional obviously has a limitation of whatever the data is supplied by the taxpayer to the tax professional. There is a limitation to it, but having said that, I strongly say that, I strongly recommend the tax professional to exercise, again I would like to say that, due diligence. If there are circumstances which indicate that there could be a possible suppression of a fact or information, or some information is not collaborating with whatever the data is supplied or whatever the information is supplied by the client, and he has to go an extra mile and to see that whether actually whatever the information is, whatever has been provided by the client to the tax professional, he should collaborate at once and exercises professional due diligence, as I said earlier also.
Should we be preachers? Should we be preachers and priests also, that we should tell them that seek information, guide them advisory, all these things are the part of us, or
No, it just flashes how different clients are. Some proactive and some hardly, you have to push them to give information. So suddenly that was flashing in my mind. But I totally agree with what Richa has said. And on suppression, it's generally, like I was concerned about suppression in the GST regime. If you look at the central excise regime, it was in that collocation of words, right? Suppression, willful intent to evade, etc., etc. Now in GST they have defined suppression, which would mean any non-declaration of information as required under a statute. So I think to myself that what if there are inadvertent omissions? And there have been instances of that, these kind of matters I know have gone up to CSTAT. I also recall a decision of the Supreme Court in PALS Microsystems. Small minor errors, even if not declared, they would not impose penalty. But today under GST, even an inadvertent omission can come under the definition of suppression, which has been put under Section 74. So today the burden, certainly in GST, is far more, whether or not it was intentionally done. So fortunately or unfortunately, the requirement of getting all the information properly declared in the returns is very, very high. It's very important. That's all.
rebel.
On the side of the statute. You know the Ashwatthama story, sir?
Oh, please go ahead. I know that. But still.
In the war, okay. So Lord Krishna knows that Yudhishthir, he will always speak the truth. So he was worried that now Ashwatthama will go and ask Yudhishthir. Okay. Ashwatthama went and asked Yudhishthir some question. And he was always, so the Lord Krishna tells him to ask the question in such a manner that he knows that Yudhishthir will speak the truth, but still this man will die. Is that suppression? Is that suppression?
No.
Is that deceit?
Manipulation.
Doesn't it depend on the question that I ask you, sir? Is it not dependent on the question that I ask you? My answer will depend on that, no? If you ask me a question, how tall are you? I can give you an exact answer. But if you ask me a question, that are you taller than Karan? I will say no. Does it not depend on the question that I ask you, sir? There is an old income tax judgment of the Supreme Court itself saying that what I am not supposed to disclose is not concealment. Is not concealment. According to me, suppression has to be equated with concealment. Suppression would mean something which I am duty bound. I am bound in law to disclose to you. That means you have asked that question to me and I am supposed to answer. If I don't answer a question that you have asked me, that would amount to suppression. But if I don't tell you something which you never asked me, that is not suppression, sir. You never asked me before calling me, what is your character, Mr. Bharat? You never asked me. I am not supposed to disclose that to you. That is not suppression. When the form, the statutory form, the return, and today in GST with everything being online, all your purchases, all your sales, all your income tax returns, everything is being uploaded, which is available at the touch of a button with the officer. What can be suppression? Yes, there can be difference of opinion. There can be certainly difference of opinion. I have no difficulty with that. But according to me, even today, suppression would amount to something which I am statutorily required to disclose to you.
Sir, here, section 73(9), because it is useful to art. 73(9), there is a clause. I think you know that.
I don't know.
Yeah. liability under section 73(9) is the balance tax, interest, balance tax, or 10,000 rupees, whichever is higher under CGST Act and SGST Act, state tax, then 20,000 rupees. The balance amount is only 10 rupees, but the liability is 20,000. According to me, the chartered accountant should report it. Because nowadays it is over, because auditing is not mandatory. Chartered accounts audit report is not mandatory. But this liability nobody is carrying, but your notices are issuing from the department. I got notice in Kerala. So 73(9) is a very dangerous liability. I just put it.
Thank you. See, out of the syllabus, before we conclude, I just wanted to ask you an out of syllabus question, because there was always this, I'm having 3 ignited minds on the stage. See, this, whatever you call it, fake invoices, you call it, the chunk of it, we are just talking about what? There is a speculation that we are running around 1,30,000 crores of bill trading has happened in India, which is as good as 1 month of GST collection, which means that we are running only a 11-month collection, because the 1 month collection is only done in the bill trading fake invoices. This is, I'm not saying with authenticity, but this is what is a great point is all about. Okay. Out of this 1,30,000 crores, be 1,30,000 or X, 80 to 90% of the X is happening in metal scrap. Metal scrap is the greatest contributor to this bill trading. It's a very, very highly unorganized market. The procurement is from a completely, complete disorganized market, because you procure it from vendors, local vendors, and there is no structured procurement, there is no frame or layout for it. And these are the people who contribute to the bill trading. I'm telling you, because the number of cases what we handle, or I see across also, this is a huge contributor. Why this department or the legislator should not go a bit proactive? And they see that instead of trying to curtail and go on a leash about that, why is this not a suggestion? Unlike other commodities, scrap has only one end use. It can only be melted. So, because any other product may have a number of possibilities, but the scrap has to be melted if it has to attain into the next stage of a value-added product. Either in a furnace, it has to become a billet or an ingot, or it has to be it has to be re-rolled into a TMT bar. So, definitively this is pitched that the scrap goes into a value-added product. And the value-added community is completely organized, because the furnace, the re-rolling mills are completely organized. Would it not be more prudent for the legislators to exclude these guys? This is not new to us. RCM is not new to us. Reverse charge is not totally new to us. So, once you have an organized community who is going to be the consumer of the scrap, and there is no escape for a route for the scrap in any other manner whatsoever, instead of creating so much of hoopla, would it not be prudent? What's your take on that? To just shift, either exempt scrap, because the next commodity is taxed, or put that on the reverse charge. You did that for the lorry wallahs and you did that for the advocates. I'm not saying both are equal. But when that mechanism is a well-evolved mechanism, the reverse charge mechanism, would it not be a very sensible proposition? Why they are not attempting it? What would be your take on that? A reverse charge on the scrap at the hands of the welter or the re-roller? Because they are the contributors. I'm telling you, 80% of the bill trading is happening only in the scrap. What would be your take on that? We'll start with Bharat before Roshan. Or Karan.
I think it's a very, very interesting suggestion. I honestly did not think of it before, so I am not thought through as to whether there are any issues about it or not. But in fact, reverse charge is meant exactly for regulating supplies from unorganized market players. So why they are not doing this as a proactive measure, I think it's a good suggestion. I think it should really just go to the government, and it will spare so much time for the entire tax administrative machinery also. The only thing we have to think about is, I do not know in these metal scrap fellows, there is a lot of trading between them also. So the government may think, are we losing out any revenue from there? Because if you are only taxing one stage, are you losing out revenue between the metal scrap traders? There also ultimately look, GST is a value added tax. So at the consumption stage, the entire value addition will get taxed. So therefore, what's the problem? So in that light, the whole purpose of reverse charge is exactly that. I mean, they have not been able to catch lawyers also in GST, so they put under reverse charge. So if lawyers can be under reverse charge, why not a metal scrap fellow? I think it's a good idea.
We may be running out of cases, but still.
Sir, if this suggestion were to apply to metal scrap dealers, because you have branded them that they are the ones. Okay. Sir will get angry. What about others? There are so many suppliers of other goods and services. Why not bring reverse charge for everybody? There will be no problem at all ever of any credit. You don't need to prove anything. You don't have to satisfy with the condition that 180 days you have to make payment to the vendor. You don't have a problem that he should file his return. You don't have a problem that he should pay tax. You don't have a problem that it should reflect on my stupid portal 283BZ 100, where God knows where they will be. Okay. Why not bring it for everybody? Make it a purchase tax. Make it a purchase tax.
That is what we are moving on. No? One India, one tax. No?
So one India, one tax.
That you tell. When it's going to happen?
Sir, I am not the government, sir. You are asking me how you tell me. I don't know.
Between me and you only are talking now.
Yes.
Between you and me only. Don't tell to others.
Okay, between you and me, sir, there is no one India, no one tax. There are 30 states, 30 taxes, sir. Wait, please wait till the states show their true colors. Please wait.
Then why again you recommend RCM?
No, I am not recommending. I am only answering sir's question. Sir said he is recommending that scrap dealers RCM, lorry-wala RCM, lawyer RCM. Why not others? सबको डालो.
Already 6, 7, 8 structures.
Yes, e-commerce operators RCM, rickshaw-wala RCM.
Less than 1.5 crore, you need not mention HSN code. In GSTR1, you are telling you put the HSN code. Then again you are telling document number, you are asking all the document number, table 30.
Why are you doing all these things?
I am not doing, sir. I am only to explain what I feel what the government is doing, sir. Okay. It's very easy, put reverse charge for everybody. I will walk out of here, sir. I will have no business.
That is why you are talking.
Jaikumar, the story goes elsewhere. It's when Chidambaram tried to put service tax on goods transport and C&F agents, the country went on a strike for 2 weeks. Complete paralysis of movement of goods. And therefore the compromise was arrived at, I am not going to tax our operators, I am going to tax the agents, and the shifting started. Shifting was a rare exception for GTA. Then slowly, somebody gave representations about security and stuff like that, and service tax slowly got into RCM for few things. Lawyers were kept under RCM for the sheer size of this community. You cannot manage this community in forward charge. And therefore they kept them under RCM. Just too many players. We may be corporate lawyers and tax lawyers, a small community, but the actual majority of lawyers is the other side, civil side and criminal side. Now your suggestion, while it is convenient to avoid all this racket, you will not know anything about the 10 players in between. And that 10 players in between are going to do anything in the transaction. Income tax cannot have anything in the transaction. Money will not flow. Everything, nobody will know where the money is. You will blow up the economy in a very different way in terms of cash. So that is one serious problem that we'll have in terms of this metal thing. But the real reason why I'm also hearing another angle story on this student called fake invoices. There's no question of fake invoice. As he rightly said, you're registered means you're registered. How can you be a fake registered? Then both fellows should go to jail. The fellow who granted registration also should go to jail. You only granted the registration. So,
sir, I'll add to that, sir. How many sections are there if you don't file pay, penalty, late fees, this thing, that thing, prosecution, arrest, everything? Your chartered accountant also will go with you, your consultant will go with you, politicians also go behind bars, actors also go behind bars, industrials also go behind bars, engineers, doctors also go behind bars. How many officers have been arrested? You tell me? Who are actually party to this?
yeah. So there's one angle which is the real problem in this whole system. Consumer-driven evasion. For example, let us say Bhaskar is a dealer. Bhaskar is a dealer. Dealer. So he's bought from JSW. Big player, steel. He's bought it, full invoice value, paid, portal shows IGST credit, etc. So he's got stock, he's got IGST credit. His consumer comes and says, don't give me invoice. I'll give you only cash. I don't want to buy with payment through banking channels. So he pays cash. And therefore this fellow offloads this consignment, collects the cash. But his portal shows purchases and he knows that an audit is going to come. So he raises fake invoice. So this now, he's saying, I'm compelled to issue fake invoice, I'm compelled to issue an invoice on a transaction to somebody else, and that fellow is buying from it. So we are dealing with a very peculiar problem of consumer-driven evasion along with supplier-driven.
And sir, to add that reverse charge point, as JK sir pointed out, there is a circular issued by the board in service tax also. Why we bought security agents, why we bought manpower supply agencies, goods transport, etc. is because this is an unorganized sector, we cannot catch them. Government saying we cannot catch them. Okay. Then they brought reverse charge on government services.
Thank you, I think this is a very reasonable answer to that. Okay, now you were asking why, so many are getting sent to jail and why not the officers? With the way the GST is making their arrests, I think soon they have to convert some of the Kalyana Mandapams into jail. That is the way, and if officers are also going to be taken. Anyway, it was a very engaging. We'll just have any other questions over there, otherwise I will conclude the session because we are at 5. Any questions? Okay. First of all, again I will repeat my thanks to AFTP, RBA, your Sashti of the Bhuti. That's what somebody was saying, that you have seen the whole life once and you will be doing, I will definitely see Bhaskar when it is going to see that 80th and 100th, you will? I don't know. invite me, I'll come in a wheelchair. It has been a fabulous evening, in fact very thought-provoking. In fact, before Maiti's session was really igniting. You have ignited our mindset. Once again, I want to thank you profoundly. Thanks to AFTP and thanks to my mother, MTB, Madras Tax Bar Association. And it was lovely having 3 great, refreshing, young-looking. It's lovely to have you.
Now that's fake.
Fake, Professor. Young-looking children. So it's very enterprising, and the points you brought into the table, you really brought Bombay to Chennai. I have to tell you. Mumbai is an audacious Arabian Sea. You brought that waves to this floor. Thanks, Karan. Aichi, as I introduced you, you are always meditation in motion. And thank you, Richa. You have been very wonderful and kind. Thanks for coming all the way.
Before concluding the session, I have a present pastor. Hariharan sir, please come, sir. Can present the book.
Sir, I have to thank Hariharan also. You made the session so lively, and thanks to you also, sir. In fact, sir, it was a very engaging and a thankful.
You are the moderator. I have to hand over to you first.
I will conclude this session. One is that you said that throughout India we are traveling, therefore we will come to AFTP. Apart from India, we have covered abroad also, Russian tour, European tour, and 2 months back Vietnam tour, almost by the same time, and you were also roaming around. That is one thing. Secondly, the theme you see, together towards tomorrow. See earlier, if there is indirect tax case, okay, give it to JK, let him handle. Income tax case, okay, I will handle. The days are gone now. Same information, yes, you rightly said, this information passed on to income tax officer, here one penalty, there one prosecution, EMLA, what not. So, therefore, together we have to travel to tomorrow. That is the theme of this. We have an interesting session. We have FAQs on GST. About 25 price questions will be asked, put to the audience. And Mr. VRS Nilakantan, GST practitioner from Pondicherry, will be doing that. The terms and conditions is that the one who is priced earlier will not get the prize again.
back.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. And yes, I am Smiley. Yes, I am married. Thank you. This is thanks to AFT team members and all my seniors and viewers. I always used to quote some words. Ask means A, yes, K. A means attitude. S means skill. K means knowledge. We always ask us whether we have asked so as to improve in our life. Okay, we will go to the GST price questions. Sir gave me only just 15 minutes. Who will tell the correct answers will get the prize. One prize to one person only. And go to the next person. Repeats the answers. Only 10 seconds to think about whether it is A or B or C or D. Okay, question number 1. If you will not sleep at all, you will get the prize. Thank you. In case of bill to ship to transaction, the place of supply will be A. Delivery address, B. Billing address, C. Starting point of goods, and D. None of them. Yes. You will say A, B, C or D. B is the right answer. The left you there. Thank you. Question number 2. REG04 is a form for A. Acknowledgement, C. Certificate of registration, C. Referred notice, D. Rejection of application. B. Just 10 seconds. B. That black chudar. This is C. Question number 3. Interest on delayed payment of tax pertains to section 48, 49, 50 of them. Mr. Chandrasekhar sir, Mr. Chandrasekhar sir, section 50 is the right answer. Question number 4. Section 15 of CG Act deals with place of supply, time of supply, wage of supply.
Yes, sir.
D. That the green to the value of supply. Oh, D only you told. Next time. Okay, please try. ITC 02 is used when conversion to regular scheme change, job of is carried out, transfer of is none of them. Yes, transfer is the right option. Question number 6. General penalty under section 125 of CG Act will be up to 5,000, up to 10,000, up to 25,000, up to 50,000.
Up to 10,000.
See, up to 55,000.
C is the right option. Mr. Karthikeyan sir. You just please clap. Question number 7. Movement of exempted supply, under supply requires tax invoice plus CA bill, bill of supply plus CA bill, bill of supply is only sufficient, none of them. This one is right. Question number 8. GST RIT 06 is the application for GST registration, acknowledgement, notice for seeking additional information, certificate.
D, sir.
D. Our Mr. Ravi Kumar sir. Question number 9. Bill of supply can be issued in case of interested and interested. Exempt supplies to uninterested person, both of them none of them.
சுடிதார் மட்டும் பார்க்கறாங்க.
Question number 10. If prices are increased after negotiation, the supplier should issue credit note with GST, debit note without GST, credit note without GST. Lucknow. Blocked and it is getting within. Mr. Saravanan Advocate.
யாருக்கு தெரியுதோ அவங்களுக்கு தான் பிரைஸ்.
Mr. A composition dealer who trades in garments has received an order from Japan 5 lakhs. Can he accept this order to continue the composition? Mr. X, they are traded in Maharashtra, registered under GST. Identify which of the following transaction makes him ineligible for opting composition scheme. He makes supplies of exempted goods, he deals in exempted. He deals in goods such as pan masala and tobacco, both A and B.
None of them. D.
Sir, D sir, none of the above. D. None of the above. That is price ana. Price ana.
Okay, question number 14. Input tax credit is not available in respect of service on which tax has been. Take any credit for that. 15. Credit of input tax may be available for making zero tax surplus. For the purpose, eligible input tax credit is IT7 tax of inward surplus, IT7 exempt surplus, IT7 surplus mentioned in 17 subsection 5, both A and B. That blue color chudidar. Question number 16. What is the rate applicable under GST to a registered person being a clear opting to pay tax under the scheme? A, B, C or D? C, the green. Which documents are required to send goods from branch office in one state to another? Head office in another state. A, tax invoice with DAP. B, receipt voucher with DAP. Payment voucher with all of them. Sir, second row.
Already put that. Yeah.
Question number 18. Input tax credit is not available. In the case of surplus to, it says export unit. Sir, Mr. Kripanan, sir. Question number 19. Input tax credit cannot be availed against CGST and CGI company. Then black children. Only children. Paid by supply. 5 questions are there. Question number 20. Input tax credit should be reverse leaf. The relevant invoice is not paid within. Then why should D is the right answer? Question number 21. ITC avoids the cascading effect. Companies burn. Credit of ITC may be available for making zero tax supplies even if such supply is an exempt supply. Correct? First price is first time price is you. Water service stands for IGST. That yellow. We are going to an end. What are the taxes levied on intrastate supply? CGST, Sir, Mr. Velu. CGST. Tough question. The last question of the session. What is the maximum rate prescribed under CGST? Thank you all.
All the best.
Thank you. Super.
4% get the prize.
Super. Thank you all.
Thank you, Nilakandan. Delegates are requested to have the refreshments at the right side of this hall, and you can assemble in another 10 minutes. We will start the next session.
ஆமாம் அவர் அந்த சைடு சிவகாசியில் கூட இருந்தார் திருநெல்வேலி ஏசிஆர் பிசிஆர் கடைசியாக இங்கே அடிஷனல் கமிஷனர்
Good evening to one and all. Today is an absolutely special evening for the Revenue Bar Association. We have assembled here to commemorate and celebrate the 60 years of Revenue Bar Association. Sashti Prabhuti is a special occasion for all, and more so for an association as it has been instrumental in bringing together tax advocates and ensuring their voice is heard in the corridors of the courtrooms. On this special occasion, on behalf of the Revenue Bar Association, I extend a very warm welcome to the guest of honor of the evening, Sri Mahavir Singh, Honorable Vice President of IPAT, Chennai Zone. I also extend a warm welcome to the guest of honor, Sri D.A. Mukhar, Chief Commissioner of Income Tax, Chennai. My warm welcome to Sri R.V. Ishwar, Judge retired from Delhi High Court and the past President of IDT, who will be joining us shortly. Mr. Ishwar is very special to the Revenue Bar as he had been the Secretary of Association in the 1980s. I also extend a warm welcome to all the senior advocates, members of the Revenue Bar, chartered accountants, delegates of AAFTP who had come from across the country, and the members of MTB. grand occasion of Diamond Jubilee of the Revenue Bar, we have a galaxy of speakers who are here to give their words of felicitation. There are a few speakers, notably Sri K. Parasaran, Senior Advocate, Itama, and founder member of Revenue Bar Association, who had sent in his video recording of the felicitation. There are a few other speakers who could not make it due to their personal inconvenience and have also sent their video recording of speech. We'll straight away commence the felicitation function with our first speaker. I now welcome our President, Sri S. Sridhar, to give his. I now invite. Thank you. Mr. Sridhar will give the history of Revenue Bar Association and all its activities.
Good evening to all. We are assembled here on this historical and glorious day for celebrating the completion of 60 years of RBA at Chennai. As the President of RBA, it gives immense pleasure to host these celebrations in the presence of Honorable Vice President, Chennai Zone Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, Mr. D.N. Kar, Chief Commissioner of Income Tax, and National President of AFTP. The RBA has withstood the testing times, and it is continuously protected and nurtured by the illustrious seniors, namely Mr. S. Swaminathan, K. Srinivasan, T.V. Vishwanathan, K. Parasaran, who is one of the signatories to the incorporation document of the RBA, K. R. Ramamani, who was the conference chairman of the first tax conference conducted by the RBA, Mr. S. Padmanabhan, V. Ramachandran, S. Rajaratnam, affectionately and called as Tax Guru, Mr. V. Balachandran, who happened to be the grandson of famous Patanjali Sastri, second Chief Justice of India, Mr. N. Devanathan, who was the heart and soul of RBA for the past 2 decades. RBA has benefited over the period of several years of its existence by the next generation lawyers, namely Mr. A.P. Dattar, Philip George, and several others. And RBA is continuing its sole motto of promoting, developing, supporting, and encouraging young professionals in the tax litigation field. It is a matter on record that this glorious association has produced several judges, including Justice M.M. Ismail, Justice Venkatachalamurthy, Justice R.V. Ishwar, Justice Dr. Anita Suman, and Justice Mr. C. Saravanan. The history of RBA is glorious and meant for celebrating on every milestone, and as part of the 60 years of completion, this program is unanimously conceived and arranged. I am thankful to all the past presidents, office bearers of RBA, senior advocates, retired judges, guests of honors, more specifically Mr. V. Raghavacharya, senior advocate, Madras High Court, who will shortly join, who accepted my request immediately to deliver the speech to the young professionals and the audience present in this hall. I am grateful to Honorable Vice President Chennai Zone, the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, to be part of this happy occasion celebrating 60 years of RBA existence. Synergy between the bar and the bench is explicit and endorsed by the presence of Honorable Vice President. I am happy to get CCIT as one of the guests of honor today, and his presence is the message for the public on the excellent relationship between the Income Tax Department and the tax professionals who are successfully acting as the bridge between revenue and the taxpayers. With this opening remark, I hand over today's proceedings to Mr. Vasudevan, who will conduct the RBA 60 celebration the next 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Sridhar. We now have first felicitations by Chartered Accountants. Mr. B. Ramakrishnan, please.
Good evening to the distinguished guests on the dais and my dear professional friends. It gives me great pleasure to convey my best wishes, greetings and sincere felicitations to the Revenue Bar Association on its completing glorious 60 years. The RBA was created and nurtured, as the President of the RBA mentioned, by legendary legal luminaries and the doyens of the legal profession. And I am also very delighted that Padma Bhushan Sri K. Parasaran will also be participating today in this memorable occasion. I also had the privilege of working with some of the giants of the legal profession through the RBA. As the Revenue Bar Association was formed for disseminating knowledge in the taxation and economic laws, it has played a pivotal role, and the knowledge dissemination activities have been once again revived under the present President Sridhar with regular study circle programs on contemporary issues and the latest developments. It has become more pronounced during the pandemic times, and the online study circle meetings have been enthusiastically conducted, and it has been well received amongst not just the members of the RBA, but we chartered accountants are also standing to benefit out of the regular meetings conducted. I have always found the members of the RBA raising above the trivialities and focusing on intellectual interactions, which is the secret of its sustainability. My association with the RBA for over 25 years has bonded well and given me many fond memories, though in a few occasions we have agreed to disagree. The celebration today is coinciding with this conference, which has also been well structured with the AAFTB and the Madras Tax Bar, so thoughtfully structured that contemporary topics of relevance have been included. On this auspicious occasion, I once again convey my best wishes to the President and the office bearers of RBA, and I am sure in times to come many more milestones would be achieved by the RBA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramakrishnan. Now request Mr. G. Ramaswamy, Chartered Accountant, to first.
Very respected Chief Guest, Honorable Sri Mahavir Singh, Vice President, Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, Guest of Honor, Honorable Ian Garg, Chief Commissioner of Income Tax, President Mr. Sridhar, and my good friend Mr. Bhaskaran, and also my illustrious past President of the ICA, Sri G. Sitaraman, respected friends and members of the Revenue Bar Association. At the outset, I must thank the organizers, especially to Sridhar. I am thankful to him for inviting me to participate in this wonderful event organized by the Revenue Bar Association. In fact, I am from Coimbatore. I especially visited for this purpose. Because of the love and affection the Revenue Bar Association member shown to me the first time I appeared before the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal. I appeared before many of the members, including the present Vice President, and many times I enjoyed the knowledge sharing experience of our Revenue Bar Associations. Especially I have visited, along with the late V. Jagdishan, the Chartered Accountant, wherein my Guru, Mr. K. G. Subramaniam, and Jagdishan are very close associates. They have taken me to this forum. Many times I have handed over the books to them for argue the cases. I have very well-known Chartered Accountants and friends, advocates, all are together we share our knowledge. The 60 years for an institution may be a smaller, we can consider it a human being, but it's a long-standing position in India. I have seen that many places about this Revenue Bar Association functioning, but this Revenue Bar Association has given us a greater support for exchanging of knowledge, presenting ourselves before the bench in a very orderly manner, and it's a great opportunity they have given to every youngsters, I can tell you. Many youngsters have participated, they were able to get the support from the all other members in the Revenue Bar Associations. This Revenue Bar Association has to grow well. They have to give more and more opportunity to youngsters, encourage them to participate in the process of law and giving the benefit to the proper way by interpretations, support to the taxpayers. This is one of the fundamental principles of taxation. Wherever there is a flaw happen in the lower authorities, there should be redressal measures should be happen in the higher authorities. We have seen that many of our members, revenue bar members, have given a right arguments before the bench. They were able to serve the taxpayers as well as the society. My congratulations. My continuous participation will be there for this wonderful organization of Revenue Bar Association. Thank you, one and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for kind words and complete cooperation with the Revenue Bar Association. I know Mr. Shri T. Manoharan, Padma Shri T. Manoharan, Chartered Accountant and past president of ICA, has sent in this video recording of felicitation. I now request to play the video.
Distinguished guests, beloved members of the Revenue Bar Association, special invitees, and other ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to greet on the occasion of the completion of 60 years of glorious existence of the Revenue Bar Association Chennai. Looking back, one can take stock of the various milestones achieved by the Revenue Bar Association by conducting programs for the benefit of its members, by collaborating with other forums like Chambers of Commerce and professional bodies in holding events of significance in their journey. Successive leadership of the Revenue Bar Association, who held the positions as presidents and other office bearers, need to be commended and saluted for the way in which they have led the Revenue Bar Association from the front, shouldering various responsibilities and overcoming many challenges. It is a testament to the dedication, unwavering commitment and expertise of the members that the Revenue Bar Association has always grown over a period of years in terms of its excellence, reputation. With every year passing by, many members have excelled in various fields as well. Although it is time to look back and celebrate this 60 years of glorious existence with a sense of elation and pride, it is also time for the members to look forward with a sense of hope and anticipation. Hope because of the larger canvas in which you may have to operate in seeking justice and taking up challenging litigation matters, and in anticipation because of the various changes that are happening in the legislations in different jurisdictions. Even in the realm of international taxation, many new concepts have evolved, and the litigation in those grey areas are also in the offing. I am confident that the Revenue Bar Association will promote exchange of ideas, dissemination of knowledge, and synergy through collaborative efforts with other professional bodies and as well as public forums, so that their members are always able to excel in the discharge of their duties, both to the various benches of the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal and other appellate forums they represent before, as well as to the clientele who approach them seeking their services. I wish this momentous occasion to be celebrated in a befitting manner, leaving everlasting impact and positive impression in the minds of all those who are part of this historical event. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thanks to Shri T. N. Manoharan for sending his video recording. The next presentation is by Sri G. Ranganathan, Senior Chartered Accountant from Salem. Listen to his video recording.
Hearing from T. Vasudevan, Advocate, that the Revenue Board of Chennai is celebrating its Diamond Jubilee. I am proud to get associated with the Diamond Jubilee of the Chennai Bar Association. At the outset, we have to acknowledge the vision of the founding fathers to name mainly Padma Vibhushan K. Palasaran, late S. Swaminathan, K. Srinivasan, S. Padmanabhan, T. V. Vishwanathan advocates to start a separate bar association for revenue advocates, since they felt that revenue litigations are complex in nature and the matter should be dealt with special knowledge in those laws. They felt frequent meetings and seminars on the various subjects which were a must, and such training was brought out by the founding fathers along with senior advocates by K.R. Ramani, V. Ramachandran, R.V. Ishwar, to name a few. The bar should feel proud of having trained a good number of advocates, apart from making representations to the government on tax issues. I am in regular updating from Mr. Vasudevan, advocate, through whom we bring forth complex issues to be addressed. I wish that everybody here such seminars be organized on a regular basis. I wish the board very many more years of active participation in revenue matters and the young members greater participation in revenue matters. The annual budget discussion is one of such updating where detailed analysis are made of, true to the existence of a revenue board amongst India. Thank you.
Thanks to Sri G. Ranganathan for sending his video recording, illustrating the revenue bar. I now request Sri G. Sitaraman, Senior Chartered Accountant, to give his words of illustration. Sri G. Sitaraman is also a past president of SCA, so we are very gifted to hear his words.
President of the Association, distinguished guests on the dais, my respected professional colleagues, I sincerely thank the Revenue Association for giving this opportunity to facilitate them on their 60th birthday. My association, the Revenue Bar, association with the legal profession, is much earlier than the formation of the Revenue Bar. My first association was with S. Raghunathan, Justice of the Supreme Court, who is no more. When I attended the revision classes for the final CA students in the year February-March 1959. I still remember those days where the classes will be fully packed, whereas you will not find so many students attending the other classes. He used to sow the seed of my knowledge on income tax. Subsequently, when I passed out and started my practice, I had the privilege of interacting with almost all the presidents of the Revenue Bar Association. I had close interaction with them, and the way in which they moved with the junior, comparatively junior in comparison to their knowledge and experience. I just entered the chartered accountant profession, but the way in which they moved, their humility, simplicity, and everything, the way in which they encouraged me, they embraced me, is not something you cannot imagine at all. And this association is known for 60 years. Is because of the collective efforts of all the members of the Revenue Bar. It is not the individual effort. It is a collective effort that shows the unity, their dedication to the work, their simplicity, humility, their willingness to share their knowledge with others. This has taken them to the 60 years is not small time. And I wish this must grow to 80 years and 100 years, when the younger members, with the same enthusiasm, will be able to celebrate it in a better way. One or two things which I'd like to mention at the time. One is the role of the juniors. With the advancement of the technology, in the information technology, the habit of reading the journals, professional journals, has come down to a great extent. This is not a welcome change. Unless and you read the journals and find out the intricacies of the problems, that in the cases, the way in which the case has been decided, the principles on which this case has been decided can be understood only by reading. This information technology has killed your natural intelligence. I wish the younger members start reading the journals seriously so that they will be a top tax professional in the coming years. And my speakers referred the word litigation. The RBA members or the chartered accountants do not engage in litigation at all. The main purpose of arguing the appeal is to find out the real truth in the cases, not to increase the litigation. This is the main intention of having this professional approach, and I'm completely detached with the cases. Therefore, I request the members not to use the word litigation, because that will give a wrong signal to the public that the profession is encouraging the litigation between the associates in the department. It is not so. The main reason is to find out the real truth. What is the position? What is the real truth in the law? So that the framers of the law can understand, the people, the public also will understand. And second thing I'd like to mention is that you must continue to encourage the juniors, and you must treat them in such a way that they have the feeling that they are part of the entire team of profession. And our chartered accountant profession is interlinked with the advocate profession. Advocate completely interlinked. In spite of these two professions being different, you know, the area in which the RBA members moved with the chartered accountants, you cannot imagine at all. They said they part of the association membership itself. And I wish you celebrate this 88th year in 100 years and for the coming years, make it stronger. And it's time for you to spread your wings to the other parts of the state. And don't limit itself to Madras itself. Expand your wings to other parts of the state. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Great words of wisdom from senior chartered accountant, and he has taught us how we have to conduct ourselves and how to enhance our knowledge in the field of taxation or any. I don't want to use the word litigation. Thank you, sir. I now request K. Vaidishwaran, Sri K. Vaidishwaran, past president of Revenue Bar Association, to give his words of presentation.
Honorable Vice President, Chief Commissioner, Office Bearers of the Association, my senior friends, and members of the bar, and all of the delegates. Earlier speakers were mentioning about how a handful of lawyers of great repute joined together and decided to form an association in the 60s. Now, how did they even coin the word revenue? Why did they not think of a tax bar? So look at the vision they had in the 60s that a revenue bar association or a revenue would be much more bigger and comprehensive than just a tax bar. And today in this world, in the new world, we form groups even for a dinner meeting. We have a WhatsApp group for who is attending for a dinner meeting or WhatsApp group for who is attending a function, etc. In those days, without all those technologies, 5 great minds sat together and decided to form such a concept, such an association. I think we owe a lot to them. And after them, successive leadership have clearly demonstrated, clearly established a very firm name for Revenue Bar Association. Great presidents are sitting here, all of them are done a very great job here. And this association has been unique in the sense that it has, all presidents have always encouraged youngsters. I still remember when, even senior most people like V. Ramakrishnan or K. used to be the president, they would insist that the EC should be also packed with young members. That was their approach all the time, and that really paved the way. And I cannot forget Devanand at this point of time. He is the life and soul of RBI in various forms. In any capacity, he would always be active, and he would get into the wrong books of every president in whatever way he does, but it was always with a smile. He was so brilliant that he would be active. He would suddenly stop a speaker while speaking and ask a question and do all those things, but unbelievable. He was energy at all points. And when he was a president, that year was something, that period was something fantastic. We had unbelievable events that happened. Jay Kumar, Philip George, Datta, all of them have done a great job for the association. I had a good stint in the previous period, and now Sridhar is now heading the association. And I have Arvind Pandyan here, also here, who's gone the presidentship. This association has always had great leadership, and it has always worked because the members have cooperated. As Mr. Sitaraman's advice is very, very relevant, sir. Sir, you're talking about the next gen looking into journals and books. It is, I hope they listen to it, because today the answers come faster with technology, and they prefer that answer in the technology rather than any other format of reading. Though I still remember when Mr. Padmanabhan and Mr. Ramam used to teach us when I was in Subraya's office, simple philosophy was, when you read one case law or when you're hunting for one case law in a journal, you end up reading 6 other case laws, which will stay somewhere in your mind. And 5 years later, you will have another problem. You will remember that you read this particular case law. So that used to be actually wonderful, but now those days are all gone. And another reason is there are too many case laws also. It is too much of information that is going on. I wish the association many more successes and laurels as they go forward. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thanks, Sri Vaidishwaran. Now request G. Bhaskar, past president of Revenue Bar Association, to minister.
Good evening. I join the sentiments expressed by my previous speakers, and 2-3 instances I want to quote. As a youngster, I was arguing one case, and it was a case where whether granite is a manufacturer, extract of granite is a manufacturer or not. We started around 11 o'clock, went on till about 12:30. One new advocate was assisting me with so many case laws. Then he was giving me tips, and then finally it was heard. Then I told him, sir, who are you? Then he said, I am Janardhan Raja, who was elevated to the High Court at a later point of time. Then the other day, when I was arguing one case, it was arguing for more than half an hour, and the member put one particular question. What do you say, Mr. Ramchandran? So I didn't know that Mr. Ramchandran was sitting behind me. Then I asked the other juniors, when did my senior come? He came long back, he was sitting for half an hour. So that is how the seniors have trained the juniors, and I tried to emulate them. And our vice president would have seen that nowadays the youngsters are firing guns rather than the oldies like me. And I wish the Revenue Bar Association all the very best in the years to come. As Sitaraman sir has said, you should not remain static at Chennai, you should travel the Tamil Nadu wise. And that is why All India Federation of Tax Practitioners, I have joined All India Federation of Tax Practitioners. We are having so many seminars, conferences, study circles in the Mafsil area, Type 2, Type 3 cities where the other associations have not traveled. And I think my national president will talk more about it. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Mr. Bhaskar. I now request Mr. Philip George, our evergreen hero to illustrate the Revenue Bar Association. Good evening, Mr. Mavi Singh, Mr. Sridhar. Yeah, it's been a long time since I have stood before this mic here. I think 91 conference, I was the 91, 92, 93, 94, 95. I was then after that, I took a back seat so that all the youngsters can come forward and run the show much better than we did. 60 years, yes, I have been. 63 we started, I mean the association was started with the luminaries that was mentioned. 74 I joined the bar and started to attend the Revenue Bar Association meetings, which is totally different from what we are seeing now. We used to have those meetings maybe every 2 or 3 months, once in every 2 or 3 months in the hall of my senior Mr. Padmanabhan's brother Vishwanath's house. And all the juniors and the seniors from all the offices used to come there. And the meeting was like, president will come, he will sit there, the table is there, president, secretary will sit there, the president will start his lecture, and it will go on and on and on and on and on and on. And nobody's allowed to say anything, we listen. If anybody rises up to say, ask a question, the president will listen for 2 minutes, the young man will read the sections, first 2-3 words, and oh yes, I understand what you're coming to, and he'll start a lecture on that. So it was going on like this for a long time. After about 6 or 7 meetings, one young boy there, he raised his hand and said, I want to say something. So he said, yes, what do you want to say? I said, it was me, sorry, I didn't want to disclose that. I said, I have something to say. And he said, okay, what is it? And I said, see, as far as we are concerned, I've just joined about 6 or 7 months back. And we are basically, even those who are 3, 4, 5 years, 6 years in the bar, are only brief carrying advocates even today. We are not given an opportunity to talk anywhere. We are not. He was like shocked. And I told him that this cannot go on. Whenever we want to ask a question or make a comment, this is an opportunity that we get to stand before the public and say something. And he was a doyen of the bar. He was the toughest man that was there. And there was nobody there to question him. So I told him, we want an opportunity. This is the only place where I will get an opportunity to stand up. I can't talk in the court. They don't give me a permission. My seniors don't give me a permission to talk in the court. This is the only place I want. He stood up and said, meeting closed, and walked out. Just that was the end of the meeting. We didn't have a Revenue Bar Association meeting for about 2 or 3 years.
Once he started meeting, there was an issue. So what we did was, as juniors at that time, there was Balachandran, myself, Santana Krishnan, I think Ishwar was there, all of us together. We started to meet every Friday after the revenue, at the Revenue Bar Association room, after the reference applications, and discuss issues. Whatever problems we had in the week, whatever issues were there, we were discussing. This was going on for about a year or two. Then somebody said, it's about time we had our own association. Let's scrap the Revenue Bar Association, let's have our own association. At that time, Ishwar, Santana, myself, I think Vasu and all of us were there. We said, no, we cannot scrap this association because we will never get the kind of founders who have founded this association. You and me are not going to be anywhere close by. And so we took it up on ourselves to revive this association. Actually, we revived this association at that time. We got the exemptions under the Income Tax Act, we got the Society Registers Act, all the matters regularized, we did, and the association started with a new form. I think Stampede was the first president, is it, at that time? So under his auspices, we started these conferences. In 1991, we had a mega conference, which was a great success as far as we are concerned, and the enthusiasm that was shown by the juniors of that time for getting the subscriptions, for getting the souvenir ready, for getting the seniors motivated, was so much that it has continued all these years. So it is really a proud moment that from a dead society we are now a living, vibrant, kicking society which we are here. And I wish them all the best. I'm very proud that I'm a life member of this association. Of course, I've not been very active in the last many years, but I've been watching and seeing everything going on. All the things, congratulations, wish you all the best for many, many more years. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Philip George. But for the invaluable contribution of Philip George, Mr. Jayakumar, Mr. Balchandar, and Santana Krishnan in the early 90s, I think we would not be celebrating our 60th year now. They really transformed the association, energized it in a very long way. Series of seminars were conducted and study circles were, meetings were done. Thanks, Mr. Philip. I now request the next speaker is Mr. T.N. Sitaraman. He has sent in his felicitation. I'll just read the felicitation message from Mr. T.N. Sitaraman. I am indeed immensely happy that Revenue Bar Association is celebrating completion of 60 years since its inception. I was privileged to be the president of Revenue Bar Association during its 40th year, which was celebrated in a grand manner with Honorable Justice Jaisin Babu as the chief guest. In the ensuing 20 years, my successors have ably led Revenue Bar Association by arranging study circle meetings and seminars true to the object of the founding fathers to encourage and promote study of laws relating to revenue. On this happy occasion, I wish Revenue Bar Association many more years of good work, spreading awareness and knowledge of revenue laws. I wish this function all success. Thanks to the T.N. I now request Mr. V.S. Jayakumar, Senior Advocate and past President of Revenue Bar Association.
Honorable Vice President Mr. Mahavi Singh and Mr. David Dakar. There are two instances to mention about Mr. Mahavi Singh. When he joined Madras, the first time I appeared before him. And when I became a senior counsel in January 2023, I appeared before him. But the funniest part is the department took adjournment in both cases. But he was very gracious enough to say proceed with the case. But unfortunately, the department took adjournment on both the occasions. Anyway, organizers for giving me a nice opportunity to stand for you. And Philip George refused to mention my name. It's okay. RB is a registered society. Okay. RBI is a registered society bearing a certificate number 13 of 1963. And the address of the registered office was number 1 in the High Court chambers. So that speaks volume of an association in 1960s, where almost all the stalwarts and civil lawyers were around in the High Court premises. And today, of course, it goes along with the secretary or the president, whatever. And the founding members were men of eminence. There were some of them around the bench. Some became senior counsels. Some have achieved ethical standards, which we, the Revenue bar is honestly following and humbly provide on a day-to-day basis. And it was Patrick Henry in his famous speech, titled as "Give me liberty or give me death." He says, "I have but one lamp by which my feet are guided. That's the lamp of experience." So friends, it's the lamp of experience in the field of taxation set by our predecessors that has brought the RBI to attain this stature and recognition today. Several man-hours were spent to lay down the basic tenets and concepts like in tax jurisprudence, for example, real income theory, theory of legitimate expectation, and double tax treaty, and Hindu law, one man each Transfer Property Act, trust law, partnership law, Waqf law, and everything was done by tax lawyers. If you take any journal or any branch of law, there are more tax laws. In income tax or wealth tax, for example, which has laid down the fundamentals of civil law. So we're very grateful for the hard labor put in by our tax pundits, and they have gone the midnight oil, and today we are seeing the 60 years of their hard labor. We, the tax lawyers, are not worried about today or tomorrow. We are bothered about yesterday. When you go to the court, argue the case, come back saying that you won the case. In your house, there is a message saying that there is a retrospective amendment. So the theme of the seminar here is together towards tomorrow. We should be together towards tomorrow yesterday. Because we are fighting for yesterday, in tomorrow, for what we did today. So this is a paradox which tax lawyers are actually doing the somersault. Now this is nothing new because even in the past when our elders were there, 97% was rate of tax. Added to that, we had penalty interest is 102 percentage. Still, the tax lawyers survived, advised the client team, and they made the representations to revenue bar in few forums to reduce the tax to 30%, which I humbly say is the beautiful words of the revenue bar faculties. And it's time for introspection. There are two types of litigants: one who fight for his case, the other who fight for the cause. Revenue bar is also a litigant in the latter sense of fighting for causes. Several public interest litigations were filed in the name of revenue bar involving constitutional matters such as appointment of judges and IT-80 members, increasing filing fee by IT-80, TDS on lawyers, service tax on lawyers, creation of national tax tribunal, GST tribunals, etc. The healthy litigation reached the level of Supreme Court, and in came the importance of RBA in fulfilling its objectives enshrined in our Magna Carta. In most of the litigation, Madras Bar Association was also involved, as we invited the said association to be the lead petitioner, as MBA is older than RBA. MBA was established in the year 1865. In the recent times, our past president of the Revenue Bar, Mr. Arvind Prabhakar Datta, he appeared in several cases before Supreme Court and carrying the flag of RBA beyond possible limits and hoisted it at the highest level. It is said in life, no matter the situation, you always need to remind yourself you are doing good. Don't expect others to pat your back and encourage you all the time. Sometimes you need to do it yourself. Kudos to Arvind Datta and kudos to Revenue Bar Association. We are all proud to belong to a legal fraternity which is akin to religion, which has taught the world both tolerance and universal acceptance. RBA is a place where every lawyer can find knowledge to enrich his mind and to enlarge his talents. Aristotle said, men come together in cities in order to live, but they remain together in order to live the good life. This is the experience we share with the Revenue Bar. There are very leading cases handled by our tax lawyers. Some of them are Sali Marakai's case, MULEF, and constitutional validity, was struck down by the Madras High Court, later on reversed by the Supreme Court. In Sali Marakai, K. Parasan's father appeared. It was the only case in India constitutional validity was allowed in favor of the petitioner. And M.V. Valliyappan regarding partial partition. Madras High Court struck it down, Supreme Court reversed it. Kuradei Chettiar, for example, on double tax avoidance agreement. So these are the landmarks. P.L. Karapan Chettiar on Hindu law of self-acquired property was reversed by Chandrasen's case. K.P. Varghese, for example. Late Sridharan versus WTO on Christian Boyd, following Hindu tradition, is also the hot work of the Revenue Bar, Esther senior process. The interesting part is there are a few words of art of advocacy. Our elders blessed with art of advocacy, which is unique. K. Srinivasan's convincing arguments and his articulation using Sanskrit slokas are a treat to watch. Mr. S. Swaminathan's persuasive arguments, starting from Lahore High Court to one ITR to the latest ITRs, were mind-boggling. Other seniors were original thinkers who can handle the courts in an effective manner, and new propositions were laid on varying English, Australian, and Canadian tax laws. Other senior advocates, Veeramachandran K. Ramamani, Krishnadiyar, Mahalingam, Padmanabhan, Chandran, Ramagopal, T. Srinivasamurthy, K. Subramanian were extraordinary. The Standing Council for Income Tax Department, some of them were part of the RBA, like Justice Ranganathan was elevated to Supreme Court, Justice V. Balasubramanian elevated to the Madras High Court, Justice M. V. Balasubramanian elevated to the Madras High Court, and Chitra Venkatraman elevated to the Madras High Court. So the RBA members adorned the bench, which I mentioned to you, like Ishwar, Anita Saman, Ismail, and others. ITVT members are Rajaratnam, Meenakshi Sundaram, O. Anandram, T. R. Senthil Kumar, and Asha Vijayaraghavan et al. If I have left out any other names, it's not intentional, but to save the time. All of them were great human beings first, and exhibited good personality in the roles they adorned. The erstwhile seniors also had a great sense of humor. Classic example is our friend Ravachari is going to give a lecture. His father, R.S. Venkatachari, had to argue a case before the Chief Justice of the Madras High Court. In an interpretation of the word, what is height and skin? The Chief Justice asked him, can you please explain the difference between heights and skins? He said, not what I have is skin, what you is having is heights. That's a bit. So that's the kind of humor we had with old seniors. Okay, what is the takeaway from this function? The takeaway from this function is the time is here and now. When we stand up and say we take up the challenge, we're enhancing the reputation of RBA to a greater height. We are the dreamers and saviors of the tax world. We rise to the occasion and say to ourselves, and I quote James Allen, they themselves are makers of themselves. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Jaykumar. No request, Mr. Arvind Pandian, Senior Baker and Past President of Revenue Bar, please.
Dignitaries on the desk, Vice President, past presidents, seniors present here. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of this function, of which I will be one among the junior-most presidents who are felicitating Mr. Philip George. The year when he said he enrolled was virtually when I was 4 years old, so he's kind of been a doyen leading this bar. But the way Revenue Bar has not nurtured us, I should say, helped us to approach the profession is more different from the other bar associations. The main reason being, the seniors never treated us as juniors. All the seniors treated us as colleagues. We were allowed to express our views. In many of the seminars, we were completely encouraged to present papers. We could be resource persons during the study circle meetings, particularly when post-90, I should say, which I have seen in person, when Mr. Philip George started in 91, 92, 93, 94, when he said so. I had just come into the profession. Mr. Sridhar said, you must get into Revenue Bar. The first function when I think I attended Revenue Bar was when member Mr. Kannan had retired, and there was a felicitation for him in residency in T. Nagar. So that was my first association with RBA. But be that as it may, the level of interest each one had to go during the monthly meetings or the seminars and the other activities like AITFP and every other association during the national seminars. Revenue Bar was always in the forefront trying to lead the tax bar of Chennai at that point in time. We also need to make specific mention about all the seniors. Apart from Mr. Ramamani, who was there and who led us in the tax profession as such, many of them like Mr. Chandran, Ramani, all of them kept the tax bar, Revenue Bar, completely alive. In fact, Mr. Chandran will be there even before all of us, not just to eat his dosa or anything which he wanted at the end, but he was there taking us all throughout, discuss it, and then only leave as the last person when the Revenue Bar meetings took place. Mr. Ramani is one such person. So each one played a different role. I should say, my personal experience, if I am of some standing from the Revenue Bar Association, I am proud to say that I am one of the beneficiaries of that. Everyone has given their personal experiences. Mr. V.S. Jayakumar is a newly designated senior, so he is completely prepared. It will take some more time for you to come without paper. I'm sure it will happen soon. The points we make is, we really had such a camaraderie that we can, either on the mic or off the mic, we can surely talk like this to each one. That's thanks to seniors like Mr. Philip George, Jayakumar, Mr. Datar. Everyone helped us to nurture that feeling. I once again thank Mr. Sridhar for having given this opportunity to address this August gathering. I am privileged, I should say, to be part of this association. I wish everyone happy 60th anniversary for our association. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Arvind Pandyan. Even though he was a past president about, I think, probably 6 or 8 years back, we still fall back upon him to get things worked done. I now request Mr. Pankaj Giar, National President AFTP, to please.
Honorable the Vice President, ITAT, the Chief Commissioner, dignitaries on the dais of the dais. I am not a member of RBA, so it's really, I was wondering what to speak. But congratulations on becoming a senior, because at 60 you become a senior in the life. And now all the juniors and all the persons who are the members of the Revenue Bar Association will have the benefit of a senior association. Friend, the working of an association is always good. It gives you a connection, it gives you a platform, it gives you a place where you can intermingle, get the benefit of seniors and juniors. The juniors can learn from the seniors, and the seniors can also learn from the juniors. How to appear, how to discuss, even they can go on and solve their queries or ask a question or take support or sometimes get good advice. But this is a diminishing class, I would say. With the onset of the technology Mr. Sitharaman was talking about, the latest casualty is the gathering. And this year in AIFTP, being the national president of AIFTP, we are the only pan-India body having more than 11,000 members of advocates, chartered accountants and tax practitioners. And apart from the statutory bodies like ICAI or the Bar Council, we are the only voluntary organization which is representing the tax professionals. We are saying, we started with 3 E's, ethics, education and excellence. But now we are connecting, we are giving the new tagline, that is connect, learn and educate. Because what we are seeing is with the onset of the webinar, the WhatsApp University and everything, we are not getting meeting or discussing the things. What we are getting the information on the WhatsApp, we are just sharing it. We are not even going through it. As a litigating lawyer, what we are seeing is we are just reading the head notes and going on quoting the cases before the courts or the high courts or the tribunals. And in the replies, what we are seeing is we are going to the taxman site or a Manu Patra or a India Qanun and getting the list of 148 judgments and quoting all those judgments at a seriatim in the reply, sometimes even not going what has happened inside or outside. Unless and until the associations or the federations or we meet, that would be a difficult thing. And having a gathering is always becoming a problem. So because of that also we are not able to get good speakers, or we are afraid to invite good speakers. So my submission is, it's really a catch-22 situation, because on the webinar you get a pan-India audience, maybe 100% or 500%, sometimes you discuss, sometimes you don't discuss, but whatever you are discussing on screen, and you are not getting a real query, real question apart from in the chat box. This can go on and on, but I would say this is a really a celebration year for the Revenue Bar Association, and I congratulate them
It's really wonderful for me to be here on this felicitation function. A good thing for me. I had learned in the company of so many seniors. It is a beneficial thing, and on behalf of All India Federation of Tax Practitioners and on behalf of all my parent associations from the Rajasthan, I belong to Jaipur in Rajasthan. So on behalf of my Rajasthan team and all federation team, I wish this Revenue Bar Association a great year, great foundation year, many more years to come, and it would be a beneficial year for the new juniors who would be joining the Revenue Bar Association, because next time I will come maybe on 70th year or something like that. It would be, some juniors would be becoming seniors, and we would be hearing, reminiscing about their advices and anecdotes. Friends, the advice and the anecdotes of the senior is always important, and it gives you an inspiration to work hard, to excel in life, and only the anecdotes of the senior and the conduct of the seniors make or inspire a junior to excel and become a great lawyer or a chartered accountant. With this, I congratulate you, Sridhar ji, and my dear friend, and everybody of the member of Revenue Bar Association. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your experience as a president of a pan-India body will be helpful for us in continuing our activities of association. I now request Justice Mr. R.V. Ishwar and past Secretary of the Revenue Bar Association to present.
I think I broke the queue. Good evening to all of you. It's a very happy occasion for me to be here to felicitate the Revenue Bar Association on its 60th year. My senior was one of the founders of the Revenue Bar Association in 1963. Calcutta perhaps was the first tax bar. It was the 1922 Act. So that tax bar was formed in 1923, if I am right. 27? No, 27. So Bombay perhaps was next, and I think Revenue Bar Association is perhaps the third. I took over as secretary from Mr. V. Ramachandran. I think Bhaskar might be knowing about it. And Philip George will be knowing. I don't know whether George was ever president here. Twice? It must be the golden period of it, like Ashoka's golden period. It's good to be here. My mind goes back to those days in the Central Revenue Buildings in Nungambakam High Road, the third floor, where we had the income tax appellate tribunal benches, and Mr. George Cherian and Justice Rangarajan and all those stalwarts of the tribunal, before whom we cut our teeth, and we had good cups of coffee and bondas and all that in the small revenue bar room. It wasn't like this at that time. We had Justice Janardhan Raja with us, Jai Kumar, of course, Philip George, the leader of the pack, and my good old friend who is unfortunately no more, Balachandar. I miss Devanathan today. Very unfortunate that he is not here with us. Those are good old days. We didn't have this many meetings, study meetings, but we had some study meetings, particularly when the budgets and all were there. George tried to organize a few more, and we all participated in that. It was a good learning process. And Datar was there, Arvind Datar was there. Quite a few of them. So congratulations to the Revenue Bar Association for having done such a good work in this period. I am too small a person to say because this was founded by my senior, and Mr. Parasaran was one of the founders. Mr. Vishwanath Iyer was one of the founders. And so I wouldn't say anything more, except that we bask in the past glory of the Revenue Bar Association. I wish all of you the very best in life. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think Justice R.V. Ishwar has kept his speech very short. With his astounding memory, he can keep on telling stories about the past. Thank you, sir. There are now, we have about four other speakers have sent in their video recordings. I think we need to. Mr. R.L. Ramani, Senior Advocate and Past President of RBA, has felicitated through his video recording.
Good evening, friends. I am very happy that our Revenue Bar Association has completed 60 years. I was told that at the initial stage, our senior Mr. S. Padmanabhan, Mr. S. V. Subramanian were very active in the affairs of the association. The subsequent period, Mr. V. Ramachandran and Mr. K.J. Chandran were very active and developed the association to a great extent. Of course, there was a lull in the association for some time, and subsequently it was revived by Mr. Philip George, by Mr. Balachandra and all others. Friends, after the revival, I am very happy to inform you that our association filed a number of public interest litigations before the Supreme Court and also before the Madras High Court. Mr. Arvind Datta, past president of this association, he appeared in all the cases and helped the association to a very great extent. Friends, I still remember the first meeting I attended. In 1977, I joined the bar. There was a revenue bar meeting in our Kalatop office. Mr. Vishwanath Iyer, father of Mr. T.V. Ramanathan, he was presiding over the meeting. The topic was General Clauses Act. I still remember he explained the provisions of the General Clauses Act and also said our Revenue Bar Association is also registered under this Act. Friends, when we talk about the study circle meeting, I have to mention my friend Devanathan. He actively participated in all the meetings and he very much interested in the development of the association. Today, we very badly miss him. Friends, I had the opportunity to serve as the president of the Revenue Bar Association, and at that time we filed a number of public interest litigations, and we even called for the press meet in the Cosmopolitan Club to explain the nature of the writ petition that is moved before the High Court. Friends, I thank once again the office bearers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Arvind Datta, Senior Advocate and Past President, has sent in his video recording of the felicitation.
Good evening. I am delighted that the Revenue Bar Association has completed 60 years and is celebrating the Diamond Jubilee this evening. I am really sorry that I was not able to be present today on this important occasion. I was stuck here in a park and there was no way I could get an adjournment. Nevertheless, my heart is all with you, and looking back, I have so many pleasant memories of the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, where I was a junior to Subbaraya, Padmanabhan and Ramamani. I was blessed with wonderful seniors who encouraged me, and I learned a lot about advocacy while at the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal. It was really a golden period as far as my life is concerned. We had outstanding tribunal members George Cherian, Justice T.N. Rangarajan, Mr. Rajaratnam, C.K. Nair, C.R. Nair, so many names come, and they were so kind and encouraging to juniors. Apart from the members of the bench, we had a wonderful team of young juniors, and we had so much of warmth and friendship throughout. We used to meet on Saturday mornings and discuss important tribunal cases. I learned a lot from Ishwar, from Jay Kumar, from Philip George, and the basics of income tax, which I learned and has stood me in good stead even today. So we had a wonderful team of lawyers, and all in all, it was a golden period of my life, and I'll never forget the days. This is an important occasion, and I'm sure that the Revenue Bar Association, with the present team and the future leaders, will go from strength to strength, and I look forward to the 75th year in the near future. Thank you so much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Dutta. The next speaker, Mr. Justice T.N. Rangarajan, has sent in his video recording of his station.
Dear friends, it is always a pleasure to attend any meeting of the Revenue Bar Association. When I was in the tribunal, I never missed attending the study circle meeting whenever I was in Madras. It was a great combination of professional friendship and continuous learning from peers. If there is any spark in my work, it was lit at that lamp of knowledge which has kept blazing by this great association. In our culture, the completion of 60 years marks the beginning of a new cycle. I wish this association all the best in its path for later growth. My grateful thanks to Sri Sridhar for giving me this opportunity to join you all remotely on this joyous occasion.
Thank you, Worship. Our founding member, Mr. Senior Advocate Sri Padma Vibhushan Sri K. Parasaran, has sent in his video recording of felicitation.
Respected and Honorable Vice President of the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, Chennai Kendra, respected and Honorable Sri D.N. Kar, Chief Income Tax Commissioner of Chennai, respected and Honorable Sri V. Raghav Shari, Senior Advocate in Madras High Court and Supreme Court, respected and Honorable President of the Revenue Bar Association and the other officers of the same association, Honorable elect who are assembled here in this hall, ladies and gentlemen, I consider it a great privilege and honor to have been given this opportunity to speak a few words today, particularly as it is a special day for this association. It has functioned successfully for 60 years and is now celebrating its diamond jubilee. To have so successfully functioned so many years with such eminent persons as members is just the blessings and grace of God. The entire universe dance to the tune of a common prayer. I feel so happy and joyful to speak today, and I feel grateful to God to have blessed me, to have been a founding member, and to be happily arrive and speak a few words on this occasion. Tax has been innumerable here and will continue to be everlasting, because for governing a state, money is required, revenue is required, and whoever is in power and exercising governing jurisdiction has to levy and collect tax. But the levy and collecting tax has to be supported by statutory provisions. What were very simple provisions at the beginning have become complicated today, and the expertise in taxation has become essential. It requires the help of both chartered accountants and good lawyers to guide and advise associates and represent their case before courts. Normally, in the Madras High Court I have seen, there have been specialist lawyers who appear mostly on the income tax side, though there have also been very eminent lawyers who have been doing both income tax case and other cases also. Under the 1918 Act, the reference was against the order of the Commission of Income Tax. Under the 1918 Act, the reference was against the order of the Commission of Income Tax and used to be heard by a bench of 3 honorable judges. It was not referred as a full bench, but it was referred to as a special bench and was only a division bench. It was only a division bench. In those days, invariably, the Chief Justice of the High Court used to preside in tax cases. Mr. Murray Pushwater, Beasley, Sir Lionel Leach, Frederick William General, Chief Justices, have all presided and heard in the bench hearing income tax cases. When Rajamana became Chief Justice, he made a few sittings, sitting with Justice Jayachari, who had been formerly a judicial member of the income tax tribunal and therefore well versed in tax law. But Dr. Rajamana somehow did not very much like taxation cases and therefore changed the income tax bench. He constituted bench of 2 very eminent lawyers of Madras Honorable Government judges who were practicing both the appellate side and were not practicing on the income tax side. Justice Satyaraj Rao and Justice Vishwas Sastry. Vishwas Sastry, both of them had good knowledge of law, and Vishwas Sastry, very the right hearted way, observed in the court, income tax was my first love. It is over 30 years since she has divorced. That is because he had appeared in income tax cases long before and probably had written a book on income tax. The bench proved a remarkable bench and they disposed of several cases very quickly. Thereafter, different division benches have been hearing the case. The eminent member of the tax bench, who was running on the tax side, have also become eminent judges of the High Court, and one of them became a judge of the Supreme Court. They have also become members of the Honorable Tribunal and also Vice President of the Tribunal. Mr. Padina Sastry, when he was practicing in Madras High Court as lawyer, was a special counsel for income tax commissioner. And Mr. Subramanian was the nominating and leading counsel for the assessees. My father was also one of the lawyers who used to appear in income taxes in those days. Before Justice Beasley, assessees never won. He always a decision went in favor of revenue. That was a colonial attitude to safeguard the revenue of the colonial rulers. But the thing changed later. After Sir Lionel Leach became Chief Justice, he would decide the cases either for the assessee or for the revenue according to his perception of the law and fact. He will normally allow only 10 minutes to be read and then hear both sides and answer the question. After Padina Sastry became justice, Standing Justice, Sir Lionel Leach and the bench used to hear the income tax cases. Decided the practice. Saint John was one of the judges of the great lawyer Subramanian and became an income tax appellate president and became a Madras High Court judge. We also practiced on income tax. He became the special counsel for income tax and became a judge in Madras High Court. Profound doer and very good stylish English for his hallmarks. Several members of the board has become the tax board attained eminent positions. I came into the board, this association founding member, by the fact that in those days I also used to appear before the income tax appellate tribunal while T.V. Vishwas, Swaminathan, K. Srinivasan, and others used to appear. Among the members who were the founding members of this association, probably myself and Subraya and Bhagavan were juniors. The others were all for seniors. M.M. Mishra was one of the outstanding judges. He also practiced on the interpretation. He was also junior under Subraya. The interpretation today has become a very specialized subject and requires a lot of application and specialization. I have not only appeared before the interpretation in those days after constitution. I had been appearing in the 1950s and 60s before the interpretation tribunal. At that time, it was in Sterling Road in Nungabak. Mr. M.N. Samamurthy and Mr. Chaudhary were accountant members. Mr. M.N. Mr. Vanchanda and Mr. Sankaram were the judicial members. Mr. Vanchanda was the judicial member, became later judge in the Rao Court, and after retirement practiced in the Supreme Court and used to appear both in some cases for the assessment and in some cases for the revenue. And I have also been appearing in the Madras High Court in interpretation, for instance. Before I appeared in several matters. There are also a number of important judgments also. In the Supreme Court, as law officer, I have to appear in important interpretation cases. But I could not find time for appearing in all the cases, in many of the cases, because I was preoccupied with constitutional cases. I appeared in the Gloria's case, in which section 80J was involved, in which the most evident and outstanding law in the country, Alkiola appeared on the other side. The file appeared for the revenue, and the revenue succeeded. I also appeared in the Federation of the Association of Hotels case, in which I made submission that apart from the aspect of the Dr. Pittal substance in testing the values of the statute of provision, there is also another constitutional principle, namely the doctrine of aspect. This submission I relied upon Lefroy's constitution, Canadian constitution, and the Supreme Court accepted away contention and upheld the doctrine of aspect. Taxation is a very important subject, and I am glad that this association is rendering human service for on the taxation side. I am sure it will live for hundreds of years, because taxation is a permanent one. It has already completed 60 years, but it will complete a century and century after century, and will function as long as taxation exists. I pray to God Almighty to bless the association, to have a long tenure of the function as an association for centuries and centuries, and serve the country and the citizens of this country, and take care of the nuances of taxation. I thank you very much for this opportunity. I bow to every one of you for giving you this opportunity and so patiently heard me. I have one regret, and that is I am not able to personally present here and participate in this function and interact with all of you. That will be a great joy for me than this. But advanced age and problems related to old age have prevented me from being personally present in this. I say so for the reason that association and camaraderie is very important for the members of the board. Envy, jealousy, and pettifogging has no place. We must develop camaraderie, mutual affection and respect. All the senior members who are the founding members were all so affected towards me and were very kind to me. Please have that camaraderie, because one learns 1/4 from a teacher, 1/4 by his own industry and grace, 1/4 from his colleagues. That's very important. Camaraderie is so. And the remaining 1/4 by the passage of time, by experience. Acharya Padvarate, 1/4 to the teacher, Pada Sishya Svavedaya, owned for by his own intelligent industry, Padam Sam Brahmachari, owned for from his own colleague, and Padam Kalakramet. Follow that principle, and always one has learned by industry and efforts. And I am sure this association will be everlasting, so like taxation lost and will serve the nation in the best way. Thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you.
This association has been going from strength to strength. We thank Sri Parasaranji for his kind words, and this association, Revenue Bar Association, has been going from strength to strength only because of the foundation laid by the pious hands of Sri Parasaran and few senior leading members of the bar. Sri Parasaran has laid down the characteristics of good association, which will lead to its longevity. Sri Parasaran's words should be etched in the memory of each one of us in the Revenue Bar Association to celebrate its existence for all many more years to come. Thank you, sir. Now request Sri N.V. Balaji to give his felicitation.
Good evening, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I should say, I am relatively a very new member of the Revenue Bar Association. I didn't have the privilege which my predecessor speakers really had. I enrolled just in 2011 and a member of this association for the last 10 years possibly. I had the misfortune of not being part of the golden period with Mr. Justice Ishwar as mentioned, or the time which Mr. Philip George had led with his study circle revivals, which senior had referred to. But nevertheless, I should say, my experiences are nothing short of what they would have had in their golden period. In the last 10 years, from time to time, any new budget has come or any new decisions have come, Revenue Bar did not lose the occasion of discussing, making a formal discussion. The formal discussion has definitely helped many of us. Now my office is also part of, now my children are also part of the Revenue Bar now. I am privileged that we have had learning through the formal studies that we have had. But the informal learnings, which every day happens in the Revenue Bar room of our tribunal, is something which all of us enjoy on day-to-day basis. What happens in the day or the earlier week is discussed immediately, and representations that are required. Fortunately, we have our Vice President who makes an occasion to have many informal meetings. He calls it as, we'll have a cup of coffee, cup of tea. This happens not just one-to-one with possibly the entire bar, not just the office bearers. The Revenue Bar has taken issues from time to time wherever the functioning of the bench or to ensure that smoother disposals that happens. Every issue is taken, and the formal meetings with the Vice President ensures that the functioning is also in a manner that the association would look for. As recently, we have had issue like one of the objections that is raised by the department, saying that few advocates specifically should not appear before the tribunal. This is a strange objection taken by the department on the mere ground that those advocates or advocate has been appointed by the Vice President acting in his capacity under the RTA. As an RTA authority, he had engaged the services of a particular advocate, and the department argued as a preliminary objection saying that no, such advocate should not be permitted to appear before the bench. It was not just those advocates who had argued to support his case that he is entitled to argue, etc. The Revenue Bar as well had taken the issue with the Vice President to say that the legal positions also permit. Eventually, of course, now formal order has also come to say that such objections, overruling those objections, it is for the Revenue to take further appeal or leave it as such. But Revenue Bar from time to time has taken every issue which affects the members seriously and taken appropriate call. At this juncture, I would only, in fact, this morning I was talking to our President Mr. Sridhar as well. This is a rejoiceful occasion of 60 years. To commemorate that, I was suggesting him that we should have 60 articles of time memorial articles, last 60 years, raising for decisions which may not have great relevance today, but which have laid milestones in the Income Tax Act. Possibly we should have, if not a physical edition, an e-edition at least. Mr. Sridhar has told that it should be done as a group, and we will do it. Although we have completed 60 now, it could get released anytime during the year. We will have it, we look for our President's key role on this. I am sure that he will take and on his behalf right now I should say, everyone present here should definitely contribute at least one article, may it be GST, CST or VAT. There are a lot of indirect tax experts here. We should have collectively such memorial article, collection of article to come to commemorate this event. I wish the Revenue Bar takes from here onwards, miles and miles to walk and ensure that what our predecessors have done is pushed in a better way, and we keep going. Wish the Revenue Bar all the best. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. M. Balaji. I now request Mr. Naresh Kumar to say a few words. If possible, in Tamil.
Revenue Bar President Sridhar, Vice President Mahavichan Singh Ji, Principal Commissioner D.N. Karji, இங்கே வந்திருக்கின்ற விழாவிலே கலந்து கொண்டு சிறப்பிக்க வந்திருக்கின்ற அத்தனை வழக்கறிஞர் பெருமக்களுக்கும் சார்ட்டர்ட் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ்களும் என் மனமாற மாலை வணக்கத்தினை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். நான் 1982ஆம் ஆண்டு என்னுடைய பணியினை இந்த சங்கத்தை தோற்றுவித்த கே. ஸ்ரீனிவாசன் அவருடைய சிஷியராக சேர்ந்தேன். 40 ஆண்டு காலம் உருந்தோடிவிட்டது. இருந்தாலும் கூட மலரும் நினைவுகளாக சில நிகழ்ச்சிகளை உங்களிடத்தில் நான் தொகுத்து வழங்க கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கிறேன். அந்த சமயத்திலே எங்களுடைய ஆபீஸில் மூத்த வழக்கறிஞர்கள் இருந்தார். என்னை விட ஈஸ்வர் இருந்தார்கள், கங்காதர் இருந்தார்கள், ஜானகிராமன் இருந்தார்கள். அவ்வளவு பேர் இருந்தாலும் கூட எங்களுடைய ஆசான் கே. ஸ்ரீனிவாசன் அவர்கள் இளம் வழக்கறிஞர்களை எல்லாம் கூப்பிட்டு சில கேள்விகளை கேட்டு சில விவாதங்களை செய்து முக்கிய தீர்வுகளுக்காக எங்களை எல்லாம் பணித்திருக்கிறார்கள். அப்படிப்பட்ட மூத்த வழக்கறிஞர்கள் எல்லாம் அன்றைய தினம் எங்களை எல்லாம் ஊக்குவித்ததன் காரணமாகத்தான் நாங்கள் இந்த நிலைக்கு வந்திருக்கிறோம் என்று சொன்னால் மிகையாகாது. அது மட்டுமல்ல, ரெவென்யூ பார் என்று சொன்னாலே சென்னையில் இருக்கின்ற அத்தனை பார் அசோசியேஷன்களும் சிறந்த ஒரு பாராக எந்த ஒரு நீதியரசர் வந்தாலும் இந்த பாரை பற்றி பேசாமல் போக மாட்டார்கள். காரணம் advocate both sides appearing are very close to each other. There is no partiality between the members. They are always jovially mingling together, and we have coffee and other things together also. That is why எங்களுடைய இப்ராஹிம் கலிஃபுல்லா அவர்கள் சொல்கின்ற பொழுது நம்ம சின்ன சங்கமாக இருந்தால் கூட எவ்வளோ சிறப்பாக இருக்கு, எல்லாம் ஒன்றா இருக்கீங்களே, மீதி சங்கத்தில் பல பிரிவுகள் இருக்கும், அந்த பிரிவுகளுக்கு இங்கே வேலை இல்லையே, அதனால் இதுதான்ப்பா சிறந்த சங்கம் என்று பலவரை சொல்லியிருக்கிறார்கள். இதற்கு காரணம் நம்முடைய சங்கத்திலே வேறுபாடுகள் கிடையாது, பிரிவினைகள் கிடையாது, எல்லாரும் ஒருவருக்கு தெரிந்ததை இன்னொருவருக்கு சொல்லிக் கொடுக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு ஆற்றலை பெற்றவர்கள். ஆனால் எனக்கு கேஸ்லாம் தெரியும், புதுசாக வந்துக்கும் தெரியாமல் இருக்கலாம் இன்னொருத்தருக்கு. அந்த கேஸ் நடக்கும்போது இந்த கேஸ்லாம் வந்திருக்குன்னு சொல்லி இளம் வழித்தண்டனை எல்லாம் ஊக்கப்படுத்தக்கூடிய ஒரு சங்கம் இது. அதை யாரும் மறக்க முடியாது. அப்படிப்பட்ட சங்கம் 60 ஆண்டுகள் ஒரு மனிதனாக பிறந்த பிறகு வாழ்கின்ற பொழுது சஷ்டித்தை பூர்த்தி செய்வார்கள். 60 ஆண்டுகள். அந்த 60 ஆண்டுகள் ஒரு மனிதன் வாழ்ந்தால் என்று சொன்னாலே ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய புண்ணியம் செய்திருக்க வேண்டும். அப்படிப்பட்ட 60 ஆண்டு காலம் உருண்டோடி இந்த சங்கம் ஆடம்பரமாக வளர்ந்து 100 ஆண்டுகளை தாண்ட வேண்டும் என்று எல்லாம் வல்ல இறைவனை வேண்டி வாய்ப்புக்கு நன்றி கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Mr. Manish Ji, for your kind Tamil words. It's very rare to hear such a prolific speaker in Tamil. Thank you. I now request Mr. M. Swaminathan, Senior Standing Counsel, to give a few words.
Good evening to one and all. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Since it's a revenue bar, he has called from the revenue side. I'm not a good speaker even in the court. He has called me to speak a few words about the Revenue Bar Association. I enrolled in the year 1995. In fact, I still remember the days. Mr. Philip George was the president of that time. And he called young boy, joined the Revenue Bar Association. So I enrolled in September 1995. Immediately I joined the Revenue Bar Association on the first day when I appeared before the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal. It was, in fact, it was the tribunal encouraged youngsters at those period of time. In fact, my first appearance before the tribunal was in the month of October 1995. I entered the court hall. They asked me that, who are you? I explained my professional, the date of enrollment. And they said, do you know what is this place? They were asking these things from the dais, and I just came out and saw this is portal number 1 only. I am correctly come to this case. The matter is posted today here only. Then he said, your matters is posted in the chamber. Then the judge, tribunal member called me in the chamber and asked me what is your background and all those things. He encouraged me. The Revenue Bar Association, right from the day of my enrollment, I was, so 27 years I am part of the Revenue Bar Association. All the study circle meetings, all the budget meetings, without fail I have attended the Revenue Bar Association meetings. I thank the organization for giving me an opportunity to speak on this occasion. Revenue Bar will be always with them. We will work together. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Swaminathan. We pray only for Swaminathan to gain greater heights in this profession. Very shortly. Very shortly. I now request Sri D.N. Kar, Principal Commissioner of Income Tax, to give his presentation.
Honorable Vice
President of ITAT, Mr. Mahavir Singh, Honorable Justice Ishwar. Incidentally, I had appeared before him when he was in Delhi ITAT. I was his senior DR. Office bearers of RBI, friends. I'm so happy to be part of this event today. In fact, it was in the year 2002 when I got first posted as a senior DR in Delhi ITAT that I realized the importance of being part of the ITAT ecosystem, because that is where you learn so many things. In fact, most of the senior DRs, and there was no, we had just started the CIT DRs postings those days. That was created in the year 2002. In fact, I recall in Delhi, the initial days of this creation of CIT DRs post, they were very hesitant because they thought that, the very senior officers, they should not go and argue. But then we found, as senior DRs, we found that the workload was too much, because every day some 45 to 50 cases were getting listed. And there were 2 senior DRs, so about 25 cases per head, which is too much of which is in fact humanly impossible to handle. So I went to the board, I met the member, the concerned member, and I requested him that we have created the post of CIT DR, and while taking the approval from the cabinet, it has been mentioned that the post of CIT DR is being created to improve and increase the level of representation for ITAT. So having created this post, if we don't prepare if we don't distribute workload between the CIT DRs and the senior DRs, maybe we are not doing justice. So initially he was also not very keen on passing an instruction distributing workload between CIT DRs and senior DRs. So I had to do something else. I found that it's not happening in the normal course. So we had some CIT DRs who had been recently appointed, and they were in fact trying to get out of the tribunal. So they used to visit. One of them said that, I'll be a non-playing captain. You go and argue, we'll sit and encourage you from behind. I said, sir, this is too much. In fact, how do you expect us to handle 25 cases per day? And in addition to that, those days we used to have too many special bench and third member cases also. Those cases also were to be argued by senior DRs. Then what for we have created the post of senior CIT DRs? So finally, I was also part of the All India Body of IRS Association. So we found some other way to, pass that work distribution order between CIT DRs and senior DRs. So that is chapter number 1. Now in the year 2007, in the year 2009, that was the time, when I realized that, in ITAT, while arguing cases, I found that, if it is a chartered accountant, I am able to manage him better. But if it is chartered accountant, if he is a chartered accountant come advocate, then I used to find it a little difficult while, countering his advocacy skills before ITAT. So I thought, okay, let me enroll myself for law. So in those days, we had that benefit of having the benefit of joining the evening law classes. So in Delhi University South Campus, I joined. we used to leave office at 6 p.m., then go for classes, and then come back at 9. And then that is how I was continuing with my law degree. And in the year 2009, I was getting promoted as commissioner. And I had still one more year to go to complete my law degree. So I went to the board, I requested that, sir, please keep me in Delhi. Normally on promotion we get transferred out. So if you could give me any non-sensitive post, any post which is exempt. Fortunately, CITDR's post is exempt, it's not counted. So I requested, and I got it. Thankfully, I got CITDR's post. So I went and joined as CITDR, and then I recounted them this story, that how, you know, I got this distribution of workload between CITDRs and CITDRs done. Then, you know, one of my batchmates, he said, you see, you got it done. Now you are caught in your own web. You know, you had got this work distribution done. Now you will have to argue all these big cases. I said, I don't mind. I don't mind. I think that, you know, it's a privilege to represent the revenue. So that is how we, you know, we have we have improved the level of representation before tribunal. What happens is, you know, most of the councils, like you members of RBA, you have limited number of cases on a particular day. But for a departmental representative, the number of cases he has to handle is big. So the numbers actually tell on the quality. It impacts the quality of representation. So I would request that, you know, as members of the RBA, as you know, you should have some sympathy, some consideration for the DRs, because they are working under a lot of pressure. And then one more aspect that I you know, found is that you know, like when I got transferred to Chennai, I was in the exemptions. But you know, every commissioner has to do this extra work of, you know, going as a rotational CITDR, because we used to have less number of you know, working strength in the tribunal. So when we go for a week or two as rotational DR, but the cases would be big. So normally, you know, the tendency would be to seek adjournment or, you know, see that, you know, they are passed over. But, you know, I felt that no, even if we are going for a week or so, we should do justice. If there is some case which we can do, let us do, finish. So incidentally, so happened once that I had passed a 263 order in a particular case when I was the CIT exemption. And in one of the weeks subsequently, you know, after about 6 months or so, I was doing rotational CITDR's duty. And incidentally, the same case came, and as per our work distribution, if it is a 263 order, the case has to be argued by the CITDR. So I rose up to defend the case, but there was an opposition from the other side. How come you are doing it? You passed this order, now you have come to defend this. Maybe you are, you know, too much after us. That is why you have designed yourself to be here when this case is coming up. But fortunately, what happened, I didn't know that when this kind of argument is being put forward by the counsel of the other side, the assessee, one more counsel rose and he says that no, we want to withdraw the appeal. What is this? The bench asked, what is this? There are two counsels. Then they said that, sir, it's a trust. The trustee who has come and filed the appeal, he has not taken the consent of other trustee. And the other trustee doesn't want to pursue this appeal. And the counsel of the other party, other trustee, is opposing the case. So the preliminary issue that was to be decided was whether this particular appeal is maintainable, because one set of trustees are saying that we want to pursue the appeal, the other set are saying that we have not authorized that particular council to appear on our behalf. We have engaged a separate council who would like to withdraw the appeal. So that argument went on. So for that day there was no hearing, so I didn't have to argue. But then the counsel who had actually was representing the case from the side of the trustee who had actually filed the appeal, they thought that I might again come on the very next day on the next date of hearing. So they wrote a complaint against me to the Honorable Minister of State. That time Mr. Palani Manikam was the minister. So the complaint was written that how come the same CIT he has passed the 263 order, now he is coming and appearing in the same case, and this is conflict of interest. So I had, because of my long stay in Delhi, I have my friends. So I received a call from there. There is a complaint against you. I said, okay, you withhold. I'll hold it. I'm coming in. So when I went there, I found that this is the content, that I have come to represent a case where I have passed the order. Then I was wondering, see, if I am the respondent, every respondent has his own right to argue an appeal, argue a matter. It is his choice whether it will be argued in person or it will be argued through an authorized representative. CITDR is only an authorized representative of the department. But that doesn't take away the right of the officer who passed the order to defend his case. So in what way, actually I was overstepping my jurisdiction. I was still wondering. So that friend of mine, he said, he understood the thing. Then in my presence, he just tore off that complaint and threw it into the dustbin. So that was one side of the story. Then what happened? The next day came, and it was before another bench. And incidentally, I was also the CITDR. As a rotational, I was there, but I was in a different bench. So I went and told the CITDR, who was in that particular bench where this case was coming up, that if you don't mind, could you allow me to argue this case? He said, okay, fine, no problem, you argue. So he agreed. So next day, again I was there. And by that time, the preliminary issue had been decided. They had dismissed, the bench had dismissed the other counsel's argument that, they want to withdraw the appeal. So the case finally came up for final hearing, and they had engaged a senior advocate from Mumbai who had flown in the day before to argue this case. But fortunately for me, because I was the author of that order, I didn't have to work much harder, because I was also having cases on my other bench. And the final arguments took place on that day. And after about 15 or 20 days, we got the order, and the 263 was not set aside, and it was upheld. But that is the time when I was constantly interacting with the members of the RBA. I used to meet them, and I have seen that they are genuinely interested in ensuring that justice prevails. Ultimately, as was told some time back, it is not tax bar association, it is revenue bar association. And every member of this association is also an officer of the court, and the responsibility, your responsibility lies as much in defending your client as in ensuring that the revenue also gets its fair share of taxes. So my humble advice or request to all of you would be that in the same spirit that you are defending your clients, please be considerate to the needs of revenue also. And with all your support, last year we have been able to achieve, or rather exceed, the target of 16-odd lakh crores that was set for us. And this year's the target is much steeper. It is now 18 lakh and odd crores this year. So I am sure that the members of the RBA, which is entering into its 60th year, would contribute and ensure that revenue also gets its fair share. And you know, if you go to a bar, if you find something which is mature for 12 years or 18 years, you feel so good. Now here is a bar which has now matured for 60 years. So I wish that all of you enjoy it and grow from strength to strength. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shekhar. You ended your speech with a very hilarious note. I now request Mr. Jaikumar to give a memento to Sri Kar. I now request Honorable Vice President of ITAT Chennai Zone, Sri Mahavir Singh, to give his felicitation.
Honorable Justice R.V. Ishwar, my Guru, guide and philosopher. Senior Advocate Mr. B.S. Jaikumar, Mr. Vivek Pandya, Philip George, President of Revenue Bar Association Mr. S. Sridhar, Senior Chartered Accountant Mr. G. Good evening, everyone. It's a great honor and privilege for me to address this august gathering on the occasion of Foundation Day of 60th Foundation Day of this Revenue Bar Association. Revenue Bar Association Chennai is one of the oldest bar association of tax practitioners in the country. Just now, Honorable Justice R.V. Ishwar informed that it is third oldest bar association. Revenue Bar Association has been fortunate to have been led by a series of outstanding lawyers, some of them namely Shri S. Swaminathan, Shri K. Srinivasan, Shri S. Padmanabhan, Shri T. V. Vishwanath Nayyar, along with founder member and Padma Vibhushan awardee Shri K. Prashar, a legal luminary who is still associated with the activities of the bar. Shri K. Ramavani and other senior advocates of Revenue Bar Association. These great lawyers together made the RBA a great institution who have immersed themselves in the complexities of direct and indirect taxes and who have closely followed the gradual way that these provisions and rules have been adapted to a changing environment. They have strived hard one midnight lamps to study the case papers, looked into the nook and corner of very complex laws,
that is direct and indirect taxes. That is the building edifice of economy in all civilized countries. It is the same tradition that has to continue. Every institution and every human being has to continuously improvise to the changing need of the society, as our country has embarked on a great adventure of globalization in 1991, and in the process, new challenges have cropped up. The RBA as an institution must gear up itself to meet these challenges, and for that, what is required is a new vision, and I feel that RBA will not be lagging behind in evolving itself. During my tenure in Chennai, as judicial member from 2003 to 7, and again as vice president from 2020 to till date, I came to know that, and which is evident, that since 1991, there was a grand resurgence in the activities of RBA under the guidance of legal luminaries like Shri K.R. Ramamani and Shri V. Ramachandran, both senior advocates. I also know the contribution of Justice R.V. Ishwar and senior advocate Shri Arvind Dakar in the affairs of RBA, which cannot be forgotten. RBA has been conducting annual seminars, conferences on topics of current interest, conduct budget meetings every year. Most importantly, RBA, to keep abreast with the latest developments in the field of law, organizing regular study circle meetings. On the bar side, there was always a responsibility on it to support the institutions like tribunals in preserving the purity and integrity of the institutions. Let us work hand in hand to see that institutions continue to retain its glory as the finest institutions in the country and as model for each other to follow. On the whole, I feel upbeat and optimistic for a bright future for the RBA in the coming years, because sitting on the bench of ITAT, I have observed that young and budding lawyers who are bright, intelligent and hardworking. It means that the future of RBA is in safe hands. Now, as a vice president, I have certain expectations from the bar which I want to bring to your notice. The representation by members of bar should be made objectively by putting all the facts and the law on the dispute involved in the appeal before the bench. The role of the profession is not only to take care of interest of the client, but also to ensure that the client pays the correct tax while not losing the benefit of legal provisions and cases decided in his favor. But also to ensure that if the legal position is against the assessee, to place before the bench both the points of view for its independent decision. Whereas the assessee may not pay 1 rupee more than what he is liable to pay, he may not pay 1 rupee less than what he owes to the exchequer. Though it is true that he is representing the client, he should advise the client about the correct legal position in case it is well settled. But in case there are two possible views in the matter, he should bring them to the notice of the bench. He should impress the client that there is no conflict of interest between him and the revenue if he is liable to pay tax in particular situation. It goes to state which is, after all, is his. For expeditious disposal of appeals, he may not ask for adjournment without sufficient cause and thereby delay the disposal of the appeal. Just as the profession does not agree with the frivolous filing of appeals by the department, it may not encourage filing of a frivolous appeal by the assessee also. Application for consolidation of appeal for different years involving common issues but allotted to different benches may be made in advance so that the decision and the appeal is not delayed. The representation before the tribunal may be made comprehensively, whereby all the relevant papers may be compiled and filed with the appeals or in advance at least 7 days of hearing. It is also in the interest of the SSE to prepare the paper book at the time of filing of appeal if possible, or as soon as possible after filing of appeal, so that there will be sufficient time to prepare the same in case of short notice or delay in intimation by client of date of hearing. By and large, the approach and the attendance to the matter by the representatives should be such that it inspires a good deal of confidence in the bench in their representation. RBA, especially in recent years, has recognized the key role it has in getting the right balance between protecting the SSE and tax structure by providing certainty and tax predictability for tax assessees. In this way, it has contributed to the opening up of Indian economy and thereby helping the government to generate sustainable growth. Revenue Bar Association, represented by its legal luminaries, has contributed more than the number and quality of the output in the tax litigation. That is the true measure of its contribution to the tax jurisprudence. The interpretation of tax legislation, with the frequency of its amendment and the complexities of the problems it posed, was always difficult. The economic prosperity of India and the expansion of its commerce, the vast increase in global trade with the interaction of different currencies, the evolution of innovative transactions in international trade, and increasing resort to the internet, email, and transactions on the electronic media have exposed the tax practitioners to new vistas of knowledge and the evolution of new legal concepts. I can vouch that the RBI has successfully attempted not only to match the speed of its working to the pace of the institution, but also risen to meet the fresh challenges. On behalf of administration, I assure my fullest cooperation in providing infrastructure facilities to the RBA like technological support. I wish all success to the RBA. Thank you.
I thank Honorable Vice President for the encouraging words, and I think Vice President has laid down some reasonable requests or compliances from the bar. We hope that we will comply with all those things. I now request Ms. Justice R.V. Ishwar to give a memento to the Honorable Vice President. We now come to the very concluding part of our grand function today. We have Sri Raghavachari Senior Advocate to give a very enlightening speech on this occasion.
Good evening, everybody, both off and on the dais. When I was called upon by my good friend to speak, I asked him, what is the topic? He said, whatever you like. I thought of speaking to youngsters, but I see before me all my seniors. I can only say pranams and get on. However, I have change my speech from what I prepared and what I have to deliver. So far as our profession is concerned, at all times, the previous generation would start blaming the next. For instance, when Mr. Ishwar, when he had started his practice, somebody would have said, you wouldn't have seen Justice Muthuswami Iyer, Subramania Iyer, and so many of them as classics. The next generation would come. They would have said, have you seen Mr. Ishwar? After that generation, think of a young man like me becoming a judge. The situation would have been, they were also judges, he is also a judge. Why I am pointing out, each generation has outwit the other is what, according to me, both in science as well as in technology, as well as a user of artificial intelligence. Earlier in point of time, the days when I started my practice, it was purely on digest. We lived on digest. They will have a quinquennial digest, a 25-year-old and a 50-year-old. Our job is to look into the digest, find out whether it is overruled or followed, and what has happened to a particular proposition of law. Of late, if you had seen, you just give him a word. He will type out on a computer, get a series of judgments both for and against. After analyzing, sometimes we have to come to a conclusion he may be right, and on most of the occasion, unless we go through the facts of a case, this is where I really want to point out. We go mostly by the words that have been given to us for the purposes of doing our research. This does not take us anywhere. Earlier in point of time, they will call upon us to read the first facts first, the judgment next, and then arrive at a conclusion whether it is right or wrong. I had seen my father, who used to meticulously take notes of the case laws and thereafter arrive at his own conclusion. Many a time he used to criticize the judgment and ultimately had many good friends in the bench. Some of them would appreciate, some of them would have their turns. They will take a right moment to give him very good orders. Why I am pointing out, these are small things which we have not cultivated in the recent times. If you had looked into earlier in point of time the journals, be it Law Weekly or my Madras Law Journal or whatever, the journals of some repute, there would be criticism of a judgment and they would analytically say where the judge is wrong. Another judge who reads the judgment would automatically take the cue and try to resolve the issue that has come before him. Of late, the criticism aspect which were inherent among the lawyers is slowly vanishing. What all we see, either they praise the judge or praise the judgment, never be a critic. Unless a lawyer steps down to criticize if the judgment is wrong, the law will not improve. To have the law to see the law improves, one has to really read a lot, analytically analyze, and then come to a just conclusion whether judgment is right or not. Why I am pointing out this aspect before this honorable forum? I see many of you, particularly Dattars Jr., who is here, who has written a book. At the age of around 30, that boy had a tutelage under one of the great men. He writes a book which is being appreciated by the bench. Probably he is hiding his face now, Artik. Then we have Parthasarathhi's sons who hit. He writes article after article, but of course I don't share his views. Many of them are, it leans towards the left. We have Ramesh, who did his what they call as, he went to London, he did his barrister course, and he is here. All these persons, they can contribute more to law. That is what I am placing for your consideration. They can contribute more, much more. But they never want to offend people. They don't want to offend. It includes me. But there is one problem which would, the members might not mistake me. When a judgment is being addressed, it may be right, it may be wrong. But we should have a big heart to accept if it is going to be wrong and a criticism is being made. What exactly has happened once I started criticizing a judgment? The next minute, the editor of the journal passed on that criticism to the learned judge. The learned judge looked into that article. The next day I had been much more wiser, because whatever I had felt before his court, I got a deserving order. Underline the word deserving. See, these are small things which one has to get over in the initial stages. When I was called upon to speak here, what all I thought was Parasaran is the senior member. He is going to be here. At his age 96 years. I asked my friend why he called me. He is one of the best speakers available. He said somebody has to end the program. You have to speak necessarily for 15 minutes. And I said yes. The reason being, more than I speak and you people hear, I am here to learn much more from you people. The subject which I have learned is basically civil law and constitutional law. Income tax had been eluding me for, except the income tax officers, it is eluding me for at least for substantial duration of time. Incidentally, one has to know every field of law. What exactly has happened in my case, it is a very interesting point which Ravi had handled before the forum. As far as lawyers are concerned, we know how to earn, we do not know how to spend the money. Likewise, we do not know how to share our booty with the income tax department. Once we made it, whatever fee that comes to us, we have it in a separate account. Another fee which comes to us in the form of spending on the stamp and other things, we had it in another account. While disclosing, I never disclose the account so far as the account which we receive it in the form of stamp duty and other things. Ultimately, the income tax officer said, why you did not disclose? I said, that is not my money, that belongs to my client. The non-disclosure entailed in penalty. Why I am pointing out to this particular aspect? I may be a lawyer of more than 30 years. I have not exposed myself to taxation law. Likewise, many of you people, don't mistake me, who practice on the taxation side, never expose themselves to the civil law. They don't come anywhere near Hindu law. And when it comes to, for application of, say, the income tax law, requirement of Hindu law is also there. When it comes to civil law, income tax also takes into its fold certain aspect of civil law. For summoning of witness, examination of parties, all these are all matters which every one of the juniors are supposed to know. Unfortunately, each of us think we are in a different field altogether. I abandon the tax law, income tax people abandon the civil law, and ultimately it ends in chaos. Some point of time, we should all sit together, think over, ponder, and then ensure people of different walks of life and practicing in different fields, like what they have in the Supreme Court, they have a Friday meeting every Friday. Some speaker used to come and they used to lecture. It is very useful. Some speak on the income tax, some speak on environmental laws, some civil law, in succession. When all these things are shared among lawyers, the equipment is also there. Unfortunately, we don't have something in Madras of similar nature. I only hope Mr. Sridhar and his friends also take some effort to teach lawyers practicing on the civil side some elementary principles of income tax. With this, I thank every one of you for patiently hearing me.
Thanks. I was not wrong when I said it's going to be enlightening speech.
Sometimes I can disagree.
request Sri K. Ravi to give a memento to Senior British to Raghavacharya.
Before I give the memento or whatever it is, I'll make a counter proposal that Sridhar should make. He should teach us civil procedure code. We created a story, and I hope Sridhar gets the message loud and clear. I have been a beneficiary of his knowledge. I used to hold sessions in my office. Sridhar has been a beneficiary of such things. Unfortunately, I don't do it now. Somebody else has to take the responsibility. And if you want to learn tax, the precondition is you will teach civil procedure code. That's right. Sridhar, am I correct? RBI will organize it.
He wants to knock away with my little practice.
With this, we have come to the final finishing touches to this fantastic evening to celebrate the Revenue Bar Association 60 years. RBA and its members are gifted to have listened to the praise of work of the association from leading members of the bar, from the judges, from ITT members, and other professionals. Our founding member, Sri Prasaran, has also given an excellent speech and has blessed us for many more years of service. I thank all the speakers to have showered their encomiums on the good work done by the RBA thus far. The chartered accountants have all along had a special place in the activities of the Revenue Bar Association. I thank all the chartered accountants for giving their word of praise and appreciation to the Revenue Bar Association. On behalf of the Revenue Bar Association, I can assure that it will continue with the good work and bring with its fold other like-minded professionals, professional bodies, and engage them in the activities of the association. I thank once again all the speakers, delegates who are present here for this momentous occasion. Thank you all.